2.5%. So this was after the burger chain was slapped with its only sell rating. We have Redburn Atlantic saying that the shifting consumer patterns due to weight loss drugs are cause for concern. So Redburn gave McDonald's a 2-notch cut from its previous buy rating.
This was a story 2 years ago.
I know, we saw this coming. Like, obviously, people want to be thin and maybe even healthy. Then they will cut down on fast food and sweets and donuts.
So this is what we were all worried about that didn't happen for the last year, and now it's happening.
I think it's because this is concrete. It's their first sell rating, and other analysts remain largely split. McDonald's has 22 buy-equivalent ratings, 18 hold, and an average price target of 332. So the analyst there said that McDonald's can see as much as $428 million in annual impact to revenue. So it's a street low.
Egentlig ville jeg hatt den litt lenger ned.
This is actually true. So when we were in DC, well, he went to Shake Shack. We were in DC, he gets to the burger, finishes it in 5 minutes, and we're eating the salad with the pita thins and the olives and the tzatziki. Anyway, we digress. And speaking of, Novo Nordisk.
This one is also interesting, but it's in the green, up by almost 5% or more than 5%. So that's the highest level in 2 months. And it comes after from activist hedge fund Parvus Asset.
God dagen.
God dagen. Jeg ble sittende, og så fikk jeg ikke på PC-en her. Jeg hadde VG her plutselig.
Det går bra.
So Novo last month replaced its CEO, which shocked everyone because the company's culture
Vi har noe på historien.
They've only had 5 CEOs in their century-long history, but now investors seem to be cheering the move because Novo's drugs.
Jeg så det fulgte meg. Jeg har lyst til å selge gull på rundt 60, så jeg må klare å bryte opp dit. Det var liksom planen. Og han stoppet på nesten 50.
We appreciate, I mean, slowly. Very good. Thank you so much. We'd appreciate it. Talking about the markets here, and again, we're kind of a mixed market here, but let's get to...
Han var reist for en halvtime siden, altså.
We've got some pretty, I don't know if they're high-stakes talks between the US and China. It feels like every time maybe they get together, it feels kind of high-stakes, but I'm not sure if anything's...
Hva du gjorde inni der?
In terms of trade negotiations taking place in London.
Hun gjemte seg i skapet, for hun ville ikke være på VG.
Tyler, about these talks, are there any expectations that anything concrete can come of them?
Yeah, hey Paul. Well, the expectation really is that both sides are
Har du
trying
gjort
to
noe
ensure
til
that they
Star som er
can
våken.
ensure that the other side is going to live up to the agreement.
Det var du som var satt inne i walking closet der.
Ja, så har jeg vært der noen tider.
I know I.
asked him directly how the talks were going, and he said that negotiating with China is not easy. And when I pressed him on whether or not he gave these negotiators any sort of limitations when it comes to export controls, he didn't rule anything out, and that's because export controls really are at the center of the discussion during these talks in London, as both countries put restrictions on products that the other needs. That they would be willing to perhaps loosen or lift.
Han visste hvem det var, og så lurte han på om han skulle hilse på deg også. Nei, han kan ikke gjøre det. Han vil se deg nå.
And rare earth minerals that are so essential to
Det er ikke noe
U.S.
galt å
supply
bekjempe
chains.
den
People
kroppen.
familiar do tell us that the U.S. would focus in on some of the new restrictions that we've seen
Ja,
put
vi
into
kan
place
gjøre
in
det.
recent weeks when it comes to some of the software related to AI chips, also jet engines, and perhaps some chemicals that China relies on too, that the U.S. has been restricting in recent days. So we're going to have to see how it ultimately shakes out. Alex and Paul, there's a lot of focus here on how the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is part of these talks, and perhaps that indicates that the U.S. is willing to put those
Han har lyst til å kjøpe mer gull, men han må ut av de gamle posisjonene, så skal jeg øke til 0,05.
had quite the split screen here in Washington as President Trump was on the phone with Chinese
Han har også fått med seg hvorfor Nasdaq er så høy i dag. Har du fått noen nyheter?
testifying to lawmakers that he actually thinks there needs to be a stronger enforcement of export controls, so there is sure a lot to work out on that.
And then at the same time, we were just reporting that
sa det
J.M.
riktig.
Smucker's profit forecast was
Tim
hit by
Timmerson.
U.S. tariffs. I mean,
RHV.
really higher coffee costs, etc., but also U.S. tariffs. So some companies are already seeing the impact, and I'm wondering if constituents are talking to
Ja da, jeg har taget på gull på, jeg må bryte 44 som jeg sa, opp mot rundt 60. Der skal jeg selge gull. Vi var jo ganske bra i pengene da, men det er liksom ikke nok. Vi kan få mye mer ut av.
Så da
går jeg ut av de posisjonene, så trader vi ordentlig, og da øker jeg med, da tar jeg 0,05 og 0,05, da får dere 0,01 og ikke mange små, som vi gjorde på fredag.
The goal of these talks in London does not appear to really be bringing
Det blir nok Asle litt
tariffs. It's
Blir litt
also
lettere for alle,
unclear if the
føler jeg.
White House
Fy
is going
faen.
to give up that sort of negotiating leverage at this point, considering that this is going to be a much more wide-ranging, broader deal that they're going to try to negotiate down the line.
Kjøpte en liten en nedi her,
It took
også.
them 18 months last time
Ja,
to
gul
reach
så mye
the
opp
phase
her.
1 China deal. This time we're really talking about these export controls, these other issues that have been popping up, including, as you well know, China has raised concerns about the U.S.'s plans to revoke Chinese student visas,
Ja,
something that
det
President Trump
overgår
said
hverandre.
last week wouldn't be an issue. He said that Chinese students would be welcome in the U.S., but at this point it remains to be seen how substantially the State Department would really change its policies that are going into place.
I wonder how the mood
Jeg
is in
må jo
Washington,
overgå
DC about
gaven hennes igjen.
potential economic
For nå
headwinds
duger det
coming
ikke med
from
parfyme
tariffs.
og
For
for gaver
example,
til
Trent
meg.
Lutke,
Åh, jeg blir så
over
sur.
at SMBC Nico Securities, just sent out a
That's
note
not
and saying
business,
small
no.
businesses could be hit hard.
Hva skal jeg gjøre?
And he's saying that unemployment
Nydelig. Nei, jeg skal ikke ha nudler.
could rise to 5.3%.
Så har laget middag til meg, vet du hva det er for noe?
If that were to happen, a lot of folks out there
Det er nudler og stekt kjøtt, og så er det
Og brokkolini.
Og så sier jeg til meg alltid, var det godt, eller? Og bare sånn, det er nudler, liksom.
in general, Tyler, are people starting
Ja, var det bra, eller? Var det bra, eller? Ja, du har vært veldig flink med å koke nudler i vann. Det er jævla veldig bra.
Skal jeg lage laks, da? Vil du ha laks og poteter?
Hva takk, det
That's why
gjorde
they also want to see this focus
Skjønner
on
du?
the tax bill. That's
Wow.
why we are seeing that expedited self-imposed time.
Kjerringene, det.
White House officials often say
Var det bra, eller?
that,
Var det
for
bra?
example,
Var det?
we are looking
Ja,
at
jævlig bra,
reducing
ass.
the debt when it comes
Hvordan
to
har du kokt
inflation
nudlene, egentlig?
factors.
Hva
We're looking to
for noe fuktighet brukte dere til det?
ultimately it's going to be this
Var det
longer-term
vann?
growth.
Var det vann?
There's going to be some sort of
Kokte du nudlene i vann?
Now, whether
Faen, så bra!
the data that we get and how much pain consumers actually can get
Hører du den dumpinga, eller?
does remain to be seen, but it is top of mind here in Washington as lawmakers try to do their part
Så
in
har-
that reconciliation package.
All right, Tyler. Thanks a lot, Tyler Kendall, joining us.
Det er bare dunk utafor, og så spurte jeg Sara i stad hva er det sånn, du har snekker oppe, sa jeg. Det er ikke oppe dette her, det er oppe i fuckings nabolaget.
In the survey for the first time since
Ah.
the end of 2020, but nonetheless, the NFIB optimism definitely rebounded there. All right, coming up, we'll get the take on the markets. If we just grind around these levels, like for how long, eventually does that bring back money into the market? And what does that actually look like? Julie Beal, Chief Market Strategist and Portfolio Manager at Kane Anderson Rudnick, will be joining us. Plus, there's an auction today, Paul.
Oh,
It's a 3-year.
wow.
Oh yeah, Ira Jersey, Bloomberg
Ja
Intelligence
da,
Chief
jeg er
Interest Rate
takknemlig for at jeg
Strategist,
får
will be joining
nudler.
us on The Outlook. This is Bloomberg.
Jeg vet ikke om dere var oppe natt. Jeg var oppe natt og fulgte med på markedet. Vi gikk jo alle veier natt. Vi gikk jo opp 180 poeng eller hva faen for noe, så rammet det like mye. Og det var basically at Trump sa at samtalene ved Kina var veldig bra. Ellers så er det ikke noen nyheter som har kommet. Ikke noe whatsoever. Hvor høyt jeg tror gul kan gå i dag. Hvis den klarer også å bryte her som jeg sier 44, hvis den klarer å bryte ordentlig der, så tror jeg den kan gå opp til rundt 60-tallet. Det var det jeg så for meg. Da gjør vi en ganske fin gevinst. Men dere må gjerne hoppe av nå og ta gevinsten når vi er her oppe, for det har vært i pluss 4-5 ganger i dag. Så de som vil kan bare ta den gevinsten og vente, liksom. Men jeg tror hvis den først bryter nå, så bryter den ordentlig. Så det er ikke noe galt å ta gevinst. Det er ikke noe galt i det.
Kjøpte en liten en til.
To sekunder skal bare ringe kjapt.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom, with this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Major stock averages mixed to little change. I've been saying this for I don't know how many days. Still waiting for some word on trade talks between the U.S. and China taking place in London. Right now, you have 7 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500. They are pushing higher, and we're being led by energy. Enphase Energy, best performing stock right now in the S&P 500.
Energy.
That is up 4%. By the way, have you taken a look at gasoline prices, speaking of tangentially?
No, because you're going to tell me.
No, it's really been jumping.
Has it?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's over $3 at the Wawa. Anyway.
Did you not watch my piece on gasoline on Wall Street Week on Friday? Because you can find it on YouTube, and it will help explain what your gasoline
After work
prices
Friday, what was I doing? Was I watching Alex's
are.
show, or was I on the beach?
Completely watch it on the beach.
Okay.
You got time in this next segment. Check it out.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg personally recruiting a new team called the Super Intelligence Group. He's so hands-on with this effort, he's even rearranged the desks at the company headquarters. The goal is to achieve artificial general intelligence, AGI. It's the idea that machines can do a lot of jobs at least as well as humans. And a cybersecurity breach at United Natural Foods is the primary distributor for Whole Foods. It's disrupted deliveries, also forced the company's systems offline. S&P 500 up 13, the Dow down 5, NASDAQ 100 45 points higher. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, thanks so much, Alex. Still here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Also check us out YouTube. Also on any of your smart devices and smart TVs, you can check us out on Bloomberg Originals as well. Again, I feel like I've given this market check for the last week straight at this time every day, and that is that the S&P is up 0.2%, volume's a little bit mixed, and the NASDAQ is up 0.3%. Julie Beal is Chief Market Strategist and Portfolio Manager at Kayne Anderson Rudnick. Julie, if you have the market holding up but not going anywhere, what are you supposed to do?
I think this is a pretty good time to make sure that everything you have is working the way that you want to, right? This is a good time to review earnings as they come out and think a little bit about what's the forward-looking outlook. The biggest challenge, I think, in this market is the recognition that it's pretty emotional, right? So we've gone from absolutely euphoric at the beginning of the year to totally despondent around April, and now we're kind of in this place where it's euphoric from a valuation standpoint, but it's not feeling that way for most portfolio managers. And I think there needs to be a recognition of how far the market has moved, because that indicates that there is a lot of weakness. There's not a lot of conviction in where we're at.
So where do we go from here, Julie? Do we hide out in government treasury bonds? Do we just try to play defensive dividend-paying stocks? Or do we say, hey, everything's going to be all right, I can take some risk here? Because the market's really has whipsawed so far this year.
Yeah, I think right now still your best place is to be invested in the market and to be focused on quality, because you just really are not going to be able to predict any of the outcomes, right? I think we've all given up trying to predict. I think these poor economists on Wall Street that are having to revise their GDP weekly, it's a brutal job, right? It's like checking in with my 7-year-old like every 10 minutes is brutal. But I think that it's a real recognition that we really don't know the direction. It's very, very hard to gauge the size and the scale and the impact of what the tariffs are going to be, nor any of the tax policy that we have coming out. And so I think you're just really better served sitting very still in higher quality companies and trying to ride this out.
What is higher quality? How would you define that?
For me, the highest quality businesses are going to be those that have very low levels of debt. That's absolutely critical when I think that, if you have a view that the long-term picture for interest rates is probably not going down materially in the near term, then I think it's really important that you have very, very pristine balance sheets. You need to have good levels of cash flow for businesses that are able to invest when things clarify. And then I think the most important thing is that you have a lot of durability to the earnings. I think I want to have a lot of clarity that regardless of what's happening in the tariff environment and the fiscal environment, that these companies are going to continue to do business. People are still going to want their services. They're protected from a competitive standpoint, because I think these are the types of businesses. They're not typically your flashiest, sexiest businesses, but they are typically the ones that are with you for the next 10 years with very consistent earnings trajectories.
Julie, do any sectors or maybe even factors screen well for you guys right now in this time of uncertainty?
I think that it's less about good quality companies, right? So even within consumer discretionary, which for most long-term investors is a tougher place to play, you can find companies like in Ollie's Bargain Outlets, right? That's providing a lot of value for their customers and has more protections around it than your average retailer. If I think about tech, even in the space of tech, most of it is software is usually the place that I think has the greatest quality. But within software, you have to be very selective because typically the valuation is higher. So your margin of error is a little bit sharper and you have to be a little bit more careful.
There's a couple fun pieces out about how, say, PIMCO
Kjell, du mener bare lukker dem, liksom?
when it comes to the bond market, like the belly or the front versus the long end and stuff. How do you look at treasuries as
Hvis du i pluss, kan man ta pluss. Jeg har vært i pluss 5 ganger i dag.
I think right now, it doesn't make a ton of sense to me to be taking a ton of duration. It just, I think you're not necessarily really getting paid for the level of uncertainty that you're taking on. You're getting a pretty nice, rich yield right now early on. And I think that is probably a better place to be. Even as an equity investor, I look at some of the yields people are getting on shorter duration fixed income, and it's sort of like, ooh, I got to be competitive. Like, I really have to sharpen my pencil to deliver.
Is cash a bad place to be?
Jeg tror det kommer til å bli ganske overraskende i morgen, for det kommer CPI-tall fra USA. De CPI-tallene ganske... Jeg tror det første ordentlige inflasjonstallene med tanke på tariffen, det kommer i morgen. Så det kan være ganske volatilt i morgen. Det veldig, veldig mange som ikke forberedt på det. De CPI-tallene i morgen.
3% cash in case I absolutely fall in love with a company and I want to be able to pull the trigger on it quickly. But typically, I really recommend being fully invested.
Yeah.
It's difficult, right? In markets like this, you kind of want to have the sensation of, oh, I want to be ready in case there's a pullback. But when you look at your attribution, you see that even having a 5, 6, 7, 10% cash weight when the market is solid is a huge drag on your performance, right? I think you're better served to stay invested in things that are higher quality like a treasury than just being in straight cash.
Right. Julie, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Julie Biel, Chief Market Strategist and Portfolio Manager at Kayne Anderson Rudnick, joining us via Zoom from Santa Monica, California. So some good stuff out there. Ira Jersey checks in with us. I'm not sure why we're talking to Ira Jersey. He's a U.S. interest rate strategist, Bloomberg Intelligence.
Okay, auction, dude.
Oh, man, we're not going to go there. But everybody on Wall Street wants to hear what Ira Jersey's saying. But I think I could do an Ira's job here. We're kind of range bound. 10-year treasury, I don't know, 4 1/4, 4 to 3/4. Ira, it feels like your market, it's kind of range bound, which suggests maybe there's really not any conviction one way or the other. Is that what you're hearing out there?
Yeah, so it's funny. There's this push and pull of some people who think, oh, the economy is going to weaken significantly and there's going to actually be decent demand for treasuries, versus another group that says, oh, the fact that we're going to have higher deficits and continued with this fiscal largesse in the U.S., and that might push rates higher. You're seeing this push and pull between those two camps. That being said, the Federal Reserve also being on hold, maybe all of this year, according to the way the market's priced right now, does suggest that we just kind of hover around here, at least for the time being, unless there's a significant turn in the economy. And Friday's jobs data just, doubly proves that the job market is slowed, but doesn't seem to be slowing further. So therefore, in a steady state world with the Fed on hold and the economy fine but not great, the rates don't have to do much of anything really.
Okay, so we got the 3-year today, 10-year tomorrow, 30-year on Thursday. I feel like I don't quite remember a time when the 30-year was this talked about this far before the actual auction. How do you think things are going to go over the next few days?
Yeah, so the 3-year today will be maybe, from a foreign demand standpoint, maybe the most interesting actually, because remember the real angst back in April was as to what were foreigners going to be buying, were they selling? You saw a lot of volatility overnight in the Treasury market. So that's one reason why there was a lot of fear that a lot of pension funds and private investors would stop buying the 30-year. But central banks and other policymakers, right, both fiscal agents as well as monetary policymakers globally, own treasuries in order to conduct their monetary and currency policy. So demand for the 3-year will be probably the key as to if the trade war and all of this other angst.
Det fint om en bonde ut skikkelig først.
Of those policymakers. The 30-year is mostly it's the most risk that we have out there on the
Ja, men det fint. Da er større sjanse for at den bonde ut.
movement in the yield of that moves a lot in price, right? And that's the what we call duration, the price-yield relationship. So when we wind up with so much debt coming out on the same day, it has to be. You have to watch it. Last month's auction though went pretty well, so I don't see why this auction won't go okay as well on Thursday. So I'm really focused on 1 o'clock today right now.
How does who sells the government debt? Is that the Fed?
The
Treasury?
The
Treasury
Treasury. How does the
Department.
Treasury decide which maturities to sell and when? How does that work?
Yeah, so every quarter they come out with what's called the quarterly refunding announcement. We had one about a month ago, and then we have another one in late July, early August. And when they decide, based largely on where demand is, right?
Okay.
So one of the reasons why they're issuing a lot of Treasury bills right now, there's around $6 trillion of Treasury bills outstanding, is because there's a lot of interest in short-end paper from things like money market mutual funds, which have $7 trillion in assets. So when you wind up having this supply-demand relationships as in favor of demand for those securities, the Treasury Department then comes out and says, oh, we'll issue more of those securities that are in demand. And you've seen that over time. It's usually pretty incremental. They don't just change things on a dime, but they do make incremental shifts based on who's buying what and where.
Wait a second. Is Paul going to start to buy into Treasury refunding announcements? Because this would be a thing. And then pretty soon he's going to start talking about debt ceiling impact and issuance, and then he'll start talking about auctions. I think we've corrupted him slowly.
Bid to cover ratio.
Oh,
He's going to get into
Remember
it.
that?
Ira, I think we're starting to move him. This is huge. Hey, Ira, thanks a lot. Super appreciate you always. Ira Jersey of Bloomberg Intelligence, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist. All right, coming up, we're going to talk again about higher education and the drama that continues to unfurl. Apparently, oil-rich University of Texas is cashing in on AI, crypto, and power. We're going to break that down with Janet Lauren, Bloomberg higher education and finance reporter. In a market where broadly we're not seeing that much movement, but Charles McGilligot over at Nomura says that, look, if we continue to just have these little moves here, we're going to start to see the fund flows get back in, like CTAs, commodity trading advisors, and that will push the equity market higher regardless of any sort of fundamental news. And if volatility stays quiet, those volatility funds may need to come in as well. Volume, again, pretty mixed. This is Bloomberg. Happy Tuesday.
Jeg har holdt på å kjøpe Nasdaq I dag sånn 10 ganger, for den går jo opp hele tiden, men det blir så fjernt.
Du skulle ikke.
Jeg tror det beste er bare ligge unna. Det er typisk når det liksom går bare sånn, ok, da skal jeg kjøpe, og kan gå bare opp, og så får den rett I trynet.
Ja.
For når den først faller, så faller den så jævlig.
Ja, du må I hvert fall ha inngang for å kjøpe.
Men Nasdaq går jo bare hver dag. Uansett hvor du kjøper den, så går den opp.
Gjør det.
Helt uten sidestykke.
Bare 0,24% I dag.
Mye opp?
Så langt. 0,24%.
Det er bra, da.
Ja, det går nå både 1,5 og 2%, liksom. 2,5. Intel opp 2%. Meta går. Microsoft litt ned da, men de har akkurat gått all time high da. Tesla som går i dag, 1,7.
Gull begynner også å lage seg et støtte her nede på 330-331. Altså motstanden går og blitt noe støtte, så hvis man har lyst til å kjøpe gull, skal man kjøpe her. Jeg har lyst, men jeg kan ikke kjøpe før jeg er ut av de andre. Nei, men da sender jeg bare det. Ja, jeg gir beskjed.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom, with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Right now, the major averages are a little changed to higher. S&P 500, 16 points higher. That's up 0.3%, 6,021 on the index. So that would put it about 2% away from its all-time record. Dow Jones Industrial Average, 17 points higher. The NASDAQ 100 right now up 50 points. That is up 0.2%. Ahead of the auction. That's for you, Alice. The 2-year right now, 4%, pretty much unchanged. The 10-year yield, pretty much unchanged, 4.46. And then 30-year, what is that, tomorrow or later in the week? Anyway, the 30-year ahead of that auction, 4.93, Thursday. Worst performing, the S&P 500, J.M. Smucker down over 11%. U.S. tariffs and higher coffee costs reducing J.M. Smucker's profit forecast by roughly $1 share this fiscal year. Meantime, Matt Mishkin at Manulife remains focused on earnings growth.
we're seeing about 13, 14% earnings growth, but no one cares. Actually, U.S. quality stocks are the worst performers within the U.S. equity market and for the global market. Quality is on sale. The U.S. is on sale.
And Citigroup set to put aside hundreds of millions of dollars more than it did last quarter to account for potential losses on loans and credit cards, a sign of likely worsening consumer health. And shares of Citigroup down just about 0.5%. Oh, here's one for you. Human line judges are going to be absent from Wimbledon this year. Instead, they're going to have cameras. 12 cameras will stand courtside to call whether the ball lands in or out. The Grand Slam Championship opens June 30th.
Technology is awesome.
Fully adopt electronic line calling, courtesy of Sony's Hawkeye Innovations. There's also apparently a shortage of line judges since sports, even tennis, you can bet on it now online. They say it's getting increasingly difficult to do because they're getting all sorts of threats.
Really?
Even death threats.
And you know where the betting is? It's not in the big matches. It's on the second and third tier circuits where there's less. That's where the big betting is in tennis.
I believe it, 100%. Yeah.
So.
But that's where you get the upsets, right? Like the beginning of the upsets and all that?
So there you go. We check the markets for you all day long.
Yeah, you
right
do.
here on Bloomberg. I'm Johnson. That's your Bloomberg Business.
He did a little dance. That's why I said that. You have your tickets yet?
Yes.
You did? Okay,
Yeah, for
nice.
first Tuesday, U.S. Open. Boom.
Boom.
Arthur Ashe Stadium. John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Also on your smart TV. Search Bloomberg Originals. Janet Lauren, higher education finance reporter, Harvard reporter, joins us in our interactive studio today, but we're not going to talk about Harvard and the fight it's having with the U.S. government. This time we're going to go down to Austin, Texas, University of Texas, cashing in on AI, crypto, and power. Janet, how is the University of Texas system based on Austin? How are they benefiting from AI, crypto, and power?
Well, thanks for having me on. So I actually went to Midland, Texas for this story.
That is landman country,
Oh,
people.
yeah.
That is the patch.
Have you watched the show?
Oh, yeah. Have I watched the show?
That's where he's learned everything he knows about oil.
So the University of Texas system has land, 2.1 million acres in the Permian Basin that the state of Texas set aside for higher education in the 1800s when the land was supposed to be worthless. But then something happened in 1923, struck oil, and for the first 100 years, the University of Texas grew its endowment with oil and gas. And now in the next century, they're looking for revenue from above the surface. They've started with a few wind and solar facilities. They have a crypto mining center, and they're looking to expand to, augment their revenue from surface ventures.
So that's so fascinating to me. How quickly are they diversifying? Like, how quickly is the money moving? And I wonder what policy in DC is also sort of filtering down into what the university invests in.
Well, the university actually isn't really investing in anything. They are the landholder, so they're signing lots of leases.
Sure, but they're like choosing to then maybe sign it for one part of energy and not another, one might say.
Well, they're looking to find new revenue sources. They've had a few wind and solar facilities on the land, and they just signed a preliminary agreement to lease about 200,000 acres or 10% of their land to a company called Apex Clean Energy for wind and solar. And their customers include companies like Meta and the Army and eBay. And right now these are, these things take years and years and years to build. The wind and solar facilities I saw that are up and running for a couple of years, those deals were initially signed several years ago, but it just takes time. And there's new transmission lines that were just approved in Texas, in 3 of them at $10 billion to move power into the Permian. So these wind and solar are producing them, and then these lines will be able to take them.
It's, Texas is such a...
Nå har jeg fått 002 helt der, altså 004 på den så langt.
The oil rigs and cowboys and all that kind of great stuff. But it's also like one of the biggest renewables places.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got a lot of wind, and they got a lot of sun, and they got a lot of land. So how does Texas kind of balance those two things?
Well, they need an all-in approach.
Okay.
And the University of Texas has, really grown its endowment. It's, $48 billion, coming close to Harvard.
Yeah.
And I did a story a couple of years ago about their record year in oil. a few years ago, they got over $2 billion in oil and gas revenue.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And it's
wonder
just
they can have
cash
these good
into
football
the
teams.
into the endowment.
Can other universities replicate the monetization of their land in a similar way? Like, what other universities have this kind of option?
Everybody in Texas knows never sell your mineral rights, but you can't really come close to this. I mean, Rice in Texas, they also have revenue coming from oil, from land, but nothing even comes close to this. University of Oklahoma, I did a story several years ago about, people gift them land, they keep the mineral rights. With fracking, they got, huge increases over time, but, you just can't compare anything to 2 million acres in the Permian Basin. So they are one of the largest, landholders in Texas.
Still, you have a great chart in here that just kind of shows the growth of revenue from their oil and gas business, which is still the vast majority of it. But this surface piece, it sounds like it can be totally incremental.
Yes, and the head of University Lands, which is the unit of the University of Texas system that runs it, initially he's saying we're kind of looking for a couple of singles here and there, test the waters, and now they're looking for bigger projects where they can have wind and solar power generation, on larger swaths of land to generate more money. Now, keep in mind, under these projects, the wind turbines that I saw, they have oil underneath, and that business is also working, so it's all concurrent.
All right, I have to ask you this question. Alice can answer it for me. There's a picture here, an operator flaring excess natural gas at a well at UT managed land in Peoria, Texas.
Källarälven, det går lite regn ner så att det underlättar för köp.
So it doesn't go into the atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, they want to capture it
Om du ska
economically.
köpa med
So you
guld.
capture it, you can then use it.
Ja.
And also,
Nu
there's
ferien.
some
Så
environmental
långt bort.
restrictions. You got to capture it, but those restrictions are changing, let's say.
And down the road, maybe you can use that natural gas to power a data center.
Yeah, it's like you got to make it economic, and if you can use it for something else, that's where you got it. Silly question: what are they using all this money for? Like the sports teams, like what Paul was just saying.
Good question. So the
Faen, hvis jeg kjøper guld selv, men jeg kan jo faen ikke kjøpe det. Jeg må...
It's not
Faen.
for operations. So if you look at their campus, and we
Nei, vi
described
får nå...
in the story a couple of buildings, $50 million for Texas A&M's new business school, tens of millions of dollars for new hospital facilities. They run a bunch of medical schools, different types of technology within those medical schools and those health systems. I forget the number of schools between the two systems, but it's something like 20 plus, MD Anderson Cancer Center.
Yep.
So they build buildings.
They build stuff. We had John Mowry on, his CIO at NFA, which is based in Dallas, a money manager, and he was just saying the growth of Dallas, it's always been a growth mode. But man, the last 10 years has just been extraordinary. And for so many reasons, the pandemic being probably one of them, but it's just amazing what's happening down in the state of Texas.
Well, and huge numbers of people are moving there. I think it's something like 1,300 people a day, and the UT and Texas A&M system are educating, hundreds of thousands of students.
Yep. All right. Wonderful story. Janet Lauren, higher education finance reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Really, really cool story. Another cool story about the amazing state of Texas. Oil-rich University of Texas cashes in on AI, crypto, and power. How about that? A little bit of green on the screen here today. The S&P 500 is up about 18 points. The Dow's up 52 points, and the Nasdaq's up.
Jeg har ikke noe tro på at vi skal ned til 3300 igjen. Stiger her kanskje. Men ikke akkurat nå.
listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, happy Tuesday. Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We are covering all the news for you: business, economics, finance, politics, through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries around the world. The news that broke around the closing bell yesterday was RFK Jr. removing all members of CDC vaccine advisory panel. So what does that actually mean for us, for the vaccinators, and for countries and health and all the things? So we go to Sam Fazeli, Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceuticals. So if you get rid of a vaccine advisory panel, like, what happens to vaccines?
Yeah, so Alex, this is, remember, there's one group at the FDA who decides whether to approve a vaccine or not. So they do all the analysis on the efficacy and the side effect profile, risk benefit, etc. And then the ACIP, which normally meets 3 times a year, was the group that decides, or is the group, because it's not gone. It's just that the current members have been put aside, and new ones are going to be brought on. The ACIP decides how to do it, how to take it forward, who should take it. Should it be, which is, what we've been having, those above 64, those above 50, etc., with comorbidity, without comorbidity, and how many times, etc. That's the kind of thing the ACIP reviewed and decided and gave guidance on that, and then insurance companies went on the back of that.
So, Sam, when you replace this entire panel, I don't think it's ever been done before, but my sense is, I don't know how quickly they repopulate this panel, but is there the risk that we see a slowdown maybe in kind of the distribution of medicines, new and existing?
Well, so I wonder whether RFK Jr., the head of the HHS, has already been thinking about this for the past 6 months. Or say 6 months, since he was confirmed, or even before that. It is possible that he has people in mind for those roles. It is also possible that, and part of the reason for that thinking is that the June ACIP meeting hasn't been cancelled. So I suspect in the next week or so, we'll be hearing the announcement of the people who are going to be on the panel. Maybe we have to wait until that day itself. I think it's 26th of June, if I'm not wrong, or there or thereabouts. And so it suggests to me that the individuals have been chosen. Now, the interesting thing is that you usually get these folks picked and vetted, and it takes some time. So that's why I'm wondering whether some decisions have already been made. I don't know who would have made the decisions. Maybe Secretary Kennedy has done it himself. I don't know the details, but a group will be back. And of course, the question then is, who are they? What type of people are they? And are they all of the view that fits in with what Secretary Kennedy has been thinking, or what? We'll have to wait and see.
Okay, so let's play that fun what-if game. Sam, if those that do come on do subscribe to views over vaccines as Secretary Kennedy does, what does that wind up looking like for vaccine stocks?
Yeah, as you can tell, I think Moderna is not really particularly suffering today, or BioNTech. I think the expectation is that this group will still be an expert group who will be able to decide how vaccines are administered and how they're used. And I don't think there'll be a particularly massive change to the already announced guidances and views, i.e. going forward we want placebo-controlled trials, i.e. we want these vaccines to be used in, particularly COVID, for example, in people with comorbidities and not just the entire population, etc., which has been what had ended up happening anyway in reality. So I don't know whether there's going to be a massive shift. Then again, we wait and see who's on this panel. If they end up being non-experts in the vaccine world, then you start worrying.
So, Sam, as you talk to institutional investors around the world, what is their view towards biotech and big pharma, given maybe some of this changing landscape?
Yeah, so biotech's had a bit of a reprieve recently. As you remember, a couple of weeks ago or so, or 10 days ago, we talked about some M&A deals that came in, some big licensing deal, etc. So that has helped sentiment a bit. And I think what the market is not ready for is a real comeback on the most favored nation or anything to do with the tariffs on pharmaceuticals, because that's not gone away. All the other tariff conversation does not include pharmaceuticals, right? So there is a risk that we've become a little bit complacent, maybe, with regards to the sector as a whole and what the administration would do, maybe because of the walkbacks of some of the tariff talk that had happened with other sectors, etc. I think there's probably some of that happening. So fingers crossed, nothing shocking or surprising comes out of either of those two fronts.
Would we be thinking, though, that there would be some exemptions for some components, for some diseases?
Well, I think if there is going to be a tariff, it has to be on the imported drugs, right? Because then if you're a pharma company that produces 60, 70, 80% of your product in the US already, then you shouldn't feel an impact from that. And you might be able to then switch more manufacturing. But this is what I've said before. You can't say to pharma companies that the reason you should bring manufacturing here, because this is your biggest profit center. And then at the same time, with MFN, most favored nation, try and erode that profit capability. That's what I'm worried is one of the guiding principles of the administration.
Right, and that obviously has those repercussions. Hey, Sam, really great to check in with you. Sam Fazeli of Bloomberg Intelligence. He's Director of Research as well as Senior Pharmaceutical Analyst. Thank you very much. All right, for our listeners in the United States, here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio, Sirius XM, Channel 121, access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM, Channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now as shocker. Stocks are higher, but volume is mixed.
Yes.
I know. I feel like this is a new statement that I'm saying.
It's the new normal, appears to be. And that's not too bad. That's not terrible.
I know, but then what? ...
Yes.
To the up or the downside.
Yep.
We'll break all that down for you. Happy Tuesday.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We have a great hour lined up for you. Tom Orlik will be joining us. He's Bloomberg Economics chief economist on the latest in U.S.-China trade talks. Again, who has the leverage? Where might we see movement first? And Sarah McGregor, Bloomberg managing editor of the national team, will join us on the unrest and protests that are unfurling in L.A. Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence senior technology analyst, will be recapping the dud of Apple's WWDC. Can I call it a dud? I can call it a dud.
Well, just underwhelming, or I don't know.
I'm calling it a dud.
Okay.
I'm summing that up. All right, and then we will also talk to Joy Yang, head of index product management at Market Vectors Indices, to discuss her outlooks for the market. So we have a lot lined up for you. Let's kick it all off right now with a Bloomberg Business Flash with John Tucker.
All right, thanks, guys. And right now, the major averages pushing a little higher. Still waiting to hear what's going to come of the trade talks underway between the United States and China. Those talks taking place in London. S&P 500 within just about 2.1% of its all-time high. Designer Brands, this is the company behind DSW Shoe Stores. This is the latest U.S. company to yank its financial forecast because of uncertainty stemming primarily from global trade policies. Shares that trade in the United States of the chip-making giant Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing. They are higher right now, up just about 2.5%. The company said its revenue in May jumped nearly 40% from the year earlier. S&P 500 right now 15 points higher, up about 0.25%. We're at 6,021 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 58 points higher. NASDAQ 100 up 33 points. That's up about 0.2%. Victoria Fernandez at Crossmark Global doesn't see much immediate movement in stocks.
We are going to continue to kind of churn around these levels. We're at this 6,000 level for the S&P. It's reached that. That was a strong psychological level. And I think that's where we'll stay until we get news one way or the other coming out of these talks. You know, the market tends to get ahead of itself a little bit.
McDonald's right now down 1.3%. The largest restaurant chain is lower after Redburn Atlantic gave them the sole sell rating on this stock. They're blaming shifting consumer patterns due to weight loss drugs and inflation. And you may not have heard of them, Marelli Holdings, the auto parts supplier for Nissan, Stellantis, and other car makers. They're planning to seek Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. Marelli employs more than 50,000 people. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Let's take a look right now at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney along with Alex Steele, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Isabel Lee. Isabel, what are you looking at?
I'm looking at Paramount. So the stock is now flat, down by nearly just 0.2%. So the company plans to cut several hundred employees due to the economic landscape and just really the continuing decline in cable TV. I mean, now when I talk to a lot of my friends, not many of them have cable TV, and the move will affect 3.5% of the media company's workforce, according to an internal memo. So Paramount, which is the parent of CBS and MTV, last year already cut 15%. So now majority of employees will be notified immediately, says the CEO. This is just really, I think, a challenging time.
Yeah, I've seen this before, as has John, in the newspaper business, in the magazine business, in the radio business, and now the...
Jeg tror ikke jeg har hakket noe I dag. Det ikke det jeg hørte I hvert fall.
They just radically change. So there's only going to be a few players in a particular kind of content, right? And the different people that work there and different needs. So it's sort of like how to rethink that.
Yeah, it's just,
Gul.
There still is content creation. There always will be content creation. It's just a question of how it gets to the consumer. And now it's direct to the consumer via streaming.
Okay, let's go to Apple. So I called WWDC, the Worldwide Developer Conference, a dud. Was that fair of me?
Probably. It's up. The stock is up 1.5%. AAPL is the ticker. So Apple introduced a number of AI features during that conference. And even afterwards, investors are really waiting for the enhancements to Siri, which is their assistant, AI assistant. So the announcement included an expanded partnership and a relationship with ChatGPT, which is the ChatGPT maker OpenAI, which first teamed up with Apple last year. And AI wasn't really the main focus of the event, which is why maybe Alex thought it was a dud. It dwelled more on operating system design changes and other features. But they did talk about AI and how AI capabilities will help Apple's iOS begin to match more features offered by Samsung and Android devices. This is always a debate with me and my cousins. I have an iPhone and they have an Android. And we always have a contest on who will take better photos or like features and stuff.
And?
I'm just a lifelong Apple user, and I think that's the strength of Apple. She's very sold on her Android. It does make it pretty.
Our family is all Apple, with the exception of my oldest.
Android.
He's the engineer, and he says it's a superior.
Eneste du vite på Nasdaq det at Nasdaq funker ikke nå, for den følger 5 store aksjer. Følger Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, også Tesla til stadighet, og Meta, egentlig 7 da. Så hele Nasdaq basically bare 7 aksjer nå. De 5 største aksjene på Nasdaq vekter 50% av Nasdaq. Så selv om det kommer dårlige nyheter på Nasdaq, eller dårlige nyheter, så vil ikke indeksen røre på seg, med mindre de her rører på seg da. Og sånn var det jo ikke før. Før når du handlet indekser, så handlet du en indeks på alle, på Nasdaq da, på Nasdaq 100 på 100, alle 100 da. Nå så funker det ikke sånn. Det liksom noen få aksjer som styrer i hele Nasdaq. Så Nasdaq basically ganske ødelagt nå. Så, samme som DAXen har blitt. Den har på en måte blitt styrt av SAP og hva heter det for noe? Hva heter det for noe? Den der metallselskapet. Ikke metallforsvars, men det der, faen heter det for noe? Rein metall. Og sånn det med Nasdaq nå. Nasdaq ikke en indeks lenger. Det liksom 7 aksjer. Du ser det på alt. Hvis markedet tryner, så går ikke Nasdaq ned. Russell 2000 faller, gull stiger, rentene stiger, så markedet faller, men indeksen rører ikke på seg, for Nvidia går opp, eller Tesla går opp, eller hva faen det måtte være. Så derfor så skjønner du ikke noe på Nasdaq. Så det ikke noe å skjønne. Folk gidder ikke trade Nasdaq lenger, sånn som de gjorde. Men det kommer tilbake, for det vil snu. Dere kan se på her, veldig morsomt å se. Jeg kan vise dere. Dere lærer masse herfra. Hvis du går på Most Popular, kan du se på kommentarene her. Så ser dere tradere som snakker. Så kan dere se hva folk kommenterer. Every piece of economic data that has been released this year has been bad. GDP even negative. They pumped the stock market back to all-time highs. Bla, bla, bla. Det er liksom det samme kommentarene på alt. Det er ingen som skjønner hvorfor det går opp. Alt er maker av dritt. Nasdaq has bound 30% from the lows. All-time high, while tariffs are currently 3 times higher on average than the beginning of this year. This is a massive victory for Trump, for all the whining, bla, 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 bla. Så Nasdaq går opp med nesten 30% fra low med enda høyere tariff, som egentlig var greia hvorfor det falt de 20% på de 3 dagene. Så det er ingen som skjønner noen ting. Så du burde lese de kommentarene her. Da ser dere sånn cirka... Der. Jeg lærer masse. Vi var så nøye for å solgt all trades i dag. Lost in Heaven. Vi skal selge den på 60. Kommer til å smelle opp den til 60. Tror jeg, hvis ikke Trump sier noe helt sinnssykt nå.
Demand was providing a little bit of a boost to growth. On the other hand, China views itself as a great power, a peer competitor with the United States. And from that perspective, they absolutely don't want to cave, don't want to signal that they are susceptible to...
TJR er fet da. Jeg skal bare hente meg en brødskive. Den er 6 dager gammel, men jeg er så jævla sulten.
But also the desire to save face, to be treated with respect, which I think are kind of going to be a complicating factor in these negotiations currently taking place in London.
Who do you... going forward, what kind of situation do you think the U.S. and China will find themselves in? One of somehow cooperation with many deals that will wind up continuing to move them towards working with each other, or a continued decoupling?
You know, I think it's steady state conflict, right? It's steady state conflict. What do I mean by that? Well, it's in neither side's interest to completely decouple, right? That's why in Geneva, it was pretty quick. It was pretty easy to get down from those embargo level 145% tariffs to something which was much lower. But then neither is it in America's interest to play nice, right? America's very worried about China's rapid catch-up. They're very worried about forced tech transfer. And of course, President Trump has demonstrated that tough on China is a real vote winner. So at one extreme, neither side wants to completely decouple. At the other extreme, certainly in the United States, cooperation with China, friendship with China, not really on the agenda. Where does that leave us? Somewhere in this kind of messy middle where conflict and tensions continue, but hopefully they don't ever blow up to complete decoupling. That to me seems like the bouncy, volatile equilibrium we're going to be in for the next few weeks, months, maybe even years.
Tom, describe the position for President Xi. It seems like it is unassailable. Does he enjoy full support of the Chinese people, and will that be reflected in policy?
So, I mean, Paul, I don't need to tell you this, but China is not a democracy, so it doesn't have elections, but it does have politics, right? The implicit bargain which the Chinese Communist Party has made with the Chinese people is you give us control and we will give you prosperity, right?
Yep.
Now, for decades, from Deng Xiaoping to Jiang Zemin to Hu Jintao, that bargain kind of worked, right? It kind of worked. Prosperity continued to increase, and no one questioned, with some notable exceptions, no one questioned Chinese Communist Party's rule. What's happening now? Well, the property sector's in a slow motion collapse. That's not contributing to prosperity. Trade, well, at one point in the last few weeks, China faced a near embargo on its exports to the United States. So exports weren't contributing to prosperity either. So how strong is support for the Chinese Communist Party? I don't think anyone really knows, but I can tell you that if property continues sliding and trade continues sliding and prosperity for Chinese households starts eroding, well, that's not going to be something that contributes to political stability.
All right, Tom, thank you so much for your time. Tom Orlik, Chief Economist for Bloomberg Economics, based down there in Washington, D.C. Let's go from D.C. Out to L.A. What's happening out there with the unrest out there in Los Angeles? Sarah McGregor, Bloomberg Managing Editor of the national team, joins us here. Sarah, can you give us the latest reporting from Los Angeles? We understand President Trump has authorized another 2,000 troops in addition to 700 Marines. What's the status?
Yes. So on the ground now, we're told there were hundreds of National Guards yesterday. That's moved up closer to 2,000 with, as you said, another 2,000 authorized on the ground. We are hearing that the 700 Marines are in LA right now. We're not being told their positions. And from what we're seeing from local reporting or what our own reporters are seeing on the ground, they haven't actually been deployed yet. So we're not seeing them. But I think the key question that remains is sort of what are their marching orders? Who are they reporting to? Is there coordination with local law enforcement? And sort of how will they react on the ground in terms of trying to control potential protesters? We did see a fourth night of sort of localized protests in Los Angeles. And again, these aren't massive protests. In some ways, it's, vandals looting shops and obviously interacting with security forces on the ground. But, these aren't massive protests yet that we're seeing in LA.
Well, that's exactly what I wanted you to paint a picture of, because always when you look at pictures, you're always going to look at the worst pictures, right? Because that's what we do as a media culture. What's it really like? How peaceful? Where are the breakouts of stress? What does the unrest actually look like?
Even before this weekend, there were peaceful protests in downtown LA, other parts of the city, mostly people focused on, immigration, anti-deportation protesters. So, this is something that isn't unusual, people gathering to sort of protest ICE raids or Trump's immigration agenda. Of course, the violence that we saw uptick over the weekend after a spate of raids in the area is what sort of prompted this latest flare-up. But that being said, what we're seeing right now, both from our reporting and local media, is that downtown LA, parts of South LA, Compton, Paramount, and now Santa Ana, which is in Orange County, are seeing some of these protests. So, we're in Century City, our office here at Bloomberg in the business district. That's you wouldn't know anything that is happening. It's miles away from some of these protests, Santa Monica, beach areas. So, it's kind of, it shut down a highway over the weekend. Again, I don't want to downplay the severity in some respects, but much of the city, if you didn't turn on the news, would not know this was happening.
Wow.
What's been the response from government officials in the state of California?
We saw quite the war of words between Newsom and Trump yesterday. We saw Trump suggesting, he wouldn't mind if Newsom was arrested. Of course, there's no grounds for that. But kind of back and forth. Newsom posted photos of some of the National Guard sleeping on the floor with their backpacks, saying, they're not being treated even properly. They're not getting food or a place to rest their heads. So, there's a little bit of theatrics going on with the war of words playing out over social media. But at the same time, there's some real issues at play. And I think, the escalation with the Marines yesterday is just another example of how, action is being followed up by some of these words. And Trump in the past has threatened federal funding to the state of California. So that's one of the big things that we're watching for. At what point will this escalate, potentially to more of a militarization, but also potentially funding cuts or other, other things.
Okay. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate your reporting from Los Angeles. Sarah McGregor, National Team Managing Editor for Bloomberg News, joining us from LA via Zoom. Red headline, crossing the terminal. The U.S. and China have concluded trade talks in London. That's according to Chinese media. We'll bring you continued reporting on that. Seems kind of a quick session or a quick couple of days, maybe.
I mean, they kept doing it, right? It
Yep.
doesn't seem like it ended necessarily poorly. We don't have any more reporting on that, but we will definitely keep you updated. So full 2 days of talks there between the U.S. and China delegations in London. Okay, coming up, we are going to have much more on the markets. Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst on Apple, plus Joy Yang of Market Vectors Indexes. This is Bloomberg.
Se her da. Nasdaq går. Nasdaq er personstyrelse. Hæ? Hæ? Jeg sa det, han er som en hund.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg News with this Bloomberg Business Flash. And we are being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. And this is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. So we did get that headline from Chinese media, U.S. and China concluding those trade talks in London. No word on any sort of deal, so the major stock averages a little changed. Right now, the S&P 500 up 15. That's a rise of 0.25%, 6,021. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 30 points higher. NASDAQ 100 is 47 points higher. That's up about 0.2%. The bonds are a little changed after a 3-year note auction, the first in 3 offerings that will end in Thursday's sale of 30-year debt. Also waiting for inflation data tomorrow, the Consumer Price Index, and that is followed by the Producer Price Index. Some of the individual movers: Cisco Systems updating its networking and security products, trying to make artificial intelligent networks speedier and more secure, part of a broad push to capitalize on the AI spending boom. And Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, the main chip maker for NVIDIA and Apple, reporting a 40% jump in May revenue. That was front-loading ahead of tariffs. The Taiwan Semiconductor shares in the U.S., they are 2% higher right now. With the rise of artificial intelligence and the popularity of online classes, this has led to an explosion of financial aid fraud, fake college enrollments. Apparently, they've been surging. A crime ring has deployed what they call ghost students. So they take out loans and then steal the financial aid. And in some cases, it's an interesting story. The AP did it. In some cases, professors show up for class and there's no students in it, even though the class was pretty much sold out. They're all ghost students. Anyway, check the markets view all day long, right here on Bloomberg. I'm John Tucker.
John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We are streaming live on YouTube as well, and we're also doing Smart TV. That's also the video stuff, and you can just go search Bloomberg Pursuits, and that's where you'll find us. I'm just going to talk about Apple here. And I'm just going to go to Mark Gurman's reporting here. That is the place to start. Apple unveiled the most sweeping software redesign in its history, aiming to make the company's device lineup more cohesive and useful, even while doing little to upgrade its struggling artificial intelligence platform. I'm looking at the stock. It's up 1% today, but it's down 18% year to date. So kind of underwhelming might be the term. Anurag Rana joins us. He's the professional. He's a senior technology analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Anurag, what's your takeaway from kind of what we saw at Apple's developer conference yesterday?
Yeah, and it's a lot of fun reading Mark's stuff, because Mark always publishes what's going to happen at the conference a few weeks ahead. So we have time to learn and figure it out. But, just like what he said, I mean, this was not a whole lot of things when it comes to AI. It's not going to force anybody to run out and upgrade their devices anytime soon. But, one of the things that really caught my attention is the iPad software, how close it's getting to MacBook. That's an area where I'm not a big iPad user, because I really want to use, multiple windows and the way things flow with each other. So I use the MacBook Air. But I can see myself transitioning over to iPad, that, if you want to watch the TV or anything, you use the iPad. Otherwise, when you have to work, you just, use that. So there were a lot of small things that shows that they are making incremental progress. But again, as you can imagine, everybody wants to talk AI and nothing else at this point.
So there are two schools of thought, right? One is like, look, they got 1 billion users, so at some point they'll come up with their AI, people will pay for it, and it'll be fine. The other is that they're going to be losing ground really quickly to other hardware suppliers that have different types of AI. Where do you stand on that?
I'm on the first camp. I don't think you can just move over from your computing device and go somewhere else. I don't even call it phone anymore. I mean, it is so much more than that for you. You're spending several hours a day on that particular phone. I think the AI strategy is pretty interesting for them, because they control the distribution. They don't want to unlock, or they don't want to let go of your private data while trying to figure this out. And I think that's a bit of a handicap for them, but I'm sure smart people, they'll figure it out. I think they're going to outsource a lot for others to figure it out as well. So that's also happening. And the third thing that it hasn't happened, but I'm fairly optimistic that over the next 12 months that they will add, Google's Gemini model also into their ecosystem. In addition to the OpenAI that's already there, because that will help them, gain more, you could say, expertise, features that they don't have, plus also show the regulators that they are not only just, married to one particular person for that feature.
Now, this is sacrilege, what I'm about to ask, Anurag, but I'm going to do it. Would they consider acqui-hire? buy their way into AI?
It's a very difficult thing to do because it's not so much that, everybody can use these. Everybody would be dying to put their model on the ecosystem. This is the most lucrative ecosystem for anybody that's out there. Over 2.5 billion devices and over 1 billion phones. So, from a distribution point of view, these are rich people who have these phones. They really are the ones who are doing transacting ecosystem. The problem over here is, when you look at somebody like a Google Gemini, it knows everything about you because, you feed it through search, Gmail. Apple keeps your data private. It's not seeing what you're doing on a daily basis. But if it's not seeing that, it's not able to give you customized stuff.
Elon er kompis med Trump igjen, ser ut som, for de reposter tingene hans, som har Tesla opp 4%
It's a little
nesten.
bit tougher for them from a tech point of view, but I think over time they will get
Har
it.
ingenting
I do
med
have to
finans å
say,
gjøre.
talking to people, just humans, like outside of Bloomberg, for example, they use AI all the time.
Yep.
I mean, pitch books, emails, I was shocked at how much productivity is being talked about. Anurag, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Technology Analyst, joining us on Apple. Believer in those 1 billion users and what will happen with AI. All right, taking a look at the markets, talk about believing. I mean, it feels like a rally, I can say that, over the last few days. It's stealth, it's not aggressive, volume's a little mixed, but we keep grinding our way higher. Joy Yang is head of index product management at Market Vectors Indexes, and she joins us now in our interactive broker studio right here at Bloomberg. So what does this tell us? Is this a strong conviction rally? Is this a grind higher until we get bad news rally? How would you describe it?
I think we're all waiting for the headline bombs to drop, but I think investors should be cautious not to interpret a bounce with a bottom. And taking a perspective year to date, developed markets, emerging markets are still up 15-20% compared to 2%. And we have to look at the bond markets and what they're telling us. The yield curve is steepening, so there's still concerns, even if there are tariff agreements around inflationary prices, around U.S. debt, around kind of this backing away from U.S. exceptionalism. So there's still a lot of cautious risks out there that we need to process, and we should have a broader perspective on a handshake versus enforceable agreements and the long-term implications of what's going on. So I think overall people probably are adjusting to this new normal, which is, we're going to have a lot of policy volatility as well as geopolitical risks. So investors are now stepping into, other alternative assets, and that's why we're seeing Bitcoin, pretty much increasing all-time highs. We're seeing gold kind of like a stabilizing, but we're seeing alternative gold such as silver, platinum. They're reaching all-time highs at the moment.
So, do I just buy 10-year treasuries? Do I just buy gold? That's my version of hiding out? Or do I go to quality stocks, I have air quotes?
Yeah, I diversify away from, high-tech growth stocks. Look at quality, look at value, look at gold, but look at relative value to gold, which is the silver, the platinums. Look at where policy shifts will be more optimistic, which is around rare earth metals, around, those are the things that governments are focused on and trying to create better regulation or more stimulus package. Look at defense. And we're seeing regulatory clarity around crypto markets also, so that's opening up a new asset class. So really think about diversifying away from just your core holdings.
I take a look at the VIX, grinding its way lower, but then you look at, say, the VIX 6 months out, and you compare the two, and volatility is still expected to be quite high on a relative basis 6 months out. What does that tell you? How does that change an asset allocation?
I think people are really kind of, the VIX is reflecting people stepping away and just kind of waiting around. And we've seen kind of this breakdown in correlations between equities and bonds. And we're seeing this changing volatility pattern in crypto assets too. So Bitcoin has been stabilizing in volatility, coming down in volatility, whereas some of these stock, whether you look at NVIDIA or Palantir, those volatilities are going up. So I think investors have to adjust to this new normal and to think about holding different types of asset classes as well as diversifying away from kind of the traditional core equity bond.
What do you make of Bitcoin? What's your crypto kind of call your shop? How do you guys think about it?
I mean, crypto overall is, it's a very broad asset class. Bitcoin definitely is maturing with institutional focus, and we've also seen recently flows into Ethereum. So as investors, diverse investors come into this ecosystem, you're going to see a change of what people are focusing on, which is less of the speculative volatility and more of the use case, whether it's store value or operating or layer one systems. They are ultimately going to produce value and perform differently from equities and bonds that may be subject to more of the macro risks that we're seeing at play.
Speaking of, quickly, Blackstone CEO Steve Schwarzman was talking about investing in Europe. Is the ex-US trade kind of where you want to be?
It's still a good trade given the valuation.
Oh, actually, trade or investment, I guess, is a better question.
It's still, look at the relative valuation. U.S. is still very expensive. There's definitely, rest of the world is pushing towards
US reliance
on U.S. exceptionalism, providing more stimulus into their own national industries and military defense. So that's going to increase growth opportunities abroad. And as we become, I guess, more inner or protect our own industry, competition will broaden elsewhere.
All right, Joy, thank you so much for joining us. Always appreciate it. Joy Yang, Head of Index Product Management at Market Vector Index's Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Was a good place to be. What are you looking at, Alex?
Well, I'm looking at what we're going to talk about next, which is offshore wind.
Yes.
So, yeah,
but
you got excited.
Yeah, but isn't that the one that's really under pressure?
Really under pressure. But if you need an all-of-above energy strategy,
what would
that include offshore wind, particularly projects that are already underway? But Oliver Metcalf of Bloomberg BNEF will be joining us for his take on what happens to offshore wind in the Trump administration and where it's still going to be okay to invest. This is Bloomberg.
Sør på 60. Det som kommer til å skje etterpå, det er nyhetene med Iran og det greiene der. Trump kommer til å si det er ikke noe å bry seg om, fordi vi er verdens beste militære. Iran skal ikke kødde med oss, dette ordner seg, og så går det opp igjen. Jeg kan kjøpe nå, men jeg skal fortelle hvorfor ikke jeg gjør det. Hvis jeg kjøper nå, så sprenger jeg kontoen til de små, så jeg får ikke kjøpt nå. Men å kjøpe gull her nå på rundt 30, det hadde jeg gjort. Hvis jeg hadde hatt... Jeg må ut av de gamle først, og så kan jeg ta store posisjoner. Men siden jeg har så mange små kontrakter, så kan jeg ikke ta noe mer, for da går det ut av de som følger med. Og så hadde ingen fulgt meg nå, så hadde jeg kjøpt masse gull her nå. Jeg hører ikke. Hva er det du sier for noe? Ah. Jeg tenkte også ta litt gevinst etterpå på gull. Jeg gjorde ikke det i stad, for jeg tenkte meg ikke helt om, for jeg tenkte at nå må jeg være med helt opp. Men jeg skal ta gevinst på gull etterpå. Og så skal jeg selv sette en stor post, for da får dere uansett mindre på de minste kontoene, hvis ikke de blir berørt. Så etterpå så skal jeg sette halve kontrakter. Og da får de minste kontoene 0,01, og så får jeg 0,5. Det er sånn du må gjøre det. For sånn som nå, så får jeg ingenting ut av dette her. Selv om jeg går i pluss med $10, så tjener jeg ikke en dritt. For det er så små posisjoner. Så, ja. Hvorfor trykker jeg på den hele tiden? Se Nasdaq. Selv på drittnytter så spretter den rett opp igjen. Gull flakser faen meg opp på bra opp på den nå da. Noe så jævlig.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. So far, no exact word of any progress in the trade talks between the U.S. and China that are taking place in London. Now, a U.S. official disputes an earlier China media report and says, in fact, the talks between the U.S. and China are still going on today. The worst performing stock of the S&P 500. Let's start there. J.M. Smucker, they declined the most in nearly 4 decades, saying U.S. tariffs are increasing costs in its coffee business, and that's going to hurt profit. Overall, the S&P 500, 6 points higher right now. That's up about 0.1%. We're at 6,012 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 5 points higher right now. Yeah, the NASDAQ 100, that is down 9 points. Joe Quinlan at Bank of America, he was on the program earlier today. He says investors do need trade certainty.
This is a big step forward if the U.S. and China can cut a deal, kind of declare victory both sides and move ahead. But let's face it, there's a lot of differences when it comes to trade between the U.S. and China. That's going to linger. So the key here in London, dial it back, find an off-ramp, and begin again. So I think that's what the markets are looking for.
Citigroup set to put aside hundreds of millions of dollars more than it did last quarter. They're trying to account for potential losses on loans and credit cards. This is a sign of likely worsening consumer health. And Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg personally recruiting a new team called the Super Intelligence Group. Their goal is to achieve Artificial General Intelligence, or AGI. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Now, John Tucker was aware of the story. I was not.
Hva så kjører han
Developing an
opp som
offshore
faen
wind project
hele
where
tiden,
New
egentlig?
Jersey has filed a request to cancel its plans, citing economic and political headwinds. John, this wind thing was going to be off the coast of Atlantic City, powering the casinos and all the homes and stuff.
Well, I remember, I mean, it's a project that went way back in New Jersey history. And all of a sudden, poof, it's gone.
Yeah, I think of all the renewable energies that are perhaps maybe under pressure by this administration, the one that might be the most risk is offshore wind. Oliver Metcalf joins us. He is head of wind research at BNEF. He joins us here in our studio. Oliver, what's the state of your world? Talk to us about particularly offshore wind. What's the status of that in this
Alle de store ganske bra, unntatt Alphabet.
Well, offshore wind projects in the US at the moment are facing a really difficult
Tesla, ellers alle ned.
It's been tough over the last few years. There have been rising costs, supply chain bottlenecks that have hit the sector really hard. High interest rates for such an expensive technology is also something that raises costs a lot. There have been strong political headwinds since the Trump administration took office. So the Trump administration withdrew the permit for that Atlantic Shores project that you were just mentioning there. That was a project that had already faced those higher costs I was talking about, already facing a lot of economic difficulties. And the removal of that permit was the final straw that really pushed the developers over the edge. The project isn't completely cancelled, so Shell and EDF that own that
Nasdaq hentet seg med 100 poeng her.
Marine area are
På
going to hold on to that
fucking
lease.
news.
There's potential that they
Hver
could
dag.
develop that in a different form in the future if there's a more friendly administration to offshore wind. But yeah, a bit of a bleak outlook for the sector at the moment in the US.
What about projects that already are offshore, and are already producing? Could those lose their lease and get shut down?
It's not looking like that at the moment. So the Trump administration put a stop work order on a currently under construction project that would feed power into New York called Empire Wind. That's getting developed by the big Norwegian oil major
right?
called Equinor. That one.
Oh, Equinor. This is an Equinor one. Okay.
And Equinor had already invested over a couple of billions of dollars in that project. Thankfully for the sector, the stop work order has been lifted now. That's a good sign for the other projects. There are 5 under construction US offshore wind projects at the moment. So the fact that project was allowed to go ahead is a very, very good signal for other investors that are building projects like Ørsted, like you mentioned, that have projects in the pipeline. So those 5 projects we're expecting to go ahead. All the other ones kind of further out in the pipeline. Federal permitting of projects, federal leasing of new seabed areas to build projects. The kind of development environment has ground to a standstill for those projects that are a little bit further out into the pipeline in US offshore wind.
What's the rest of the world doing with offshore wind these days?
Well, some of those effects that I was talking about that have hit the US have hit other markets around the world. So costs have risen globally. There have been supply chain constraints. There have been high interest rates. That's kind of a global story. But we're seeing a lot of growth despite that around the world for offshore wind. Particularly European countries in the North Sea are building mega projects. We're expecting the largest project in the world to start commissioning their turbines next year. A project called Dogger Bank off the coast of the UK. And then we're just beginning to see markets in Asia start to pick up. So we're beginning to see the globalization of the offshore wind industry. So that's markets like Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, starting to install their first commercial scale projects. And over the next few years, we're expecting them to start installing kind of industrial sized projects that we're already seeing in the North Sea.
You mentioned this earlier, but a couple things that sort of went wrong.
Nasdaq hentet 100 poeng fra fallet. Det som er veldig rart er at Nvidia er mer ned nå enn stedet når Nasdaq går oppe. Den er mer ned. Microsoft, den er mer ned. Apple, den står på stedet hvil. Amazon, den er mer ned. Meta, den er mer ned. Broadcom, den er mer ned. Tesla er på stedet hvil. Så alle de største aksjene har falt, men Nasdaq hentet seg med 100 poeng. Får ikke det her til å stemme. Så her. Rødt. Microsoft er rødt, Amazon er rødt, Netflix er rødt, Meta, så vidt er grønt, Apple så vidt er grønt. Det her er bare sånn helt rart. Og Tesla, den vekter litt da. Den er opp 3,5%. Men forrige uke når Tesla var ned med 14 og 18% på det meste, så gikk vi ned 25 poeng. Så det er et eller annet som ikke harmonerer noen steder. Det er veldig, veldig vanskelig. Nasdaq er et eller annet som er rart der.
Whole construction process is just much more difficult when you're doing it on water versus when you're doing it just on land.
Jeg vet ikke, jeg vet bare det, Nico, at jeg kan aksjer, og jeg kan vekting. Og vektingen er ganske enkel, for den står her. Her står, det her er live, det sender jeg nå. Se her nå, det er live. Alle de store har gått til rødt. Hvorfor faller ikke Nasdaq da? Det er ikke noe jeg finner på. Det er bare hvorfor faller ikke. Alt er rødt. Hvorfor faller det ikke? Og S&P 500 er så vidt opp.
Also onshore infrastructure projects. So from the time that you sign that seabed lease agreement, you get your seabed area, you can build a project to commissioning. We estimate that's around 9 years in the US. So it takes a long time to build one of these things.
I don't know, I guess I'm still in the camp. All of the above. We need all of the above, I guess. But I would think it's got to be economical.
Imran tappte retten, altså.
Yeah, but yes.
Ja, på Finansavisen nå.
I don't know. It's complex policy, so I'll leave it to the experts. I'll leave it to the experts down in Washington.
Hæ?
It is a complex.
Hva sier du? Hva sa du? Ja, tappte det, pluss saksomkostninger.
Policy.
Oliver Metcalf,
Forskjell av Finansavisen.
appreciate it. 35 points. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Det er konsolidering der i botten her.
Ja.
Spørs om den bryter ned.
Ja, vi må se nå. Det er Nasdaq. JE, nei. Hvis du ser nå på Nvidia, så er Nvidia, nå er den grønt den da, men Nvidia var grønt, og så gikk den i rødt. Så alt er med ned av de store, mens indeksene hentet seg inn. Så det er mer rødt nå enn hva det var i stad, enda indeksen gikk opp. Det bare gir ikke mening.
Jeg tenker på gull da.
Ja, gull klarer vi ikke. Vi snakker om Nasdaq, for Nasdaq hentet seg med 100 poeng, og så ser jeg alle de største selskapene på Nasdaq. Jeg sitter her og ser på vektinga. Alle sammen har falt mer, og så har Nasdaq hentet seg med 100 poeng, så det gir jo faen ikke mening. Eneste som har gått mer opp, det er Tesla. Og Tesla alene klarer ikke å dra opp indeksen så mye med 3%, når alt annet går i rødt.
Spørs om det er bare 150% vekting totalt da.
Ja, det er klart veldig spesielt her. Jeg bryr meg ikke. Jeg sitter og tredjer gull, så jeg faen. Men jeg synes det er veldig fascinerende så at du har alle de største går i rødt, og så ser du Nasdaqen går opp med 100 poeng. Det er bare veldig spesielt. Det er hver dag.
Jeg kikker noe på Nasdaqen sånn eller.
Hvis jeg skal gjøre noe på Nasdaq nå, så blir det bare å kjøpe imot de shortene. Kjøpe på dip, bare for å være med.
Kjøpe på dip.
Ja, jeg sier ikke shorte. Selv om jeg tror du skal skikkelig til helvete, så skal jeg bare kjøpe på dip.
Ja.
Men Joes, hvis gull går bare opp, hvis det går ned, så kan du styre gull da. Nei, det går ikke bare opp selv om Nasdaq går ned. Du får en pekepinne på at folk er nervøse. Gull lever sin egen verden. Nasdaq kan gå opp 300 poeng, og så kan gull også gå opp. Det skjedde jo forgårs. Det gikk jo Nasdaq opp, og gull gikk videre oppover. Så det er ikke sånn at gull bare går opp hvis Nasdaq går ned. Det er ikke sånn. Men gull gir en pekefinger hvor folk med pengene sine. Så hvis gull stiger, så det veldig mange mennesker som nervøse for enten om det valuta eller om det equities. Da kjøper man gull. Så selv om Nasdaq går opp, så kan gull gå opp. For Nasdaq nå manipulert, basically. Og det ikke sånn overtroisk eller noe sånn konspirasjonsteoretikk eller noe sånt nå. 100% den manipulert. Det ble styrt av 5 aksjer på hele Nasdaq. Så hvis resten av verden selger alt på Nasdaq unntatt de 5 selskapene, så kan Nasdaq gå opp, og så kan gull også gå opp. Hvis jeg klarte å forklare bra. Jeg klarer faen å forklare en dritt. Så gull kan gå opp masse, selv om Nasdaq går opp. Så lenge det underliggende bearish, da kjøper du gull.
Well, June is Pride Month, so over the next couple of weeks, we're going to highlight segments on topics related to equality. And today, we're speaking with Chi-Ling Tong, CEO of National...
Det var ikke en av selskapene som var over 12% her til det.
American Chamber of Commerce.
Jo,
She joins us now from Washington, D.C.
Microsoft vekter nå 11,61%, Nvidia vekter nå 11,58%, Apple vekter nå 10,11%, Amazon vekter nå 7,6%, Alphabet vekter 7,3%. Så 5 av de største selskapene på Nasdaq, det her ganske sjukt, ass. Det her hadde aldri fungert for 10 år siden. 11,61 pluss 11,58 pluss 10,11 pluss 7,62 pluss 7,...
We took about 60 small business owners to meet with 40 congressional office. They all talk about how tariffs...
De 5 største selskapene på Nasdaq vekter 48,23%. Da går jo ikke Nasdaq ned hvis ingen av de der er.
It is very important for them to share their experience with policymakers.
Det helt sjukt, det jo ikke en indeks lenger. 48,23%, de 5 største selskapene på Nasdaq. Og da har du 95 andre selskaper som må gå mer ned totalt for at det skal gå ned. Eller jeg kan si på en annen måte. De 5 største selskapene på Nasdaq, hvis de går opp og 95 andre faller, så faller ikke Nasdaq. Basically. Det helt sjukt. Det helt sjukt. Kan man nå bunn på gull nå? Nei, gull kan falle mye mer, men den har en støtte på rundt 25-33, rundt der. Det liksom der han ligger motstand. Og derfor å bryte ned der. Så jeg hadde kjøpt gull nå.
To speak with them? Were they sympathetic to some of these small business owner concerns?
Oh yes, absolutely. I think we talk with both Republican and Democrat member of Congress, and that's what they say, share the story. Share the story with the administration, share the story with member of Congress, and have the stakeholder. We have about 130 affiliate chambers partners throughout the country. So we encouraging, they also encourage that.
President Trump speaks klokka 10. Det sikkert oppdatering på Kina.
What are the barriers to federal support and to access to capital from Asian small business owners?
Well, for access to capital part, I think this is very, very important. For the past few years since COVID, we always deal with access to capital. We had a survey. We had 2024 Restaurant Fund. For the past, since 2021, we have given about a $10 million grant. So for those applicants, 47% of applicants share that their main source of capital for their business come from personal funds. And only 21% indicate loans and credit from traditional financial institutions. So therefore, when we talk to the federal agency and also the administration, we really want them to develop more small business program and accessible funding and grant program for small business owner. For example, like a Minority Business Development Agency, they used to have a capital readiness program and able to share and the technical assistance to support small business to get the funding. But now they are kind of, eliminating that, but hopefully they will get back soon.
So what have you heard, Jillian, from your small business owners about the labor market here with the illegal migration has effectively come to a halt at the southern border? Are they seeing that in their businesses? The more difficult to hire people?
More of the good stuff.
Well, I think since COVID, they had difficulty to hire people, especially restaurant owners. They are always short of workers. But we just feel Chinese Chinatown, like Chinatown small business owner, they always have a way to demonstrate incredible resilience. And even for, you're right, the labor shortage and also other things are really a big concern.
Jillian, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Jillian Tong, CEO of the National ACE, which is a national association, National Asian Pacific Islander American Chamber of Commerce and Entrepreneurship. So the tariffs having impact on all businesses. We hear that on the conference calls of all the corporations that we talk to all the time, but perhaps even more pronounced for the small business owner who may not have obviously the financial resources or the flexibility in their business model to withstand higher taxes, or higher tariffs on some of their input.
I mean, even J.M. Smuckers, which is clearly not a small business, is having a hard time with those increasing costs. Also, increasing costs in its coffee business, which is going to hurt profit by about $1 a share. So there is that as well. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM, channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now. As you take a look at a market not going anywhere crazily fast, we're looking for signs of any sort of real thaw between the U.S. and China. That is helping to support stocks around these levels. Treasuries, though, wavering ahead of that $58 billion three-year auction later on at 1 p.m. Good luck trading, everyone. This is Bloomberg Intelligence. Happy Tuesday.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump says without the National Guard and 700 Marines he's deploying to Los Angeles, the city would be, quote, burning to the ground. California's Governor Gavin Newsom has called it a blatant abuse of power. The Pentagon pegs the cost of that deployment of Marines and Guard troops at $134 million. After 4 days of protests, CBS's Elise Preston says it's a calm morning in L.A.
It is a very much different scene. Not a lot of police presence out here. Traffic is flowing. These streets have opened back up. In front of the federal building, you will find some National Guardsmen standing at the ready. I just took a gander over there. They do have batons in hand.
Bare se nå jumpa Nasdaq med 25 poeng. Den hopper. Det gir ikke mening dette her. Hva det som kjører den opp, liksom? Ja. Neste fall ned nå, så skal jeg kjøpe Nasdaq på pur faen.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the National Guard there was called in far too late.
The police precinct, ma'am, was abandoned and burned to the ground.
Hegseth says the nation ought to be able to enforce immigration law. Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
There's a new call for tariff relief, as we hear from CBS's Jim Krasula.
U.S. companies that do business in Vietnam have called on the Trump administration to lower tariffs on Vietnamese exports to the U.S. The Southeast Asian manufacturing...
Hæ? Ja, men det har ikke noe å si det.
That includes Vietnam, has the third biggest trade surplus with the U.S. after China and Mexico.
Overseas, Ukrainian officials say 3 people were killed, 13 wounded when Russia unleashed large-scale missile and drone attacks today. In Austria, 9 people were shot and killed at a school in the city of Graz. CBS's Holly Williams.
Austria's interior minister says that the suspect in the attack was a former student at the secondary school where the shooting took place, but did not graduate. The Austrian police say the suspect was a 21-year-old Austrian man who they believe acted alone. They say he used 2 guns during the attack and later killed himself at the scene.
Disney will pay Comcast's NBC Universal more than $400 million for its stake in Hulu, taking full control of the streaming service. At the BET Awards last night, Jamie Foxx accepted an Ultimate Icon Award 2 years after suffering a stroke and subsequent coma.
When I saw that memoriam, I was like, man, it could have been me. I don't know why I went through what I went through, but I know my second chance I'm not going to turn down.
And on Wall Street right now, stocks are higher. The Dow is up 35 points. This is CBS News.
Enda negativt. Se.
A break-in at the home of a rap star.
The people they won't leave.
Police in Seattle say 2 men broke into Macklemore's house in the Capitol Hill neighborhood and stole thousands of dollars worth of jewelry, watches, and shoes. The nanny says she managed to escape after they restrained her and sprayed her in the face with bear mace. Doorbell video shows her knocking on a neighbor's door to call 911. It's not clear if the rapper was home at the time, but police say 3 children were. They are all okay. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Taylor Swift has gotten a temporary restraining order against a 45-year-old Colorado man who's been accused of stalking her. Swift says he's made visits to her home and has threatened members of her staff. The author Frederick Forsyth has died at 86.
Så USA ble nedgradert for 3 uker siden fra Moody's, som er de største selskapene i verden på rating, som liksom er liksom de dyktigste. Og nå så kommer
du tror ikke de er inkompetente?
Hæ?
Du tror ikke de er inkompetente?
Nei, de pleier å ha ganske rett. Og nå kom Verdensbanken nå ut og sier at veksten i USA anslått å bli kun 1,4% i år, ned fra 2,8%. Så sånn, nå kommer det så mye dårlig makro fra alle steder, og vi lager nye highs på USA. Det er helt spinnvilt. Og jeg som på en måte har jobbet med dette alle år, når vi ser på makrotall og ser på de tingene som skjer, så skjønner vi ikke en dritt her nå. Det er sånn helt... Gull er greit, men at det indekser så går opp på nedgraderinger, og at selskaper taper penger, og at inflasjonen stiger, og at folk mister jobbene sine, og at folk søker mer jobber enn noensinne der borte, det henger ikke på greip. Og nå sier de at veksten skal ned til 1,4%. Altså, det er Verdensbanken liksom, det er ikke Støre som sitter og peller seg i rumpa og trekker en lapp og prater en tale. Dette er Verdensbanken som går til å si det nå. Og Moody's for 3 uker siden. Det her må bli stygt. For det, uansett hvor du snur venn på det, så må selskaper som er listet på børsen i USA, de må tjene penger. Hjelper ikke hva Trump sier at alt går så bra. De må tjene penger. De må tjene penger.
Han kommer ut og si at de er inkompetente.
Ja, men liksom, herregud, jeg blir så jævlig fascinert av det. Det er sånn. Jeg blir så fascinert av det. Apple også går opp nå. Alle vet at Apple sliter med AI-satsingen sin. De sa det i går. Alle vet at Apple får mye dårligere marginer nå når de flytter til India, og så har fått beskjed Trump at de skal få straffetoll på 25% hvis ikke de kommer tilbake til USA. Dette vet vi. Jeg sier det nå, før det skjer. Apple burde falle nå før det skjer. Men det som kommer til å skje, er at Apple kommer ikke til å ramle før det har skjedd. Da begynner folk, faen, det var litt dumt. Men vi vet jo nå. Vet jo før det skjer. Det er kun fordi jeg vet ikke hvorfor det er sånn. Det er helt nytt, dette her. At ingen reagerer på noen ting. Apple skal ikke opp. Altså, de sier opp alle ansatte i Kina, tar med seg hele dritten til India, pluss potensielt straffetoll fra USA. Apple skal ned. Det skal ikke opp. Det er veldig spesielt. Altså.
Ser det ut som gull skal nå, gitt.
Vi får se, da. Jeg tror han kommer til å hente seg etterpå.
Det så litt skummelt ut der.
6, he penned The Day of the Jackal and other top thrillers. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Han er på støtte enn så lenge.
Ja, 325, vet jeg. Nei, 326. Nei, 325.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
Now come the hard decisions. Welcome to the Tuesday edition. YouTube right now. If not, this is the coolest thing we have going. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. It's not just this show. It's all the way. Surveillance through the day. Bloomberg Business Week Daily. And we are always live for you in the studio with our great guests here in Washington as we try to get our arms.
Nå går ut og setter den brøten ned nå før de må på sykehus. Det er klokka 7.
Så du på sykehus i dag?
Det er klokka 7.
But if you want to sound smart at the cocktail party, we're about to get you ready. On this Tuesday edition, right? It's Tuesday, which means we have about 3.5 weeks until the fake deadline of the that even the president doesn't seem to care about. Yesterday at this Invest event, he's sitting next to Speaker Johnson. 4th of July, he said, yeah, or it might take a little longer. Is something going on over there, James? They're gathering the pool. It's noontime. This happens every day. We can just talk amongst ourselves. I get up in the morning. I do my reading. I talk to the people I trust. Try to figure out what's going on in the world. We start mapping out the show. Then I connect with producer James, Booker Matt, co-anchor Kaylee. We come up with a plan, different people to call. You book some things. You map out a show. This is what we're going to have for our viewers and listeners. And then at high noon, they assemble the press pool. Donald Trump starts talking, and it all goes off the rails. Maybe we'll do this again together. At least we enjoy each other, right? This is the new world we're in. And a big part of this new world is the effort that's unfolding right now on Capitol Hill. Yeah, Cece's part of this mix, too. It's a big family behind this show. The Rules Committee is going to get down to brass tacks today in the House at 2 o'clock. That's right around the time we get off the air, 2 hours from now. In the meantime, they're expecting a report from the parliamentarian in the Senate. Right? This is the referee who says you can do this in reconciliation. You're not allowed to do that. Budget matters, yes. Everything else, no. This is the bird bath, the bird rule we talk about. And so by the end of this day, I suspect we're going to have a much better idea of what's going to end up in the Senate version of this bill. And that's why we have Nathan Dean with us. Senior U.S. policy analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. His phone is ringing because we're actually getting onto something here. Nathan, it's great to see you. What's the parliamentarian going to tell us today?
So I think the parliamentarian is going to allow most of what the investable angle or the investment community cares about. Obviously, these tax cuts, the extensions, the cuts to Medicaid, Inflation Reduction Act, SNAP benefits.
USA og Iran start I London nå.
Where they're trying to get rid of the Office of Financial.
Skal de prate nå? Iran I London?
Ja, det tidligere.
Trodde det bare var Kina og USA.
Because the general rule of thumb is that if it impacts the budget, then it's allowed. But, you know, every single party, any single time they do a reconciliation package, they throw in the kitchen sink. And they say, let's try and do it. So the Senate parliamentarian is going to come out later today. She's going to say, do that. I don't think there's going to be a lot of fireworks here. And obviously the Senate does have the ability to just fire the parliamentarian or ignore the parliamentarian.
Yeah, right.
But, you know, I don't think that's going to happen in this case because I don't think they're going to get any major controversies.
I'm waiting to hear when Donald Trump tells John Thune what happens with you. Ignore the parliamentarian, but we'll deal with that when it happens. That could be an interesting standoff. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. This gets through the bird bath. It's more lawmakers who are concerned about those?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, I think it's one of those things where
det kommer nye muligheter I morgen.
Decision, it's going to be a deficit question.
Når
and that's what we're going at with all this. And in fact, we put it and it always is going to come down to the deficit because, you know, and I should have said earlier, The biggest question we're waiting for is whether or not the parliamentarian is going to allow the Senate to use current baseline policy as zero, meaning to extend the Trump-era tax cuts, the cost is effectively zero. If the parliamentarian approves that, which I think she will, if the parliamentarian approves it, then you don't really have to cut all that much to actually keep this package going forward. And that's why we always think that the deficit is the most likely impacted entity here from this package. Looking at Medicaid, the Inflation Reduction Act, it's much easier for the Senate to say, you know what, let's not cut those to the extent that the House proposed. Let's pull that back a little bit. We'll borrow today, and we'll vote for something that will actually be tomorrow's pain, as opposed to voting for something that's going to hurt our constituents in the next year or so.
Understood. So let's lay out the concerns. You could really count them on one hand, right? What actually is going to be a concern for senators, and then when it comes back to the House, could be deal breakers. You change the cap on salt.
Yep.
You could lose a couple of lawmakers. The revenge tax is something we keep hearing about. Banks are calling you about it. Nathan, what is it?
Yeah, so this is Section 899. This is something that it hasn't gotten a ton of press. I mean, Bloomberg News has done some extensive reporting on this, but it's called the revenge tax. It essentially allows the Treasury Department to deem a foreign country a unfair foreign country or a discriminatory tax environment, and then allows the Treasury Department to put essentially a 5% tax levy on essentially all passive income, real estate, income from a foreign country.
Jag har listat på 3260 och 32.
And your income's going back to HQ, and all of a sudden you have an additional tax on that. It's 5%. It goes up annually up till about 20%, unless that's essentially deemed, that country gets off. It's designed as a way to combat what they consider digital discriminatory taxes.
Men så vi har nog stöttat på 3260, nej 3360 och 3344.
The tech companies in particular, because if overseas firms decide they're not going to play in the United States anymore, then that's actually somewhat bad. So the main question we've been getting is the Senate going to pull this out? Senator Thune said that he's been looking at it. We think it's either going to be pulled out or it's going to be watered significantly.
Okay. Very important. Who does that offend if they take it out? Is there a constituency behind this?
For at det skal videre på nå, så må han gjennom 32, 33, 27. Han liksom der, og gjennom 31, 27 til den. Der han sliter, og så vil komme opp antagelig. Nesten støtte hvis du skal helt ned, så blir det jo rundt 33 ned til...
It just says that this is another tool. I almost said weapon. Another tool that would allow the Treasury Department and the White House to actually use when conducting its negotiations. Okay. I don't think it was all that controversial when it was put in. I think it was one of those unintended consequences that was coming especially from the
64-ish.
There was a revenge caucus. If there was something called that. All right, then we've got green incentives, tax credits. Tom Tillis is calling. If some of these are put back in, who do you lose in the House?
So I think this is one of those where, if you look at the original bill that came out from the House Ways and Means Committee, the electric vehicle tax credit was gone. I think that's still gone, despite Elon Musk's, discussions about it. I think if you're Tesla or any other car companies relying on it, and our view is that Tesla isn't so much relying on it, but I think that's gone. The bigger question is when it comes to wind and solar. And a lot of these tax credits, there was a phase out, and that phase out was pushed up. We think the phase out will get pushed back. Maybe not to the original House and Ways Means text, where for solar, for example, was 2028 from 2031. But, it will get pushed back a little bit just because the Inflation Reduction Act is very important to states like North Carolina because there's a lot of foreign CapEx money coming into the United States. And there's a lot of constituents out there, or lawmakers, who say, look, I got 700 jobs being built in this district. Wow. I got a plant being built in this district. Right. So we think it's going to get pushed back. So keep in mind for stocks like First Solar and Enphase, these things have hot sauce. They're almost like what we call the marijuana hot sauce stocks. Right. These things have been bouncing up and down based off of what's in this language. So definitely watch this later this week because those stocks have hot sauce on them.
Not always based on fundies, as they say. We've got a minute left here. Nathan, you running odds? 4th of July, August?
We think the Senate can get it done around the 4th of July. I like to joke it's going to come a little bit later because I'll be on vacation. But I think we're...
Huh?
Saying 80% chance by the August recess. We're actually feeling fairly confident they get this done in late July.
You kick out a great note to clients every week with a little inside something about what's going on in Washington. I always love these. What are you telling people to do if they want to watch this parade? Is there any way to get in and out of town? Is there like a Nathan Dean angle on this massive parade, the Army parade on
Just like with the NFL, it's great for my couch.
That's a good answer. Yeah, buy a blimp, right? We're not even going to be able to get to work in a couple days. You see this? The street closures?
Driving in this morning was difficult.
It has begun.
Yeah.
Sounds like it might be quite a show, though. Nathan, great. Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence, our senior U.S. policy analyst. How's that for a deep dive? What goes in? What stays out? We're going to talk about this, by the way, with Jason Smith, chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, about an hour from right now. This is the world he's living in as they wait for this bill, big, beautiful or not, to come on back for a very important vote. We'll be sticking with Nathan for more on this. Cliff Young from Ipsos is up next on Bloomberg.
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Best level of the day right now on the S&P. We're up 19. S&P at 6,024, up by about 0.3%. Traders keeping an eye on U.S.-China trade talks. The Dow up 43, up 0.1%. NASDAQ up 0.3. The 10-year, 4.46%. Gold down 0.1%. 33.23 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.8%. Citigroup set to put aside hundreds of $millions more than it did last quarter to account for potential losses on loans and credit cards. And India and the U.S. will expedite trade talks to conclude an agreement that includes, quote, early wins for both sides as the two nations race to clinch a trade deal before Washington's tit-for-tat tariffs kick in next month. Balance of Power continues right now. In fact, we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
Oh, here we go. All right, Charlie. Thank you, sir. Charlie Pellet watching Wall Street for us here on Balance of Power. Live from Washington, where we've got our eyes on the Oval Office, President Trump is holding forth right now, having received a briefing on hurricane season, hurricane preparedness, and wildfires. It's something that they're talking about right now, but of course, this could resolve well into anything. And if the Q&A turns itself to reconciliation, to the matters of immigration and crime, what we've seen in L.A. and so forth, we'll bring you into the Oval to hear live what the president is talking about here. In the meantime, as I mentioned, data-driven journalism, we try so hard to cover this in a certain way at Bloomberg that makes us unique. And we try to base this on research and fact, including some of the best pollsters in the business. The friction of Trump's immigration policy. We talk theory versus practice, coming up with the great Cliff Young from Ipsos. We're going to put some polling data around all of the stories that we're talking about here, whether it is the big, beautiful bill or what is in fact unfolding right now in Los Angeles. And I'm glad to say that Tyler Kendall is with us right now. Bloomberg Washington correspondent with us at the desk. Nice to spend a little bit of time here because you've been at the White House just about every day over the course of this period of time, talking about what's happening on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. We're going to get to reconciliation. We're going to talk a lot about it today, actually, with what's coming out of the Rules Committee in the House. But this situation in L.A. has really turned the communications office and the Oval Office into quite a spin cycle.
Oh, definitely, Joe. And we saw a pretty big escalation today as 700 active duty Marines arrived on the ground in Los Angeles. I was in the room yesterday when reporters were pushing President Trump about what ultimately was this escalation in the federal response. And he told us that he felt that the officials in LA were overwhelmed. And he suggested that the administration is prepared to actually take further action, even further than this.
Well, he, of course, layered on another 2,000 National Guard troops after that. You were in the Oval Office yesterday. You had a couple of questions with him. What was his demeanor?
Well, he was dealing with a bunch of different questions. He was surrounded by CEOs. He was talking about a provision.
This is the Invest event.
Exactly, a provision in the reconciliation package that would give seed accounts to some American children. It hasn't been passed yet, but these CEOs have pledged some pretty big investments. My question to him, though, was actually about China, if we can go there. I had asked him for an update on the talks that are happening in London as we try to glean some sort of details about what's happening, and he told me that China isn't easy to negotiate with. And when I pressed him on if he gave any of those officials in the room limitations when it comes to the export controls, that's really at the heart of these talks, he didn't rule anything out, but we're still waiting to see if there's any sort of forward
They're in there
here.
right now, still in London, right? This is the other bucket we're painting out of today. U.S.-China trade talks into another day. Bessent, Lutnick, Greer, all behind closed doors in London right now. And if there's a break on that, we'll, of course, bring it to you. And that would be a market mover, right? If we hear a headline on this, we'll stop down, and maybe the president will speak to it. Want to get to Cliff Young, public affairs president for the U.S. at Ipsos Polling. Cliff, it's great to have you. We've talked so much about flooding the zone, about the cadence, about people's ability to metabolize all of this information. Broadly speaking, approvals, where are we in the second 100 days?
Yeah, we thought we were in a lull, right? And ultimately, we find that we're not. And what I would say is, overall, Americans still feel a degree of trepidation and unease, especially as it comes to tariffs and potential inflation. That definitely is a worry. That said, Trump is in a pretty good place when it comes to approval ratings. He stepped off the gas over the last month. His approval numbers have improved 2 to 3 points. So right this second, at this moment, yes, there's some unease on the one hand, but the administration, from a numeric political perspective, is in a good place.
When you take a look at this by issue, immigration, 47%, jobs, 40%, economy, 39%. That top number, immigration, points us right to what's unfolding now in L.A.
Yeah, it's immigration, immigration, immigration. That is Trump's #1 issue. It's his strongest issue. It has been historically. It's his bailiwick. The base, that is the Republican base, thinks it's the most important issue, and they believe he's doing a very good job. And indeed, if you think of a pivot from tariffs and potential inflation to something, it makes sense that there's this focus right this second on immigration.
Well, Cliff, and your data also finds, though, that the way that the deportation policies that we're talking about that really spurred these protests in LA are being implemented, that seems to be unpopular as the administration tries to ramp up to a goal of 3,000 detentions per day. Walk us through here, where do Americans disagree when it comes to actually executing these policies?
Yeah, I would say overall, immigration and immigration-related issues are the most important predictor of politics in America today. They determine whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, and so they're divisive. There is no consensus there. That said, there's nuance, because most Americans would agree that illegal immigrants who commit crimes should be deported, but not kids. And that's what we're seeing today specifically, this lack of consensus, this lack of unity around what should be done. And ultimately, it's not about theory, it's about how it's being, that is, the policy is being implemented in practice. That's where we have tension.
All right. Spending time with Cliff Young from Ipsos, and we want to bring you, as promised, to the Oval Office. President Trump is now addressing the protests and the clashes with authorities, the deployment of troops in Los Angeles. This is live from the Oval on Bloomberg.
Handing these big chunks of concrete to people, and they were taking that concrete, going up on bridges and dropping it into the roof of a car. They were throwing it at our police. They were throwing it at our soldiers that are there. And we got it stopped, and we have them in custody right now. Look, if we didn't get involved, right now, Los Angeles would be burning, just like it was burning a number of months ago with all the houses that were lost. Los Angeles right now would be on fire, and we have it in great shape. We're not playing around.
How will you determine whether or not there is an insurrection?
Well, you'll take a look at what's happening. I mean, I could tell you there were certain areas of Los Angeles that you could have called it an insurrection. It was terrible. But these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They get money. And when you take a look at what they do, where they show up and everyone's saying, what's he doing? He's pounding the curbs. This one guy's pounding the curb, breaking the curb, and handing big pieces of granite. In some cases, it's granite and concrete to other people. And they're running out with it. And then we watch the other people, and they try and throw it into the face of the soldiers, throw it into the face of the police, and they hurt some people very badly. They go up on bridges, they drop it down on the cars as the cars are moving. They're not breaking the curb because they're doing a demolition service. They're breaking it to hand out to people as a weapon. It's bad stuff. I've never seen that before.
Mr. President, how soon do you want to see FEMA eliminated? And what's your message to the governors about how much more an expense is going to fall to states?
Yeah, well, it's not going to be so much the states. We're going to give out less money. We're going to give it out directly. It'll be from the president's office. We'll have somebody here. Could be Homeland Security, but we're going to give it out through a method where it's given out. As an example, I just gave out $71 million to a certain state. They were looking to do about 120. They were very happy with the 71 million. We did a little cutting, and they were very happy with it. So we're going to do it much differently. We think after this, Christy, I'd say after the hurricane season, we'll start phasing it out.
Yes, sir. You set up a FEMA council over the next couple of months. We'll be working on reforms and what FEMA will look like in the future as a different agency, as under the Department of Homeland Security.
Trump er live nå.
Empower governors to go
Derfor så går opp.
to emergency situations, and that what the president does best is to make sure that the taxpayers are only fulfilling the need to which is appropriate, and that people are responsible to respond to their own people closest to home. So
if a certain state, as an example, gets hit by a hurricane or tornado, that's what a governor, a governor should be able to handle it. And frankly, if they can handle it, the aftermath, then maybe they shouldn't be governor.
And Mr. President, when is the last time you spoke with Governor Newsom?
A day ago. Called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job. causing a lot of death and a lot of potential death. If we didn't send out the National Guard, and last time we gave them a little additional help, you would have, Los Angeles would be burning right now. Los Angeles would be not a lot different than what you saw take place in California and Los Angeles just a little while ago. And, you know, you got to remember, we have the Olympics coming. And we don't want people looking at Los Angeles like it was, like it would have been. It would have been bad. Last night, they had total control. If we didn't have the military in there, the National Guard, and then we also sent in some Marines, we had some bad people. We have people, they look in your face and they spit right in your face. They're animals. And these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They're agitators. They're paid. Do you think somebody walks up to a curb and starts hammering pieces out, has all the equipment necessary, and starts handing it out to people to use as a weapon? These are paid insurrectionists or agitators or troublemakers. You can call it whatever you want. And we ended it, and we have in custody some very bad people. Some very bad people.
Mr. President.
Did you see the guy throwing the rocks at the police cars as they went by and crushing their windows and endangering our police? We're not going to let that happen, yeah.
Pardon me. Mr. President, on those Marines, Governor Newsom has described them as political pawns. I'm curious for your reaction to that and what you see as the Marines' role and what are their rules of engagement?
All I want is safety. I just want a safe area. We have Los Angeles was under siege until we got there. The police were unable to handle it. You can speak to the chief. He said it on television 3 nights ago. He said, this is more than we can handle. They said that. And the LA police, I know a lot of the police in LA, they're great people, but they're given instructions not to do this, not to do that. But in this case, they were trying their best. They were not able to handle it. It was out of control. When we got there, and you have to remember, I've been here before, and I went right by every rule, and I waited for governors to say, send in the National Guard. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it, and they just wouldn't do it. It kept going on and on, got worse and worse. And in Minneapolis, that city was burning down 7 days, and I said, I don't care. The governor, who's a governor that just happened to be running for vice president, a total, you talk about an incompetent governor, he's an incompetent person. That he was picked, well, I was actually very happy he was picked for other reasons. But this guy wouldn't call the National Guard. And we ultimately just sent in the National Guard. We stopped it. But that was after 7 days. And I said to myself, if that stuff happens again, we've got to make faster decisions because they don't want to do it. The radical left, it's usually radical left, and it's usually governors that are Democrat, and they don't want to call them in. They don't want to save lives. They don't want to save property. They don't want to call them in. I don't know what it is. We sent them in, not early, we sent them in late as far as I'm concerned. But big problems, as you know, 3 nights ago, big problems were ensuing. If we didn't send in the National Guard quickly, right now, Los Angeles would be burning to the ground.
The Marines is, a lot of people think, an escalatory step, though. These are guys who fight wars. Are you at all concerned that things could get out of hand with Marines
when I see people
American City?
Throwing concrete into cars, when I see people, the kind of people that I saw on your network doing danger to the police and to the military and to the National Guard, no, it's okay. You know, you start running out of people. When you have 2,000 people from a National Guard standpoint, we have a very big military. But the National Guard, they needed a little extra help. And we sent them a little, and we did a great job last night. We had, well, you got a lot of cars go up in smoke and flame and a lot of bad scenes, but it was pretty minor by comparison. This morning it's very calm. We'll see what happens later. But they know if they go there, they're not going to get anywhere because we have the National Guard there. We backed it up with a number of Marines, yeah.
Mr. President, do you agree with Governor Abbott soon signing legislation to mandate the 10 Commandments in school classrooms?
Having to do with what?
Governor Abbott is soon going to sign legislation to mandate displays of the 10 Commandments in school classrooms. Do you support him?
I have to take a look at it. I'm going to have to look at it.
Will the National Guard be in California indefinitely? How long will they be there until you think?
Until there's no danger. It's easy. Look, it's common sense. You ask me that question. When there's no danger, they'll leave. You would have had a horrible situation had I not sent them in. horrible. You'd be reporting on a lot of death and a lot of destruction that's not going to take place. I think if you look, every night it got less and less. They were met with very strong force, the bad people, the bad, sick people that do what they do. But these are paid people in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases. And they really are, they're agitators.
I was wondering if you had any response to Mexican President Sheinbaum, who condemned the violence there. Have you been in touch with her at all?
Said what?
I was wondering if you had any response to what Mexican President Claudine Sheinbaum said in response.
What'd she say?
She condemned the violence in LA.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah. Have you been in touch with her at all?
Well, you think I don't condemn it? I condemn the violence in LA, ladies and gentlemen, but I also stopped the violence in LA. And by doing what I did, I stopped the violence in LA. That would have been, I think, maybe I'd ask Christy to speak to that. That would have been an unbelievable tragedy. We would be talking, I don't know that would even be here right now. It would have been so bad. I'd probably maybe be out there. I don't know. But Christy, could you speak to that?
Absolutely. So in 2020, I was a governor of a neighboring state to Tim Walz and watched him let his city burn. And the president and I have talked about this in the past, and he was not going to let that happen to another city and to another community where a bad governor made a bad decision. So Claudia Sheinbaum came out and encouraged more protests in LA, and I condemn her for that. She should not be encouraging violent protests that are going on. If people are allowed to peacefully protest, but the violence that we're seeing is not acceptable, and it's not going to happen in America. This president is standing up for the average American who wants to walk their child to school every day safely, run their small business, and provide for their families. That's the action that he's taken. He has every authority under the Constitution to send these National Guard under Title X into these communities and make sure that operations go smoothly, that law enforcement officers are protected, that they can continue to do their work without fear of being injured or killed or disrespected, and that they can go home to their families at night. So I'm incredibly proud of the president for activating the National Guard and for sending in these Marines, because these Marines are specifically trained to meet the need that we have on the ground in LA right now. And Governor Newsom has done a disservice to the state of California for many years. The people there should never elect him into a leadership position ever again. He clearly
The governor's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. When it comes to his railroad that he's building, where it's like 30 times over budget, nobody's ever seen anything like it. Now it doesn't even go to San Francisco and LA. It's way short of it. After years of work and overruns like nobody's, those contractors are some of the wealthiest people in the world, I guarantee you that, because that money goes to those contractors. They just did a number on the wallet of the people of California. That train, you should look at that train. That is the greatest. I've never seen cost overruns. I've seen cost overruns and great incompetence over my life. I've never seen anything like that.
Mr. President, these protests obviously started in reaction to these large-scale ICE operations in Los Angeles. Should people expect to see similar operations in the rest of the country?
Yeah.
And will similar protests see similar response?
As you know, we're moving murderers out of our country that were put here by Biden or the auto pen. The auto pen really did. I mean, the people, whether it's Lisa Monaco or whoever operated the auto pen, these are criminals. The people are criminals that allowed these criminals into our country. And I don't think that Biden knew what the hell he was doing. I don't think he even knew about it. But when they opened up our borders for the whole world to come in, yeah, we're going to get them out. We're getting them out. We're starting to get acknowledgement from the courts that, you know, there's a system. They come in without courts and they go out, they want trials and everything else. I think that's starting to work out now. Judges are starting to see what a terrible situation it is. Many of those people that you saw on television last night are criminals that were allowed into our country by Biden. And they want to stay, and we don't want them. And they come from jails, and they come from mental institutions, and they come from all over the world, not just South America. And we're not going to let them stay. And this is the first, perhaps, of many, or perhaps, you know, if we didn't attack this one very strongly, you'd have them all over the country. But I can inform the rest of the country that when they do it, if they do it, they're going to be met with equal or greater force than we met right here. We did a great job. The people, you, Christy, and Tom Hall.
Jeg kjøpte Gullernelle. Jeg kjøpte 0,5 kontrakter. Det ganske mye.
Did an amazing job. We stopped a disaster. And it looks like a planned disaster. This didn't just happen. They had weapons, they had tools, they had everything you needed. I mean, they were throwing iced water in bottles, in glass bottles, at officers and at soldiers. These are, you could not use the word insurrection, but you could also use the word, these are very dangerous people, they're bad people. They were met with heavy force and they folded. And they may be there a little bit tonight, they may be there a little bit, but it seems to be getting less and less because they're going there and they're met with a very heavy force. And if they weren't, you would have that city right now would be on fire. It would be burning down. The rest of it, what's left over, because the other fire was started because they wouldn't allow water into LA. They wouldn't allow water into California because they had it all shifted out to the Pacific Ocean, and I turned it around. And I told them to do it in my first term, and they didn't do it. We had COVID, and they didn't do it. And I told them to do it. We did it in the second. Now we have billions of gallons of water flowing down. But Newsom should have done this. He's an incompetent man and an incompetent governor. Okay, any other questions?
Mr. President, any message to adversaries as the Army kicks off 250-year birthday celebration?
I just think it's amazing. We're going to have a fantastic June 14th parade, Flag Day. It's going to be an amazing day. We have tanks, we have planes, we have all sorts of things. And I think it's going to be great. We're going to celebrate our country for a change. You know, recently, as you know, with World War II, the victory of World War II, I called up France and they were celebrating the victory. Well, we helped them a lot, as you know. I don't have to get into that. But I called up other countries. They were all celebrating the victory. We're the only country that didn't celebrate the victory. And we're the one that won the war. Okay, if it wasn't for us, that war, you would be speaking German right now, okay? We won the war, and you might be speaking Japanese too. I mean, you might be speaking a combination of both. We won the war, and we're the only country that didn't celebrate it. And we're going to be celebrating big on Saturday. We're going to have a lot of, and if there's any protester who wants to come out, they will be met with very big force. By the way, for those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. And I haven't even heard about a protest, but, you know, this is people that hate our country, but they will be met with very heavy force. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Let's move out. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, President Trump meets the press. That was live from the Oval Office, and we wanted to interrupt our conversation to bring you into that one. That is the, of course, most up-to-date commentary from President Trump on any number of issues, specifically what has been unfolding in Los Angeles. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, Satellite Radio, Channel 121, and on YouTube, where you can find us now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live, always on Bloomberg Originals as well. As we try to parse our way through this, I'm glad to say that we've got our panel back together to kind of unpack some of what we heard. Also with me, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, not on the North Lawn of the White House today, but with us in studio here. Tyler, an event like that, when you gather the pool, you could cover a lot of ground, and we did today, a lot of different topics. And I want to mention a couple of things before we bring in Rick and Jeannie here. We do have headlines coming out of London. Important to keep the beat on this. They are continuing talks, U.S.-China trade talks, something that you've been covering from your perch at the White House. We've got a break, I guess, a dinner break. We're going to come back again.
And that's what it seems like. And we have to keep in mind that really the goal of this round of the London talks appears to be trying to get back on track when it comes to what was agreed to in Geneva, because both sides were accusing each other of violating that agreement. And we've had analysts on Bloomberg Television and Radio say, look, if that was just the goal here, perhaps one of the sides might be dragging their feet if it continues longer. But of course, we know that these are really complex issues. When we think that at the heart of this, it's really about those export controls, Joe.
Could get a headline, I suspect, maybe in the late edition of Balance of Power. They're going to reconvene a couple of hours from now is all we're hearing. But they're not ending the talks. They're just taking a break. Back with us, our panel right now, Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino. It's been over a week since they've been together. Rick is, of course, our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Welcome back, Rick. Jeannie, Senior Democracy Fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Let's get our arms around what is happening in Los Angeles through the view of what we just heard at the White House here. It's going to be interesting with where we're headed after a Q&A like that. Jeannie, you heard President Trump say that if he had not acted, that Los Angeles would be burning, if not completely obliterated. So far, we've seen a pretty small part of the city be affected by all of this? What is he talking about?
You know, I was so struck by so much of what he said there, including the ending of that, where he said, if you want to protest, you will be met with heavy force, in reference to this event on Flag Day this weekend. And, you know, what he leaves out there is that we have a First Amendment right to peacefully protest. And so I will try to assume that the president meant if you want to violently protest, certainly you should always be met with heavy force then. But he didn't say that. And so what we're hearing is something just astonishing. A president sending out, without the call from the governor or the mayors, the use of the U.S. military against U.S. citizens. There are laws against domestic law enforcement, or making our military part of domestic law enforcement. That's why we have the LAPD, the NYPD, and all the rest. So we are in an unprecedented place, but it's not a surprise. He's been talking about doing this, and he referenced it there, going back to those George Floyd protests, where he mistakenly suggested that then Governor Walz didn't call in the National Guard in a timely manner. He did.
Well, Rick, it's clear that the White House is going to hold its ground here. President Trump was doubling down. He said he didn't think that he deployed the National Guard fast enough. But of course, California is suing over allegations that he bypassed the governor on this decision. How much is the legal fight really going to impact the optics that we end up see playing out here?
Yeah, I think it's totally on the side of Governor Newsom, right? I mean, the reality is there's a lot of precedent for the president to be able to trigger the National Guard in times of emergency. He's the sole determinator of what an emergency is. And so it's pretty clear to me that the response from California, from Governor Newsom, was he needed to do something to push back on the political dynamic of President Trump bringing troops into the state. And, you know, the legal suit is probably the best and most graphic way for him to do it. But I don't think anybody is confident that either he'll prevail or that they'll get some press traction outside of the incredible graphic images coming out of LA that somehow is going to inure to his benefit. So I think it was a political ploy. It was probably the best of a group of options that weren't particularly useful. And I think you're, like the president's comments just a minute ago, it was as much about politics as it was about the situation on the ground in LA. And I think the governor's just sort of playing the same game.
Jeannie, we have to take a close look at everything that's going on here, because things can become inflamed. And to Rick's point, you look at the images, you see burning robo-taxis on an abandoned highway in LA with guys in riot gear, and you start wondering what country you're in or what year it is.
Jag har inte gjort
But
några
the fact of the
S-Nilsen, så jag
matter
tror inte
is,
det.
these troops, in particular the Marines who were deployed, are standing by on federal property to protect buildings, right? Where they're not actually going out arresting people in the streets or pointing weapons at people. We have to be clear about that, don't we?
Absolutely. You know, the president was asked a question about exactly what the mission of the National Guard and the Marines is as they're out there. And the reality is that the National Guard and the Marines can protect federal buildings, as you just mentioned. They can guard them. But unless we have, under the Insurrection Act, which the president has not invoked at this point, they cannot do more. They cannot arrest, they cannot touch, and they cannot handle people. And that was another one of the misleading comments the president made when he said we, which makes it sound like the federal government, have been taking people into custody. That's not what's been happening. People taken into custody for the protests have been by the LAPD. Obviously, ICE can take people into custody, and rightly should, if they are in the country illegally. But we need to be very clear on that. And the president, when he was asked, did not talk about the mission of the Marines and the National Guard as they are there.
Right, still a lot of big questions on the execution on this front. Rick, I want to ask you about also sort of the bigger picture here. We had Henrietta Treyes of Veda Partners on Bloomberg Television this morning, who, as you're about to hear, she said that the timing of these protests in Los Angeles, the focus on immigration, is actually welcome news for the White House trying to accomplish some other policy agenda items.
They got to love it, and the timing is perfect. Tomorrow or Thursday, the Judiciary Committee is putting out their $175 billion package that is going to spend money on immigration. And one of the things that has been lost in the last week of Elon Musk and Donald Trump feuding over Twitter is that the whole package, the reason we're doing one big beautiful bill instead of two, is because there's a tremendous amount of dessert in this bill. There's $350 billion in funding for the military and immigration.
Rick, where do you come down on this? Does this help to advance other policy points for this administration?
Yeah, as we have heard just then and earlier in the discussion around the poll that recently came out from Ipsos, immigration is the bread and butter of this administration right now. They're under pressure with voters about their handling of the economy and some other issues like the tariffs and trade. But immigration, they still have a very strong foothold here, and they want to press the point. And so the fact that there is, this kind of a push for deportation. Stephen Miller went over to the Department of Homeland Security last week and said, hey, we've got to get more people deported. We're not even keeping up with the Biden administration's first year in office. And so this ramping up of deportations that have triggered some of this activity in California, it's all part of a game plan overall to position the administration as being tough on immigration, being tough on illegal immigrants in the United States, and partly because the original border debate that really got Donald Trump into the immigration issue, stopping immigrants at the border and forcing legal immigration, has all but dried up. I mean, there's really not much of an issue. Trump administration policies have scared away immigrants coming over the border illegally. And so the next big act in that screenplay is what's going on internally in the U.S. And so that's why I think you see so much ramping up, which could include the president's motivation to trigger the National Guard going in to protect these assets that you've described. So yes, I think it's all part of a broader effort to the administration to be strong on enforcement, strong on deportation, strong on funding for these priorities, all of which really excite the base. And frankly, a lot of independent voters have been concerned for a long time about immigration, and they see the president doing something. Maybe they don't understand exactly how it works, but they see action, and that's what this first 125 days have been, lots of action.
We've certainly got some powerful optics here, and that does appear to be the consensus among many on this program, that the optics and the politics are playing well for President Trump right now. And of course, all of this could evolve and change into a very different world. Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino will be back with us in our second hour here on Balance of Power. Many thanks to both of you for a great conversation. And thanks to Tyler Kendall for being part of the first hour of Balance of Power. Don't be a stranger. You're back next week, right? See you on the lawn between now and then.
Thanks,
the north
Jeff.
lawn of the White House, that is. Tyler, thank you so much as always. Kaylee Lyons will join the conversation coming up as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation as well. And an important talk we're going to have with the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, Congressman Jason Smith of Missouri, on what stays in and what comes out of the bill. Next on Bloomberg.
F-Lab, jeg kjøpte her nede nettopp, men ikke på copy-konto, for jeg må ta det ut litt etter litt, fordi det så mange små kontoer som følger meg, så jeg får ikke treda, jeg får ikke gjort en dritt. Så jeg hadde lyst til å kjøpe mer gull i stad før det gikk opp, jeg får ikke være med på noen ting. Så jeg skal ut av de gullposisjonene og ta gevinst. Jeg har vært i pluss 5 ganger i dag, men jeg vil bare ha litt mer gevinst på dem. Men jeg kommer til å ta dem ut, og så setter jeg nye større posisjoner. For det ødelegger hele tradinga mi. Jeg får ikke trada selv engang, for jeg må ta hensyn til sånne små kontor. Og når jeg sier små kontor, så har jeg sånn kontor på 2000 kroner og 1000 kroner og 3000 kroner. Og når jeg handler sånn som jeg gjør, så jeg får ikke ut av det. Så jeg må bare passe på det. Så nå har jeg kjøpt akkurat masse her nede. Jeg kjøpte for 0,5 da. Så hadde jeg kjøpt det på den kopperkontoen, så hadde den sprengt til helvete. Hva er det den jævla mikken da? Funker ikke mikken igjen, eller? Skal jeg ta og dobbeltsjekke? Er det bedre nå? Er det bedre nå? Ingen som hører noe? Ok, nei. Jeg sa jeg kjøpte nettopp her på min egen private konto, for på fredag så fant vi ut at det var jævla mange sånne minikontoer som følger meg. Når jeg sier minikontoer så er det snakk om 1000 kroner, 2000 kroner, 3000 kroner. Så jeg får ikke trada som jeg vil. Jeg må hele tiden vente. Jeg gidder ikke det nå, så jeg trader ved siden av. Og så skal jeg koppetrede tillegg. For jeg blir helt gæren av å sitte her i 10 timer og ikke trade fordi noen ikke har nok penger på konto. Det blir veldig gærent. Man bør egentlig ikke følge meg med koppetrening hvis det er under 5000 kroner. Man bør ikke følge meg det helt tatt egentlig. For det går nesten ikke. $1500 er bra. Men husk på fredag så kjørte jeg 0,1 16 ganger, ikke sant? Og det var ganske mye, for jeg ville ha masse på min konto. Men så gikk det utover de små kontoene, ikke sant? Så derfor så må jeg trade på 2 kontoer, så jeg får tatt ut de små posisjonene. Du kan gjøre det, Lost in Heaven. Kan gjøre det. For nå får jeg ikke gjort mitt potensial, for jeg sitter bare og venter. Men jeg har kjøpt akkurat her nå på støtta. Du kan handle Nasdaq og sånn på små kontoer, men gull er en helt annen greie, for det er lot-sizen så lite. Øyvind, jeg skal bare trade med 0,01. De som følger meg får bare 0,1 3 ganger. Da går det fint. Sånn som jeg gjorde hele forrige uke. Alle tjente så mye penger. Da tredde jeg bare med 0,01 mange ganger.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Tuesday edition, as House Republicans look across the divide to the upper chamber to find President Trump's big, beautiful bill. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. An important day here in the nation's capital, Kaylee. We're about to learn a lot about what stays in and what might come out of this bill with action on both sides of the Capitol.
Yeah, of course, some of that being driven by senators who want changes, some of it being
Ja,
driven
var det
by
plutselig
procedure in the
med
Senate parliamentarian,
nesten
which is going to
$12 på gull på
what
femmeren,
can
tror
and
jeg.
cannot be included in this bill for budgetary purposes. That is something the House is going to have to grapple with when things return to that chamber, and we're going to speak more about that this hour with the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, who of course had a pretty difficult time hammering out the tax details in the House the first go around. Jason Smith is going to be with us in just a few minutes.
I can only imagine what's going through his head right now as they wait for changes to come back from the Senate, but important, the Rules Committee is going to get together on the House side about an hour from now, Kaylee, in an attempt to maybe tweak some of this language to make it more palatable to the Senate. We'll get a sense from the chairman about what that might include.
In the meantime, we're still waiting to get a sense of the progress being made in London as U.S. and China trade talks continue for a second day. Negotiators right now, Joe, are on a break. Taking us some
Og de tapet som det er snakk om, det høres ut som det er mye penger. Det er tap på $10. Det er ikke tap på flere tusen kroner. Det er tap på $10. Ikke sant? Jeg må ta hensyn til tap på $10. Det er ikke rart jeg blir oppgitt. $10. Liksom. 3 av kontraktene var minus $10. Jeg tradet en masse penger hele uka, men det er så små kontoer som ble berørt på fredag at jeg må ta hensyn til det. Det er sånn, selvfølgelig vil jeg ta tap. Jeg kan ta tap på 3000 kroner, faen, jeg trader inn uansett. Men jeg må ta hensyn til kontoer på 1000 kroner, da er jeg bare helt... Jeg må bare, nå har jeg hevet den til å følge meg med 5000, så da kan jeg trade det. For nå trader jeg, nå er jeg pluss, har kjøpt masse gull her nå, kjøpt 0,5 kontrakter, masse her nå. Det vil jeg gjøre på min copy-konto, men jeg kan jo ikke, for det er for små kontoer. Så nå trader jeg masse her nå, på min egen konto. Jeg vil at dere skal tjene penger her nå. Jeg har kjøpt gull her nede. Se, gull går opp. Du får ikke vært med på det, for det er for små kontoer som følger meg. Det er jo helt fjollete. Helt enig, Lost in Heaven. Jeg tar inn det på et par timer. Nå skal vi se etterpå hvor mye jeg tjener på den ene kontoen her nå. Kan vi se. Og så går det ut over de andre som følger meg på, som har mye mer penger. De lurer på, for faen gjør du ikke noe? Så det blir bare sånn helt gærent. De med masse penger, eller som har mye mer penger, som tør å tape $10 og $20, de synes jo at jeg ikke gjør noen ting. For jeg kan jo ikke. Så nå har jeg satt opp grensa som må følge meg med 5000, og så de som ikke kan følge meg med 5000, de kan bare drite i det. Da er det ikke noe for dem. Nå tjener jeg masse penger på gull. Jeg kjøpte en halv kontrakt. Jeg tipper at jeg kommer til å gjøre en kule på den etterpå. Og de som sier gull skal ned nå, de har ikke peiling å snakke om. Det er en grunn til at jeg kjøper gull. Det er ikke fordi at teknisk så skal det opp. Gull i dag begynte å falle med en gang Trump begynte å prate, og så begynte vi å se på bondsene også, og Nasdaq. Derfor så gikk gull ned. Gull skal opp. Jeg driver og hører hva folk sier også. Hvis du skal imponere meg med signaler, så kommer signalene før markedet har gått. Ikke kom til meg og si gull skal ned, så har det ramlet med $30. Ja, alle ser det har ramlet. Si det før den ramler. Eller hvis du skal kjøpe gull, si du skal kjøpe gull før gull går opp. Ikke si gull skal videre oppover etter at den har gått opp med $20. Det er sånn jeg bare hater jeg. Bare, ok, hvis gull skal ned, si det før det faller, så er vi med på det. Hvis gull skal opp, si det før det går opp, så er det kult. Si det før det skjer. Ikke si det mens det skjer. Det er sånn, ikke si noe. Gull skal ned etter å ha gått opp. Ja. Det er det verste jeg vet. Jeg hater sånn. Jeg hater sånn så jævlig. Jeg har i hvert fall kjøpt gull nå. Forhåpentligvis før det går opp. Så får vi se da om jeg får rett. Og hvis det faller etterpå, så skal jeg si det før det faller. Jeg har i hvert fall kjøpt gull nå da. Så får vi se hvor mye opp det går. Før det går opp. Nå tok jeg en voldsom post også, så jeg håper ikke jeg får den rett I trynet.
To these export controls. So how that's really going to play out, it seems like the Commerce Department is ramping.
Ifølge ChatGPT så skulle gull til helvete forrige uke. Se hvordan det gikk. Den gikk på ny all-time high.
Up these talks in that direction.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. Thank you so much. And Tyler reminding us of something...
Hva skal jeg si for noe? Jo, alt henger sammen. Alt henger sammen med alt sammen. Så markedet kan snu når som helst. Hvis det kommer en melding fra Trump, så kan markedet snu. Men du kjøper ikke gull bare fordi gull skal opp eller skal ned. Du må vite hvorfor du skal kjøpe gull. Ikke sant? Så du må se på valutaen, du må se på dollaren og annet, ikke sant? Så når jeg kjøper gull, så ser jeg på dollaren. Jeg ser på dollaren, og så ser jeg på sentimentet ved siden av, og så ser jeg på bondsene, ikke sant? Da kan du liksom predikere hvor du skal hen. At en fyr sitter der og skal opp ned, treffer kanskje der, det sier ingenting. Du kan ikke ta det til en forvalter. Hvorfor skal du kjøpe Tesla? Nei, fordi den ser teknisk bra ut. Mye kjenner jeg meg, har ikke peiling. Må gjelder meg, har ikke peiling. Hvorfor skal du kjøpe noe? Nei, den har falt nok. Hvorfor har den falt nok da? Kan den falle mye mer? Kan den ikke da? Nei, vet ikke. Det funker jo ikke. Nå har jeg forresten en pluss på gull. Men jeg skal ikke selge den. Jeg er litt sånn hva heter det for noe? Hva heter det for noe? TJR? Han heter... er det han heter... Hilde? TJR? Eller TRJ? TJR. Han er jævla kul. Så ut som noen røk ut på størrelsen, og derfor kjøpte jeg hele veien nedover. Jeg måtte så klare, men jeg ser vel opp. Ja. For det tredje, trykker du bare buy, eller gjør du det på noen Instagram for hvordan du gjør det? Trykker bare på buy. Trykker bare på buy. Veldig enkelt. Sier ikke at det er feil, bare man kjøper det til lydprisen av det. Ja. Du har noe som heter Martin Gale-style. Vet du hva det er for noe? Vet du hva Martin Gale-style er for noe? Vet du hva Martin Gale-style er for noe? Jeg gjør det ofte.
It's very possibly those changes will be made before it is released to the Senate. And the Senate is working around the clock on this bill.
Jeg skal gi beskjed.
Working with their fellow colleagues over in the Senate.
Jeg hadde target på gulldag 54 til 60 var target min på gulldag. Han gikk opp til 49, så han gikk jo ganske mye opp. Men 60 er liksom magiske tallet på gull.
It's the same way with all the green credits. Some folks want the green credits eliminated immediately. Others want to use a scalpel and look at it appropriately.
Helt riktig, Timmy. Og det er litt min skyld også, det greiene der, fordi jeg skulle aldri akseptert alt for små kontor, for det stopper meg å trade. Og nå har vi også sendt mail til de som styrer greiene der om å få til sånn at man kan justere koppetrading, sånn at man følger meg med konto, men du kan sette limit på 50%, for da trenger ikke jeg ta hensyn. Da kan jeg trade sånn som jeg gjør. Jeg trader jo 100 trades vanligvis.
Deduction.
Men det går bra.
Some senators over there. The senators need to know
Det går
that
fint.
we have followed through. We passed this one big beautiful bill. It's what the president has asked. They need to do the same thing. There's no reason for those senators to kick the can down the road on priorities that the president campaigned on. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. These are items that the president spoke at every one of his
Ødelegger ikke for noen andre enn ødelegger ikke for noen andre på nye trades løsene henne.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we just arrived at one deal breaker in your words here, and I
Det
wonder what some of the others
har
are.
ikke noe å si hvor stor konto du har, Øyvind, så lenge du har over 5.000 kroner fra. Fordi hvis du har en konto på under 5.000 kroner, så tåler du ikke at det går opp og ned med Se på Nasdaq da, ikke sant? Det kan gå opp og ned med 200 poeng lett på en dag, sånn som markedet er nå. Det var ikke sånn før. Og har du 5000 kroner, jeg for eksempel kjøper 2 kontrakter, da, som ikke er så mye, ikke sant? Så har du blåst 20% av pengene dine på en dag på 5000 kroner. Ikke sant? Selv om jeg kan være med opp igjen, så er den kontoen borte. Så hvis man skal trade som vi gjør nå, så bør man ha litt mer. 5000 er nok det. Men har du mer, jo mer du har, jo bedre er det. Nå gikk Nvidia i grønt.
In fact, I'm sure these are things that we're balancing, and that is what could be fatal. But failure is not an option. We're going to get this done. Leader Thune, Chairman Crapo, they are navigating it over on their side of the building, and they understand the huge dynamics that we have within the House of Representatives. And they're going to make some changes over there, but I don't see those to be mega changes.
Dere kan ta gevinst når dere vil selv. Jeg tar ikke gevinst ennå.
Changes that probably will make the bill better.
Jeg var $12 pluss da, tok ikke gevinst.
To drop the AI regulation moratorium. Have you heard from colleagues in the House as to whether or not that's a deal breaker for any of them?
Men jeg tror alle lærer hvordan copyrighten funker etter hvert.
That has raised a lot of concerns about it. Of course, that was not in the Ways and Means jurisdiction whenever it was put in, but it's something I think that the Senate I know that the Senate is definitely addressing.
I'm curious as well about some of the green incentives, Mr. Chairman. There's reporting that more than 30 owners of rural energy companies are swarming the Hill today, knocking on doors. Maybe they've been knocking on yours to urge Republican lawmakers to preserve clean energy tax credits. Let's put EVs aside and the whole Elon Musk conversation. When it comes to wind and solar, if those are restored in the Senate, is that a deal breaker in the House?
So we cut over $500 billion of the green energy credits. This is something that the president called
Breaking
for.
news på Snapchat. Launch smaller, lighter, augmented reality spec smart glasses in 2026 på Snapchat. Kom akkurat nå.
Senate voted for these green credits in the Inflation Reduction Act. And so we tried to use a very balanced approach so that it didn't rip the rug from underneath industries that have invested already within the current tax policies, and we figured out a way to phase it out over a period of time. You just have to be balanced. We cannot be extreme in just ripping them away. We cannot be extreme in not taking them away. So it's right in the middle. You have to be right in the middle, and that's what we're doing.
Well, and as you talk about needing to be right in the middle, how this is a very difficult line to walk for both chambers, Mr. Chairman, when we consider the Congressional Budget Office yesterday released another estimate of when the U.S. will reach the X date, when it can no longer fulfill its debt obligations, guessing that could be as soon as mid-August when you and your colleagues are on recess. Can you rule out entirely that the debt ceiling is not going to have to be addressed separately if by the end of July this bill has not worked its way through both chambers? What odds would you put around that?
The House has increased the debt ceiling. We've addressed that in the One Big Beautiful Bill. The Senate needs to act. We have said all along, let's put this bill on the president's desk by July 4th, and then you have nothing to worry about. The Senate trying to break different items in 15 different bills is a no-go. We have delivered in the House. They need to deliver in the Senate.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if you've had a chance to speak with Elon Musk or any of his allies since he took a position of opposition on this bill, and whether he's giving members of the Freedom Caucus or anyone in the Republican conference in the House, or for that matter, Republicans in the Senate, cover to vote no.
Let me just say this. The bill that we passed, the One Big Beautiful Bill, is the largest cut to spending in the history of our country, almost $1.7 trillion. With all the great work that Elon and Doge has done in cutting, they cut $175 billion in 5 months. The bill that we passed out of the House cut $1.69 trillion. Could we cut more? I would love to cut more, but it's still the largest cut in the history of America, and that's what I like to point out. Whenever people try to use the accounting measure saying that it's going to add $2+ trillion to the deficit, I believe that is funny math, because what they are referring to is existing tax policy is going to cost roughly $4 trillion, and that's not the case. Our revenues into this country right now is 17.2% of GDP. And if you look at the historic level over the last 50 years, revenues to GDP has been right at 17%. We don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem.
Well, finally, Mr. Chairman, on the revenue side, tariffs, of course, factor into that equation. And just quickly, we have a minute left here on tariffs. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, is currently still in London working on trade negotiations with China that are expected to go late into the night local time. Are you still expecting him before the committee for his testimony tomorrow morning?
I am still expecting him before the committee. It looks like he may have a long night, but I'm grateful for the work that he's doing, Howard Lutnick and Ambassador Greer is doing, because they are working and representing the United States when it comes to China and all the other countries coming to the table to make sure that the American worker, American manufacturer, and American farmer is treated fairly on a world stage.
You may need stronger coffee tomorrow morning, Mr. Chairman. This ought to be interesting.
Energy drinks for them.
I guess. All right, I guess we lost Congressman Jason Smith, Republican chair of the House Ways and Means Committee. Wanted that last word. We'll assemble our panel next. Yeah, okay. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are on the way in here on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A lot of green on the screen today with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. S&P 500 index higher now by 26 points, now trading at 6,032. We are off session highs, but stocks are holding close to records as traders keep an eye on those U.S.-China trade talks in London. We'll keep you updated on the latest developments there. The Dow up 137 now, up by about 0.3%. NASDAQ higher by 76 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain right now of 0.3%. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.47%, the 2-year 4.00%. Gold now little change, down $5 the ounce, down by about 0.1%, 33.20. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.1%, 65.33 for a barrel of WTI. Israeli military officials now say the reason for the sounding of those sirens in Tel Aviv and other areas of Israel was because a missile was launched from Yemen. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has convened a meeting with members of the negotiating team and others, quote, in light of some progress in hostage negotiations. J.M. Smucker shares are trading lower today. They are now down by 15%, the most in nearly 4 decades, after saying tariffs increasing costs in its coffee business will hurt profit. And a growing chorus of advisors inside and outside the Trump administration are pushing another name to serve as the next chair of the Federal Reserve, and that is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 26, up 0.4%. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, keeping us up to date on the market action today. Meantime, we're keeping you up to date on the continuing drama over protests in Los Angeles, where, of course, we've seen the deployment of another 2,000 National Guard members after the initial 2,000 members deployed over the weekend. And, of course, 700 Marines, active duty Marines, have now arrived in Los Angeles as well, as President Trump describes that as an effort necessary to keep Los Angeles from burning and to control the activity we're seeing. But he also said in the Oval Office while speaking to reporters in the last hour that he spoke with California's Governor Gavin Newsom a day ago. To quote the president, called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job. To which the governor is now responding, there was no call. Joe, he says, not even a voicemail.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom going on to write that Americans should be alarmed that a president deploying Marines onto our streets doesn't even know who he is talking to. Kind of taking a page from Trump, the way he talks about Joe Biden. Let's assemble our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are on board with us today, back together for the first time in over a week. Rick is our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, and Bloomberg Politics contributor. Jeannie, we keep hearing that this is good politics for Donald Trump. This seems like it's pretty good politics for Gavin Newsom, too. What do you think?
It is. And, you know, I share Gavin Newsom's use of the word alarm, but probably not for the same reason he's using it. I am alarmed that a president would say just minutes ago in the Oval Office that if you're going to protest on the 250th anniversary, you will be met with heavy force, without differentiating that peaceful protest is one of the linchpins of being an American, our right to speak and assemble. I'm alarmed that he would send troops in without being asked by the governor, but I'm also alarmed on the Democratic side that they are playing into this theatricality. The reality is that we do need a solution to immigration. And the kind of solution we need is not this performative back and forth of, you know, our leaders on social media yelling at each other. It is a legislation out of Congress, like Rick's former boss, John McCain, put together. That's what we need. And what's alarming is we are nowhere close to there. And oh, by the way, we have a director of Homeland Security who went on TV last night and said everybody in LA is a criminal. That kind of performative nonsense is not what we need. We need solutions.
Well, when we consider the performance, if you will, Rick, and the continued escalation we see, President Trump was asked in the Oval Office by a reporter if he would consider invoking the Insurrection Act. And he said, if there's an insurrection, I will invoke the Insurrection Act. That, of course, would carve out what is not allowed thanks to the Posse Comitatus Act, which is the U.S. military acting in a law enforcement capacity. Do you really believe the president would go there?
You know, it's hard to tell in these circumstances. You know, he gets a question, he feels like he's got to answer the question, and I thought it was actually pretty non-committal. But look, I mean, the difference between the Marines going to California and protecting the assets of the federal government, you know, courthouses and federal government centers where some of the deportees are being held, that's one thing. But then, you know, basically them acting as a police squad in any jurisdiction of America is going to have a different reaction. Right now, we're debating whether or not a phone call was made or who asked for what. In that case, when you take that kind of constitutional action where you suspend Posse Comitatus, I think you would see a national dialogue erupt of epic proportions, because you really wonder at what point does the violence have to occur to have that triggered in a Donald Trump administration. And I don't think we know the answer to that question. And pretty much I don't think he did either when he answered the question today. So stay tuned on this. Luckily, it looks like some of the riots have dispelled in LA and it's starting to quiet down. So hopefully it won't matter in this instance. But I think it's definitely a page to watch.
Interesting as we learn more about some of the folks who were arrested, Jeannie. Isn't that interesting? We're not hearing very much about what went behind these arrests. In some cases, there were violent criminals. We heard about a handful of them. But we're learning more now as well about, for instance, Juan Fernando, detained by ICE at his job at a clothing factory, transported back to the country he had left behind without much time passed. I mean, the same day he was pulled out of his job and immediately deported. His family is asking for due process. Are we going to go through this all over again with this group like we did with those deported to El Salvador?
I think we probably will. The reality is Donald Trump deserves credit for shutting the border. We need common sense immigration reform, and it is neither cost effective nor enforceable for the United States to deport people who have been here, many of them brought as young people, for their entire lives, who are working and paying taxes, to pick them up at Home Depot or, like you're talking about, these people. Criminals, absolutely. But that was part of the DACA. And Donald Trump had embraced some of that in the past. Now he is being pushed by the likes of Stephen Miller, as is ICE, to deport 2,000 to 3,000 people per day. That means you go to peaceful tax-paying people who, by the way, are paying taxes and helping our economy. It is not a common sense solution to a real crisis and problem we've long had. And the president should be called out for not working with Congress to get a deal done. This is the same person, for electoral reasons in January, blew up, much to the dismay of Republicans, a very strong immigration bill that could have moved us forward. That's what Americans should be alarmed about.
Well, when we consider immigration-related legislation, though, Rick, the White House in recent days has been very quick to point everyone to the fact that the One Big Beautiful Bill working its way through the Hill right now does include funding for more ICE agents, more customs agents, more Border Patrol agents. How does that factor into the overall likelihood of the bill sailing through, or at least getting through easier, shall we say?
Yeah, I would say the one item that has not generated much controversy at this point in time in the Big Beautiful Bill, the reconciliation bill, has been money for the Homeland Security and for Department of Defense and their portion on things like building the wall. So the reality is this is one where most Republicans have been jumping on board. It's gotten some criticism for being a big spending item. And we just talked to the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. Basically, from what I could tell, what he was saying is we've cut enough, don't need to cut any more. And so probably no appetite in the House side, I guess, to go after those funds. But the reality is it's a significant over $300 billion commitment at a time when border security seems to be handled pretty well. And so it's really deportations. And I could just add, there have been more deportations in the first year at this point in time in the Biden administration than it is today. Donald Trump's deporting fewer people. So it's not the issue of deportation as it exists. That's happened throughout all the administrations. It's the tactics under which they're using the deportation rules to their advantage.
Well, that's a really important point to make. Rick, it's kind of ironic, Jeannie. Remember, the big argument was, do we do this in one big, beautiful bill? That's why we call it that, because the other option was to break it in two. That was the John Thune option. Get the border money out the door, and we'll spend time on taxes and the rest, which will be more difficult to debate. Well, here we are. One big, beautiful bill was the answer. And it kind of ironic that based on current events, it is, in fact, the border component that could help push this over the finish line, isn't it?
Yeah, it's ironic, or it is something that the the administration helped to sort of push forward. But the reality
this is all part of the plan, is what you're saying.
I don't know, but I'm not sure it's ironic. But the reality is that this bill funds the border. That is fine. But what we need is immigration reform. We have 6 to 7 million people in this country. The government doesn't even know, they can't tell you, who were brought here as babies and children. Are we really going to pick these people up, take them to a place or push them out to a place they've never been and know nothing about while they have done nothing wrong? Very few Americans support that tactic. We have to find a common sense pathway to citizenship. Yes, close the border. Yes, fund border security. Yes, deal with people who are committing crimes. But yes, also find a common sense way to keep people who are working and contributing in this country, especially people who were brought here, who work with many of us, and we know many personally. They are friends, neighbors, and family members.
Sorry, satt I telefonen.
Should be supported in an effort to stay here and to continue contributing to this great country. That's where the president's
Gull prøver seg på en breakout nå, dere som lurer.
very short.
Rick, in our final minute, your degree of confidence that that common sense solution can be found in the near term?
Pam, pam, pam.
Well, I certainly
1, 2,
worked hard enough
3.
with John
Hopp,
McCain to
poof!
try and have a comprehensive immigration bill passed, and didn't work out so well. But it is the way to actually have all these jobs that people are getting deported from to be filled with people who actually come in legally. And of course, I think there's a broad bipartisan support for legal immigration reform, and it's just not the administration that's likely to pass it, but it would be a very good thing in the heels of this current debate to be contemplating if you're the Trump administration.
Talking about motivations here on both sides of the aisle, Jeannie, would it help Democrats if this did not fizzle out and in fact spread to other cities as we consider messaging ahead of the midterms?
You know, maybe politically, but, you know, I think many Americans are tired of thinking about this from a political lens. I mean, we need solutions. And so, yeah, if it helps Democrats, that's fine for Democrats. But it doesn't help the United States as a whole not to treat people the way they should be treated and to keep people brought here as children here, contributing to society and making us the best we can. So,
Hvis jeg heldig nå, så kjøpte jeg gull helt perfekt.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, Bloomberg.
Man må bryte her nå. Man må over 27
Thanks for joining us on Balance.
for at jeg skal si takk for meg. Det var kult. For jeg kjøpte jævla mye her nede. Kan noen stoppe meg til? Trader du Nasdaq fortsatt, Svar? Faen, du er helt idiot, ass. Jeg drev og trada indekser i alle år, og jeg tør ikke røre Nasdaq nå. Altså, jeg jobbet i finans siden 2003, og trader siden 2006. Det er liksom noe jeg kan da. Og jeg tør ikke røre Nasdaq. Men Sahar, hun har tradet et år, hun tør å røre Nasdaq. Du ber om å tape penger.
Jeg ber faktisk om å tape penger.
Du ber om å tape penger. Det er sånn, skal du tape penger?
Short Nasdaq.
Short Nasdaq. Skal du tape penger? Kjøp Nasdaq. Skal du 100% tape penger, så må du kjøpe Nasdaq. Stakkars Gustav, han vil sitte her inne etter man driter overalt. Men fy faen hvor dyrt det var å sette 0,5 kontrakter, ass. Det kostet meg faen meg 500 kroner å sette 0,5 kontrakter. Det var faen meg mye. 50 dollar liksom. Nei, nå kødda jeg. Det kostet 6 dollar. Jeg bare kødda, jeg. Shorter du Nasdaq så her? Hvis du skal shorte Nasdaq, og du skal tørre å gjøre det riktig, så må du shorte den under 21.825. Jeg hadde ikke tørt å shorte Nasdaq. Ja. Jeg hadde ikke tørt det. Jeg er short Nasdaq, men jeg hadde ikke tørt å shorte den på nytt. Den kommer til å falle, men ikke før Trump ble skutt i magen eller noe. Ingen som sier noe til meg, jeg hører ikke en dritt på da. At folk vil ha action, jeg kan ikke lage action. Jeg sitter låst med sånn minikontor, så jeg må bare ut av de posisjonene, så skal jeg vise dere action. Jeg hadde action hele uka som var. Da tradet jeg som faen hver dag, opp med over 20%. Hele uka. På sånne små kontrakter. Det er det jeg synes er morsomt. Nå kan jeg ikke gjøre det heller. Jeg gjorde snitt på koppetrening forrige uke. Jeg gjorde den 50 trade som dagen. Opp ned, short, sell, kjøp. På natta. Se Nasdaq, ihu! Se gull, ihu! Jeg er heldig nå på den trenen her nå, så jeg har 10 000 kroner på gullet mitt. Få se da.
Stocks higher right now. We're off session highs, but still looking at a 19-point gain in the S&P 500 index. Now at 6,025, up by about 0.3%. The Dow up 101.
Jeg vet Pepino, men det er mange som har så små kontoer, så det er litt sånn, vi får bare lære av det. Hallo! Har han sagt det? Hvis han får til det, så bør du gi ham litt penger for det. Da er han veldig snill. Ja, da, hvis han fikser det, da er han veldig snill. Nei, det må ikke da. Ja, det er ikke noe stress det. Nei, du får ikke noe problemer. 100%. Ingen. Da prater jeg med dem. Null stress, det blir ikke noe kødd. Ikke stress, jeg fikser det. Ha det.
Again, repeating the headline we brought you moments ago, a judge is refusing to block that New York City broker fee law set to begin June 11th. Recapping S&P up 0.4%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kayleigh Lyons.
Breaking news on the markets and well beyond. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Live from New York. We are here in Washington where we're bracing for news on a couple of fronts here. Most immediately, a Rules Committee meeting in the House that starts about 20 minutes from right now. Kayleigh, they could bring changes to the president's so-called Big Beautiful Bill before they have to be addressed in the Senate. This is kind of an interesting moment as these two chambers try to reconcile their differences before this blows up into a big public spat, because once the Senate finishes its work, sends the bill back, it could be a little different by then.
Yeah, because the Senate is going to be informed by the decision-making of the Senate parliamentarian, which will actually rule what does constitute a budgetary matter and what doesn't, as there were a number of provisions in the original House bill that maybe won't pass muster on that front. That's just some of the work, of course, that the Senate has underway. There's other tweaks they want to make to the bill as well, regardless of whether or not they are truly budgetary in nature. And earlier today, our colleague David Weston, who of course hosts Wall Street Week on Bloomberg, had the chance to speak with one sitting U.S. Senator who just joined the chamber this year. The Republican Senator from Pennsylvania, David McCormick, sat down with him for an interview at the Union League Club for the Economic Club of New York earlier today. Here's part of their conversation.
People that I met on the campaign trail were voting for change. They wanted change. They wanted an economy that worked for them, that worked for working families. They wanted trade policies that they felt were fair. They wanted a border that was secure and didn't sacrifice their families. And that's the agenda that I largely ran on.
Så fort finner du det over. Hvis du autist.
Opportunity, fair trade, not free trade. I was someone who negotiated with China 20 years ago for free trade deals, and I'm now one who believes that we need to be focused on reciprocity and fairness. We can talk more about that. People that wanted the border closed, wanted law and order, and essentially wanted their fair shake. And so if we talk about the big beautiful bill, we talk about the border policies, we talk about trade, we talk about immigration. The framing of the policy starts, I think, with those experiences in Pennsylvania. And I'm about 150, 160 days into the job, so I'm still figuring it out. But I would say I'm very, very privileged to be able to do it. I'm the 54th elected senator from Pennsylvania, but I think I have a unique perspective because I now have learned what's going on the ground in a way that I had grown away from.
Jeg tenkte at jeg ser alle driver med disse grafene. Dette er jo ikke da med oss å gjøre da.
I also, as I said, I have some perspective as someone who sat in this room with all of you. So I'm delighted to have a chance to share that today. Honored to be here. And David, why don't I turn to you and you can take it away.
Okay, Senator, thank you so much. That was very helpful to set up. So let's pick up on exactly what you talked about and what you learned from traveling all around Pennsylvania for the working men and women, if I can put it that way, and particularly people who are not having an easy time. What makes this bill beautiful? It's big. There's no question it's big. But what makes it beautiful for them?
Well, I think the starting point for this, and it's in some ways very advantageous to the people in this room and to them, is that if we don't pass the bill, we have the largest tax increase in history. And so, there's lots of media around this, but essentially if you look at the bill, if you're a family that makes $50,000 a year, if we don't pass this bill, your taxes go up by $2,000 a year, $2,500. So it affects everybody. The large majority of the tax benefit for individual rates, 60% of it goes to people that make $400,000 or below, despite the fact that 80% of the taxes are paid by the people that make 10%, or at the highest end of the 10%. But in addition to that, it's very pro-growth.
Senator David McCormick, the Republican from Pennsylvania at the Economic Club of New York, with Bloomberg's David Weston. Just another look at this reconciliation effort that's underway right now, and as we mentioned, could provide news later on today. Of course, Kaylee, part of the narrative that's come around this reconciliation bill, something we talked about with our panel and with Jason Smith in the Ways and Means Committee, what's happening right now in Los Angeles, the attention that it's driving to the president's immigration policy could actually help to hasten the passage of this bill because it includes billions of dollars to help at the border.
Yeah, and specifically to have more personnel for ICE, for Customs, for Border Patrol agents as well. That is the messaging that the administration is pushing out there, that what we're seeing take place on the West Coast just adds to the urgency of making sure that this legislation passes.
A lot of questions about what's happening in Los Angeles. We did hear from President Trump earlier today, live in the Oval Office.
Bryter vi 33-21, den streken som her nede, så kan vi falle videre ned. Forbi den her. Ser vi på makrobildet I dag, så gull videre opp.
Wanted to get into the grounds though for deployment and some of the other language that we've heard with Elizabeth
Eneste som gjør at gull faller I dag, hvis Trump sier noe mer piss. Eneste grunnen. Ellers så gull opp. Hvis han holder helt kjeft, så går gull opp. Det som jeg sier, det en sammenheng med absolutt alt, men hver gang Trump snakker, så får du alltid trynet, om du long eller short. Jeg vet han snakker piss klokka 10. Da må vi ut av de posisjonene. Eller jeg da, jeg har jævla mye her nede som jeg har kjøpt. Eller ikke mye da. Litt. Før det der Trump-pisset, så tredde jeg Nasdaq med 30 og 70 kontrakter. Før det Trump-greiene. Nå tør jeg ikke handle 2 kontrakter. Bare for å fortelle hvor ille det har blitt. Tredde med 30 og 70 kontrakter på det meste. Jeg tror det var noen som... Ja. Så har jeg begynner å få peiling på mye forskjellig. Og så fundamentalt også, hvis det noen som lurer på det, så skal Nasdaq også falle mye. Apple tjener ikke nærheten av hva de har gjort. Hyperveksten på Nvidia borte. Apple også sliter med AI-implementeringen sin på de smartphonene. Nå skal de også en ny sånn AI-greier nå. Det I seg selv skal dra ned indeksen.
Det meste lyden ganske mye.
Hva sa du?
Det meste lyden ganske mye.
Fortsatt?
Ja. Men prøv å kjøre litt lyd på det du har på PC-en der, og så skal vi se om det dropper der også.
Hallo. Hallo. Det fortsatt ræva lyd? Nå da? Det bedre nå?
Ja, det kommer an på om du detter ut eller ikke.
Nå vatter jeg opp lyden helt jævlig.
Fått med meg alt hittet.
Jeg er jo så amatør på de greiene.
Ja, det får du. Han har ikke tenkt å selge litt også.
Har du vært på sykehuset nå, eller?
Ja.
Det gikk faen meg fort.
Det gikk jævlig fort.
Se på så har han gjort på uka. Så flink han har vært.
Ja, nice. Det fortsatt sånn, så er du millionær på 0,niks.
Hvor er din trading-copy? Hvis du skal følge oss her, så kommer hun ikke til å trade sånn som hun gjør deg. Jeg kan love dere.
Neida.
Og så har... Hvis dere får vondt I magen når jeg tar feil. Så har jeg bare... Og så oi, hva skjedde nå? Så nå lanser jeg å late som ingenting. Det jævlig lett å si det Lost in Heaven, men det jævla mange som sender sånne klagegreier og sånn til affiliates og sånn som har vært flinke å spredd ordet. De får masse klager på hvorfor trener den ikke, og nå har vi tatt et tap, hvorfor taper penger, markedet skal, hvorfor litt, så liksom, så man føler et visst ansvar altså. Man gjør det. Men man lærer jo hvordan den copy-greiene funker da, sånn som jeg lærte nå, at jeg kan ikke handle sånne små kontrakter, det lærte jeg nå, jeg visste ikke det før. Så det blir lettere med tidene. I hvert fall når du får mer penger på konto.
Det blir jo rettere for deg og det da.
Det blir mye enklere for meg å sitte og ta hensyn som jeg gjør nå, og bare kan være med opp. Jeg kan ikke snitte meg det, jeg kan ikke gjøre en dritt. Det jo helt fitteirriterende. Så det jeg gjorde nå kjøpte jeg på en annen konto, for ikke ødelegge for de som sitter på den andre konto. Det bare helt tullete. Jeg skulle kjøpt her nå på den andre kontoen, så får vi bedre snitt.
Sant.
Hva det gjør hos legen? Tar du sånn der... Hva det gjør for sånn der... Du tok ikke cellegift, hva gjorde det?
Nei. Eller jo, det jeg hver dag.
Ok.
Det har jeg gjort det snart i 10 år.
Ok, det stråling jeg misforstår, for stråling det ille. Cellegift kanskje ikke så ille.
Ja, det blir noe helt annet.
Ja. Ikke sant?
Men stråling det bruker vi på kreftbehandling, men det ikke kreftbehandling til meg.
Nei, ikke sant. Ja, for stråling så dreper du også friske celler, så basically så eliminerer du onde celler og gode celler, ikke sant? Sånn at du blir, kan bli veldig jævla syk.
Først litt hvordan de treffer, tror jeg.
Ja, nei, jeg kan ikke noe om det der. Jeg har bare lest mer og mer på nettet om sånn der, flere som har hatt kreft, som har jo klart å reversere det med sånn der, ikke ormkur, men sånn der, at de setter kroppen i, hva faen heter det for noe? De kutter ut sukker helt, for kreft visst veldig aggressiv på sukker, og så tar de sånn der, parasittkurer, hva faen heter det for noe?
Såpass.
Ja. Det ganske interessant å se på, altså, for det veldig mange som holder til treningsøy, greit. Sier sykepleieren. Jeg bare synes sånt interessant. Jeg leser nyheter hele tiden. Jeg synes sånt veldig interessant. Se gull.
Nei, men når de leter etter kreft, at de skal går inn med, de skal på sånn, hva heter det, røntgen, sånn, ja, de går inn med ikke cellegift, de går inn med, hva heter det? Ja, den kontrastvæske, ikke kontrastvæska, nei, men sånn radioaktiv væske. Da kjører de sukker inn i årene først, og så kjører de den der etter, for sukkeret. Det går til det mest energikrevende stedet du har i kroppen, og det vil være i kreftceller hvis du har det.
Riktig.
Ja, hvis du for eksempel kald i halsen eller et eller annet sånt, så slår den feil hele den undersøkelsen. For da går det til halsen, for halsen bruker mye energi på å varme opp kroppen.
Ja, ikke sant? Nei. Vent da. Det... Vent da. Joachim ikke det minste noe ute uansett? Nei, det flere av de små som der fortsatt. Jeg må ta hensyn til det. Bare nå på den der gultrenen her nede, det pluss med over 1000 kroner allerede. Den så vidt rørt på seg. Får jeg opp dit jeg tror skal gå den etterpå, så kan jeg gjøre nesten mellom 5 og 10 000 etterpå. Da hadde jeg hentet en hele jævla tapet. Jeg får ikke gjort det.
Nei, det skal begynne å bli sent å sette noe trade nå.
Jeg kjøpte helt der nede, så hvis du kjøper nå, så kjøper du midt på mellom fugl og fisk, da. Så du kan risikere å få noe rett i sjakan.
Ja, det var liksom det der hvor MA200 går nå.
Jeg tror vi skal bryte over 3.326. Jeg tror hvis den bryter der, så kan den gå litt. Vi får bare se.
4 timer sharp eller noe sånt. Prøv med en annen.
Nå er den grafen død. Det som jeg synes er jævla morsomt på er at de mest aktive her jenter. Hvem faen hadde trodd det? Hvem faen hadde trodd det? Jeg tror trading fremover kommer til å være sånn der... Jeg tror det bare kommer til å bli mer og mer damer som driver med greiene der. Jeg tror det kommer til å ta helt av for damer. Ja, jeg tror det, for det er liksom...
Ja. Det gjør det helt sikkert.
Ja, for det er så genialt, og så er det sånn fin måte å tjene penger på hvis du på en måte ikke setter short Nasdaq. Så det liksom så bra. Jeg husker før så drev alle damer og sånne affiliate på sånn tights og sånn. Det var liksom det alle drev med, sånn tights og smink og greier. Jeg tror nå, trading og aksjer tror jeg kommer til å ta helt av.
Ja, det passer jo like godt for begge deler, ja.
Jo, men liksom, trading er så mye. Man får liksom en helt annen åpenbaring på hva som skjer i verden, og du blir veldig mye mer oppdatert på ting da, som du egentlig ikke var interessert i før du begynte med trading. Så det blir nesten sånn altoppslukende, og jo flinkere du blir, jo mer penger tjener du jo, for du blir flinkere og forstår ting, ikke sant? Så det er sånn en veldig sånn fin greie, ass. Husker jeg var jo ikke interessert i skolen, og så begynte jeg med finans, og da måtte jeg liksom lære litt da. Og da fikk jeg en helt annen sånn syn på alt. Jeg bruker ofte et eksempel på det jeg snakker med folk. Når jeg begynte i finans, så visste jeg ikke hva olje var. Jeg trodde olje var sånn, at det var olje da. Og så lærte jeg det at olje er jo faen meg plastikkposer, det er alt som, det er liksom plast, det er alt, ikke sant? Og jeg husker veldig da jeg bare plastikkposer og snakker om meg, så sa han, jo, hvis du tenner på plastikkposer, så ser du at det renner olje. Og da var det sånn der åpenbaring for meg, bare fy faen så mye ting ikke jeg kan, som ikke man liksom vet, før man på en måte begynner med aksjer da. Og så begynte jeg å lære liksom sånn, høy oljepris, høyere kostnad på fuel, drivstoff til fly, da skal fly ned, oljeprisen ned, da skal fly off, hvis ikke man hedger seg mot dollar, da kan det gå. Så begynte å lære sånne ting, det ble mest sånn sjakk, ikke sant? Det ble sjakk. Og jo flinkere du jo oftere det treffer og mer penger tjener du. Så man blir jo bare sånn, mer, og så plutselig så sitter man her med, så sitter man og faktisk kan tjene masse penger på, og så bare følge med, og det er jævla kult, ass. Mikken helt fokka?
Ja, du skal ta se mye det du sier nå kommer vekk. Jeg begynte å lure på om det var til meg, det var sånn.
Just an hour. They're on location for Cisco Live 2025, where they'll be speaking with some of the best and brightest from one of the world's leading technology.
Nå da, hallo. Hallo. Er bedre nå, eller?
Ja, jeg.
Ikke sant?
Men om det holder, det vet vi ikke. Så du sier fra.
Jeg driter i luksusliv, jeg skal overleve etter 2030. Lena, jeg digger deg, du sier så mye morsomt. Jeg skjønner ikke halvparten av det du sier, men jeg synes det er jævla morsomt.
Jeg tror det er sk.
Pepina, det fikser vi. Kommer gjennom sommeren. Å, se Nasdaq ramla! Å, fy faen.
Nasdaq?
Se Nasdaq.
Faen. Vil du ha noe gull der?
Ja, gull kommer snart. Hvis jeg gjør det jeg tror jeg gjør på gull etterpå, så skal jeg gi fra meg den gevinsten til noen på chatten her. Er ikke det fair så har? Vi kjører en, jeg gir bort, så ser vi jeg tjener etterpå på gullet. Hvis jeg treffer på gullet, så skal det deles bort. Jeg setter pris på alle sammen her. Hører så her skriker bare hun traff på shorten Nasdaq. Du er den eneste i Norge eller verden som har truffet på Nasdaq.
Hørte du hva som satt på de sofaen her?
Hun sitter og skjelver på hendene, hun er short Nasdaq.
Nei, det er ikke det, jeg har lavt blodsukker. Eller det er en mix, tror jeg.
Kan ikke du vise hvor vakker du er nå uten sminka?
Har du sett
God dags.
Nei, jeg har på meg sminken, hva mener du?
Hva faen?
Helvete.
Hvis jeg får oss igjen videre til noen andre.
God dags.
Ja.
Hørte du som satt på de sofaen her i sted?
Nei, jeg hørte ingenting, hva da?
Love you.
Det spørs, når ramler gull, så ble det ikke så mye premie likevel.
Ja, det sa det.
Se på
smoke to put out the flames. LIRR
Det var jævla fin F-lapp.
trains being rerouted to Penn Station, Jamaica in Queens, or the Atlantic Terminal in Brooklyn. Again, an electrical fire at Grand Central disrupting Long Island.
Men Gull er død. Sjekken på Gull. Jeg er i penger her, da, men det skjer ingenting.
New York federal judge refusing to block a New York City law that would require landlords rather than their
Jeg tror jeg må vente i morgen for å sette noen nye trader. Ja.
US equities, they're trading higher. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all advancing. We had the Dow.
Og du vant jo premie.
Moments ago, right now up by 11 points. The S&P also up 11. That's a gain of 0.2%. Nasdaq, the composite index, up 20, up by 0.1%. The 10-year yield, 4.46% right now with a 2-year, 3.99%. Spot gold, little changed as well.
Tok du gevinst så hard, eller sitter det minus nå?
And West Texas intermediate crude flat on the day.
Han spratt jo rett opp igjen.
Keeping an eye on Intel shares. They're ripping higher right now. We got
Jeg skjønner ikke, ass.
0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks very much for that. Yeah, markets watching closely what happens with the U.S.-China trade talks. Really watching Scott Bessent as a potential replacement for Jerome Powell as Treasury Secretary, and watching Education Secretary Linda McMahon. She is taking part right now in a Bloomberg Newsmaker event, and our White House correspondent, Akayla Gardner, is speaking to her live, already in progress. Let's dip into that conversation.
I don't recall any particular senator or congressman that or congresswoman that I've had that conversation with, but generally speaking, they are all for being behind raising test scores, having better performance for the students in our country.
Skal vi se XAG US dollar, det er sølv.
Ja, den har gått til record high nå i uka, tror jeg.
I want to talk about the headlines that we've seen from the administration. Obviously, several different agencies have revoked billions of dollars in funding.
Kommer masse tips, Øyvind. Tips får vi aldri nok av.
Harvard, Columbia, Cornell, Brown.
Jeg forklarer ikke halvparten av det jeg gjør, så det er greit at noen forklarer hva de gjør for noe.
The first university that we started this process with was Columbia. I visited.
Nå er det pluss igjen på shorten, så har
President Katrina Armstrong on campus at Columbia, and we basically were starting our conversation relative to.
Det er jo morsomt. På hverdagen så sitter så har jeg trader og har det drithyggelig. I helgene så sitter vi helt bøtte stille og kjører rundt i bilen og venter på at det skal bli mandag. Du bare sitter i bilen og bare venter til mandag. Eller søndag natt.
Ways that they were managing those activities on campus, and I think we have had really good, open, honest discussions. I've now met with the current president of Columbia twice, and had a telephone conversation with her.
Ja, det stemmer, Geir. Det skal faen meg høre.
Telephone conversations with her, and I think we've made great progress. Harvard's been a little more strident. They responded to our negotiation outreach with a lawsuit, and have amended that lawsuit once. Still hopeful that these things can be resolved, through negotiations. And I think just sitting and understanding what is really best for students that are on campus, that they can be sure that they're in a safe learning environment when they're there, not be afraid to go to class. But at the same time, we want to make sure if tax dollars are funding a lot of what is going on in the universities, those universities are abiding by the laws of the United States.
Do the universities think that they will get their funding back at the end of their negotiations with the administration?
Are they saying that they are, or are they asking will they?
Well, would the administration allow them to get that funding back?
Well, that's part of the negotiations, of course, that we have that are ongoing. It would be my goal that if universities, colleges and universities are abiding by the laws of the United States and doing what we're expecting of them, that they could expect to have taxpayer funded programs.
Do you think there's a chance that President Trump leaves the White House in 3 years and some of these schools never see that funding come back?
I would hope that's not the case. We're certainly trying to move much more expeditiously. And what we've seen since we really began this effort, it was kind of a hard hammer at first. And so we've now seen a lot of other universities who are starting to look at their practices and their programs and getting ahead of the curve so that they can report back sort of a self-monitoring. Self-monitoring is probably not a good way to phrase it because we couldn't allow that at first, but certainly self-evaluation, I think, is a better way to say it.
You've talked about universities potentially supplementing the funding that they've lost with their own endowments or potentially other sources. Do you see a future where the government no longer invest research dollars into some of the universities that have very large endowments?
Well, I think, our universities do some remarkable research. And I think if we look at our research as for the public good, which I think that's intended, then taxpayers, I believe, are willing to see some of their tax dollars, support that kind of really good research. And so I would certainly hope that would continue at the university level.
Okay, I want to ask you specifically about Harvard because no school has seen more funding revoked than Harvard University. The president recently said Harvard is starting to behave. What did he mean by that? And is Harvard back at the negotiating table at this point?
Well, I would never like to pretend to say that everything that the president says that I fully can translate for you. But I think clearly what he's indicating is that we are, I think, making progress in some of the discussions we're having, even though they have taken a hard line. They have, for instance, replaced their head of Middle East studies. They have already put in place some of the things that we have talked about in our negotiations with Columbia. For instance, none of us is suggesting that on college campuses there shouldn't be, there shouldn't be discussion. There can be orderly and nonviolent protests. I mean, college ought to be about the exchange of ideas and debate and all of that, but it has to be done peacefully. You can't have a protest as the I think it was the president of MIT that I met with last week, said, you can't do a protest at 2 o'clock in the morning. You can't be in the halls of the library and prevent other students from getting to the library to study. But if there are places and time appropriate for a peaceful protest, they should be allowed. And I think we're all in agreement with that.
The IRS is reviewing Harvard's
You are listening, by the way, to Bloomberg Business Week, and we are bringing you a special conversation, Bloomberg Newsmakers conversation, with the Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. She's speaking with our White House correspondent, Kayla Gardner.
Large endowments, $53 billion, for Harvard, and that money doesn't just sit still. It is invested, and if it's invested well, they can expect a good return on that investment. And so, as the citizens of our country are providing tax support for those universities that do take federal tax dollars, then maybe some of that should come back, to our citizens.
Is the administration planning more actions related to Harvard University?
At this particular time, we're continuing with the things that we've already talked about. One action we did take relative to Columbia was to make their creditor aware that they needed to make sure that Columbia was abiding by the law of the land because they had an infraction, with the Title VI civil rights, which was our position, and that they should examine that because part of the accreditor's position is to make sure that colleges are lawful or they can risk losing their accreditation.
Did something change in your conversations with Columbia that made you send that letter? Because you have been talking so positively about your conversations with the president, with the university generally.
I think one of the things that made us take another look at it is just we're looking at accreditation in general, for colleges and universities, because there has been some complaint about that we need to expand the number. That when you think about the fact that all law schools are accredited, by the ABA, it's like a real monopoly, in some areas. There have been some times now that you could change accreditors. Used to be bound geographically, but some changes in the rules. So as we've looked at accreditors, we wanted to make sure, okay, let's make sure that we are touching all the bases that are relative to how our universities need to comport themselves.
So you think other universities' accreditation status should also be in question as well?
I think accreditors have a responsibility. It's built into what they're supposed to be doing. So we've reminded the Columbia accreditors, and I think all accreditors now will make sure that they are abiding by the terms of their agreements.
In that letter to Columbia, you talked about federal student aid. Is that something that you would consider limiting for universities broadly if you can't come to an agreement with them?
Ask me a different way.
I suppose, do you think that the administration, your department specifically, should restrict access to federal student aid for universities if you feel like they're violating civil rights?
Well, I think certainly the American citizens and taxpayers would expect that if colleges and universities, I would believe, and I've certainly heard, if their taxpayer dollars are going to those universities, and that there is student aid coming for those, that we would expect that they would abide by.
Jävla fet,
They, number one, abide by the law. And I think if a university is accepting federal aid, we've obviously looked at that federal aid.
There's been reports that consent decrees were on the table with Columbia University. Is that accurate? Is that a tool that you would use?
We've discussed consent decree, and so our negotiations have gone, back and forth. That's, it's been part of the negotiations.
What we've seen over the past couple of weeks has really looked like an all-of-government approach when it comes to higher education, whether it's the State Department or HHS. Can you walk us through how those decisions are made? Are you guys coordinating with each other? Are you speaking directly with the president before you take decisions?
Well, the president clearly has a stated goal and gives direction, and we take that direction, obviously. But there are parts of it that hasn't all come necessarily at the same time. When there was a focus on international students and should we stop international students from coming here or taking a look at their visas and et cetera, the State Department took on that branch of it. And the courts have reacted. I think it was yesterday. The court said, no, that process, needs to be reversed. We need to be allowing these students to come back in. But we then say, okay, well, let's just make sure that we're conveying to these universities and colleges that as these students do come in, they need to know more about their background. Because when I've asked some of the presidents that I've talked to, do you think that a lot of agitation that's occurred on campus, are they occurring with students who are going here? Are there outside agitators who are coming in? Do you see it happening more with foreign students than domestic students? And so it's really important, I think, to have a handle on that student population. And I think that's fair. And also universities, a little bit aside from students specifically, universities are required under Section 117 of the Higher Education Act to report on the amount of foreign funding they are receiving and where it's coming from, because we want to make sure there's no undue influence, being levered, against the United States.
So is it best to say that agencies are making these decisions independently, or are agencies coordinating with each other?
We have coordinated. In fact, we've had a task force. The first actions that were taken with Columbia was with the task force, which was GSA, HHS, and the Department of Education. We've also now, brought in DOJ as part of the process as well. So yes, there is a coordination with the agencies.
Okay, you mentioned international students. The president has floated imposing a 15% cap on international students, specifically.
Ja, men jeg vet ikke hvordan jeg gjør det.
But I suppose he could mean all universities.
Vi har prøvd.
How would something like that work?
I'm not quite sure, but clearly, Harvard's foreign population right now is at about 27%, and we just want to make sure that. I think the president just wants to make sure that we're looking at making sure that students in the United States aren't penalized by allowing too many international students, to come in. And so what is that right balance? I'm not sure what it is, but the president certainly floated 15%. So let's see, as we discuss that, investigate it, how that plays out.
You're a former CEO. You came from the business world. Do you worry that less international students could make American companies less competitive?
I think there is such merit in having international students be part of our university population. As I mentioned earlier, or I might not have mentioned in this interview, but as we were talking earlier, I served on the board of university in Connecticut, Sacred Heart University, for 16 years. So I know that having international students on campus does help with that cultural exchange. And we actually had a campus in Ireland from Sacred Heart. So I really understand that exchange and how culturally it's very beneficial. So I want to make sure that we don't lose that. I think that's important for us to have. But on the same time, If you think about just last week when it was discovered in the backpack of a research student at the University of Michigan, these fungus spores that were intended to be utilized against our agricultural products, those are the kinds of things that we have to make sure that we are on guard against. And whether that would be students with this country, but most of the time, I think that would have the propensity at least to come in internationally. That could destroy your crops in America. I heard from the department, from the Secretary of Agriculture, when she was saying, you know, that these things are so dangerous because America feeds not only ourselves, but we feed the world. And if we are looking to destroy or weaken our crop production here, it's not only, you know, for our food, for our health, but it's also our national defense. So those kinds of measures, I think we have to be very, very specific and sure about.
You previously led
This is Bloomberg Business Week. For those just tuning in, we're listening right now to U.S. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon. She's taking
Nå vi inne på deres på gullegget.
our White House correspondent Akela Gardner. We'll get back to them right now.
As we first started to talk about dismantling the department, what functions would go, perhaps to which agencies. He had asked about SBA, also asked about Treasury. We've talked about HHS, perhaps looking at the IDEA program. But all of that is still part of discussion. It's not an assignment in any way, except that Treasury has taken back over the collection of student loans as it always has done, served in that capacity. So that's not new relative to Treasury.
The reconciliation bill has a lot of changes to federal student aid, and one provision in particular asks you to basically place a cap on the amount of loans that people can borrow based on the program that they're choosing. Have you started to calculate what it would cost to have a psychology degree or an engineering degree?
I've not actually started that process yet, except in conversations. I know that Congress had started a lot of that kind of work and had done some research relative to what the mean cost was across the country to take, you know, different courses. And should lending kind of be based on that median or that mean cost? And I think that is one of the things that I think it was Representative Fox who has worked so diligently to bring down the cost of college. One of the things that she talked about. And so that is something to look at, especially for students who can graduate so overburdened by debt and not really understanding that the profession that they have chosen could never give them the amount of income, or at least the projected or the proven stated amounts of income that they might receive to pay off that loan. And part of what we are doing with the restructuring of the FAFSA application for college is trying to work in some language eventually that will say, this is what you could expect to earn relative to this kind of degree and program. This is what this college charges for it. This is what a different college would charge for it. Put this into your calculus as to where you would like to go to school and have the biggest ROI on what you're doing. I think those are really sensible measures to be taking and how to look at it, because so many students have no ideas. I'll tell you just a little side story. When I was running for the Senate in Connecticut back in 2010, and I went to a freshman class in college, and I said, of all of you who are in this class, how many of you have student aid? You know, 95% of hands go up. I said, how many of you know how much interest you're paying on that loan? Maybe half the hands went up. I said, how many of you know the actual amount of the loan? Fewer. I said, how many of you know what kind of a job you would have to have and how much money you'd have to make to start repaying this loan? Not a single hand went up. So I think we need to provide students with better tools of assessing the value of what education they need, and do they need a four-year college? Or are they better suited for some other kind? Is it community college? Are we looking at our skill-based education? How does technology and AI play into all of that in their learning process? I think we kind of need to rethink in our whole culture of how we
Nå er vi nede og tester på her. Hvis du bryter den, så kan bryte den bra ned.
Would you make those calculations public? Because it could affect what major students decide to pursue.
Oh, definitely. They'll be part of the public forum. And I think it's that's a great thing to share with anyone who's contemplating going, to class and going to college or university or community college or however they decide to look at their career. That's, I think, vital information for them to have, and for parents.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take some questions from the audience. If you could just raise your hand. We just ask that people say your name and organization before you ask your question.
All right, I think we will jump out now. You can follow that event on Live Go on the Bloomberg Terminal, LIVE Go, to hear more from Secretary of Education Linda McMahon talking with our White House correspondent Michaela Gardner at the Bloomberg Newsmakers event. A lot of talk there about student debt, and it's a concern for her and this administration, just as it was the last administration. But of course, they're going to come at it from very different angles.
That's right. She also said that she would make calculated future salaries public. And again, a lot of that talk here on student aid. I'm just reading some of the headlines out of this event. Linda McMahon saying that it would be sensible to tie student aid to predicted future income, and they don't anticipate more department cuts.
No, a lot of talk as well about Harvard and the relationship between that great school and the administration. It seemed like she was pretty positive about that relationship, saying that they are making strides with Harvard and with Columbia. And she said she does want to see those universities get funding for research that she thinks is important. So I think she pretty much conceded that the funding withdrawal is a bargaining chip.
That's right.
All right, we have a lot to cover on this program. Just want to quickly show you or tell you about markets, because we have seen the Dow Jones Industrial Average turn down right now. We're still looking at gains on the S&P 500, but not a lot of big movement. Let's get over to Charlie Pellet. He's got a Bloomberg Business Flash for you.
I thank you very much, Matt and Emily. Absolutely right about that. Dow did dip into negative territory moments ago. We had red on the screen, but right now up by 7. Bottom line here, we got the Dow fluctuating between gains and losses. S&P 500 index higher by 14, back at 6,019. That is a gain of 0.2%.
Dow Jones faller videre. Det hadde også Nasdaq gjort hvis ikke det hadde vært for 5 aksjer.
0.2%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 index up now by 0.7%. The 10-year at 4.47%. The 2-year 4.00%.
Nå kaller vi bare Nasdaq Mag 7 index. Det blir bare komedie.
Ja, kunne jo dratt ut deres med egen indeks.
Ja. Han kaller den for Mag 7 index.
65.13 a barrel on WTI. An electrical fire at Grand Central Terminal in Manhattan has road service as about 100 firefighters worked for several hours through thick smoke to put out the flames. Recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 13, up 0.2. We've got the Dow up by 3.
Ja, det är tungt att vänta på ingång en gång.
Is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Very much. Matt Miller here in the Bloomberg. Are we in the Bloomberg the Bloomberg Business Week studio? Sometimes I get lost. I don't know. It's a big building, right? We have 29 floors here. I'm here with Emily Grafeo. We're in for Tim and Carol. And we have with us right now Josh Isner, president of Axon, on the latest enhancements in public safety technology. They make taser guns. They make body cameras. But they make a lot more than that, going beyond hardware into software as well. Josh, great to have you on the program with us. Talk to us first about the kind of non-lethal tools that the police and, I guess, National Guard have to combat rioters, if you want to see them that way. We've heard a lot of talk out of the White House about an insurrection in Los Angeles, and obviously nobody wants fatalities. So what kind of equipment are you providing to these law enforcement officers to deal with unrest?
Yeah, certainly, and we'll probably, at least I will, do my best to kind of stay out of the politics of the situation, focus on how we can keep people safe, and ultimately that's what the taser does. It's a less lethal tool, shoots out darts, 2 of the darts connect to your body and conduct energy at the same waves that your brain sends to your muscles, and that's what causes your muscles to tense up. After 5 seconds, it's over, and the police take you into custody. And so, in greater LA, all of those departments, we're proud to be their partner in deploying less lethal tools to them, and they have the tools, to hopefully safely de-escalate some of what's going on.
Josh, have you seen demand pick up? It's very short term, but just in the last several days, have you seen that demand at least coming from LA?
Not particularly, only because the demand is already there from all of those customers. They certainly have seen riots like this historically. They've seen other, applications for these. Generally, when you have any kind of physical threat to the officer with someone holding a knife or sometimes even something, more deadly than that, there's very clear, established use cases for using a taser. So we're really proud of the fact that it didn't take something like this for our customers to already trust us and believe that there are use cases for our products.
I will say that I have tased myself on a few occasions.
Yeah, I can't relate to that.
I have to say that. So years ago, I was in a job, like a summer job, doing security, and we had to use these tools. And our boss said, "I want you to try it on yourself before you use it on anyone else." And I never actually ended up using it on anyone else, but I'm still here to talk about it. So, Josh, I wonder about the importance of AI in the tools that you provide. Emily and I were talking earlier about, and I don't know that we're there yet, but if you could use AI and facial recognition, for example, on a body cam or in smart glasses, then you'd give law enforcement officers maybe a little bit of an advantage. Have you thought about, I'm sure you've thought about, have you started to develop tools like that?
Yeah, so right now we do have a lot of AI functionality built into our products and our cameras. I think the tool we focused on first with the body camera is actually offloading all the audio transcripts of the videos that take place and letting AI analyze those and suggest a first draft of the police report to the officer. There are some sexier use cases of AI, like the facial recognition element you mentioned, but the use case I just mentioned literally takes the officer's administrative workload down from 50% to 20%, and thus an officer ends up in the street with far more of their time, days of a week that we're giving back to the officer. And so our early AI tools are much more focused on productivity, such that officers can do what they do best at more often. But I think as we build out our next generation body cameras with more, frankly, battery power, computational power, better connectivity, you'll see some of those other AI products at the edge start to make their way into the body cameras. I think first it'll probably be license plate recognition, but over the longer term, once we can prove that these facial recognition models are rid of inherent bias, that's when I think we end up, launching a product like that.
Josh, the ACLU has already brought up concerns about the bias inherent in AI, the hallucinations that AI is capable of, and I think has issued complaints about use of AI in your software to draft police reports. How do you respond to that? Because, of course, it can make mistakes, and if you see a first draft, even if you're a trained police officer, that can also alter the way you think of what actually happened. So is it maybe doing as much harm as it does help?
No, I wouldn't put it that way. And look, before I get to kind of the process we run, I think it's reasonable to expect, like, the ACLU is never going to be doing cartwheels about police technology and what police, products they use and so forth. And so I do think we have to remember a little of that. And our approach to this is something called our EEAC, which is our Equity and Ethics Advisory Coalition. And this is a group internal to Axon of folks that come from the world of activism and don't see the issues the same way that the police do, and see issues more like the ACLU does. And they're part of our product development process. So we have gates along our product development where we check back in and do a full product deep dive with our EEAC, and they ask those questions, and they want to see it demonstrated that these models are rid of bias and so forth. And that's been a very, very productive relationship for us with our EAC, and it really does validate internally, our product designs and motivations to make sure that, hey, when these things hit the market, the folks who are the most critical voices in the room will have the data to share with them about the process we took, to arrive at these products. And you can read a little more about this on Axon.com. It's called our responsible innovation framework, and it's on there, and you can see exactly how we think about some of those issues.
So Josh, your company started for primarily law enforcement. I'm wondering if you're seeing more demand pick up from civilians, maybe civilians worried about crime, particularly post-pandemic. Have you been seeing more civilians, and what products specifically are they looking for?
We do sell a consumer taser device, and it has picked up since the pandemic for sure. It's still a relatively small part of our business, but over the next couple of years, I think we'll be updating our product portfolio in the consumer space, and we're really excited about the future iterations of the product. Ultimately, our core market is police, and we wouldn't want it any other way. We're honored to work with police, and we think our products just have such great product market fit in that market. But in consumers, where folks don't want to carry a gun and they're looking for other alternatives that can protect them, but not in a lethal fashion, I think the taser is a viable alternative. So we're excited to talk more about that in the coming years as we launch some new products in that space.
All right, Josh, thanks very much for your time. Really appreciate it. Hope we can get you back. Josh Isner there is the CEO of Axon, and we want to get to the president of Axon, and I want to just get to quickly his stock. Emily, I'm looking at the comp chart, and I always look at the COMP function on the Bloomberg terminal, which automatically defaults to a 5-year time span, and I feel like that's a great default setting. It's up 637% over the past 5 years. So absolutely crushing it, especially over the last couple of years. Just real appreciation in that asset.
Yeah, that's compared to an 88% rise for the S&P 500. So big outperformance, and a lot of that gain just coming within the last year or so.
All right, we are going to take a break here. When we come back, we're going to talk to the CEO of GLG on the value of human expertise in the age of AI. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Og det er tirsdag. Tror jeg.
Hæ? Ja, men det er stille nå. Jeg har bare spist 4 knekkebrød i dag, jeg. Det er ikke nok da. Det er ikke noe muskler av det.
It's all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing as traders closely monitor trade discussions between the U.S. and China in London. We'll keep you up to date with any developments. The S&P right now up 16 at 6,022. That is a gain of 0.3%. We got Intel leading the S&P higher. Intel, by the way, up 7.6%. The Dow up 34, now up 0.1%, while NASDAQ is up 53. That is a gain of 0.3%. Our Mag 7 index higher by 0.8%. 10 years currently yielding 4.46% with a 2-year 4.00%. Gold little change, down $2 the ounce, 33.22, drop there of 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 64.68 a barrel, and Bitcoin at 109,000 even right now, up 0.2%. Novo Nordisk shares higher after a report that activist hedge fund Parvis Asset Management has built a stake as the Danish drug maker struggles to keep its lead in the obesity market. Novo Nordisk up now by 5.8%. And Gilead Sciences says federal regulators have placed on hold trials of a new experimental once-weekly HIV drug combination therapy after white blood cell counts dropped in some of the patients. Again, recapping here, stocks higher, S&P up now by 0.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you, Charlie. So, Matt, I feel like everyone right now that's trying to run a business or trying to do any kind of enterprise work is talking about AI, the growth of artificial intelligence, how it's going to impact their employees, the way they recruit, the way they plan, everything related to running a company. And we're going to talk now with someone who can discuss all of this, the value of human expertise in the age of AI. Gemma Postlethwaite. She is CEO of GLG. She joins us now in New York City on Zoom. Gemma, thanks for being with us. Maybe we could just start, just give us an overview of what GLG is.
Hi, Emily and Matt. Thanks so very much for having me. So look, GLG invented the expert industry 26 years ago. Very simply put, we exist to connect our clients to specialized, trusted expertise, typically at critical moments in decision making. So our clients are global Fortune 500 companies, think global banks, financial services firms, consultancies, technology companies, healthcare companies, who typically engage with us when they are, for example, trying to gain conviction around an investment thesis, due diligence on an investment opportunity, or in the corporate landscape, it may be as simple as trying to understand the right price point of a new product offering that they're considering launch. So they come to us for access to human expertise, meaning information they can't find anywhere else that exists in the minds of human experts. And that's what we do to connect them to those experts. And we do it through multiple mediums. So those expert interactions can be one-to-one calls on Zoom. They can also be surveys. They can also be events, a roundtable, for example, where you can sit with an expert and some of your peers and understand a critical topic that's at hand of the day. And increasingly, every expert interaction that occurs with a client can turn into an opportunity for a consulting project for that expert with the client, or actually an executive placement. So increasingly, we place our experts on due diligence teams at private equity firms, or even on boards of private equity backed portfolio companies, for example.
So how much longer will you be able to place these experts before companies just go to artificial general intelligence for that kind of expertise?
Great question. The reality is, and the most simple answer to that is that most of the expertise that resides in human beings does not exist in the open, public domain and on the internet at large. And so AI models that are trailing public sources of information and content to constantly serve up information to clients is one medium, but we exist to bridge the gap of, beyond getting smart from general information and sources that are very often not cited, to the expertise that exists only in my head, in your head, and that can only be tapped into in an actual interaction with that expert. And that is fresh and the latest, also most relevant information. So we're focused on what we talk about a lot about being AI enabled, but really we're in the business of HI, human intelligence. And we think that is becoming increasingly valuable. And our clients tell us every single day that they are placing an even bigger premium on the ability to get at trusted sources of information. So when you engage with a GLG expert, they have been extensively vetted and screened from a compliance perspective to make sure that they are not only who they say they are, but that their expertise is in fact true and real as well. And so our clients come to us because they know that when we're making really, really critical decisions, they're not going to bet on something they found in OpenAI. They need to validate that with a genuine human expert whose ideas, thoughts, and experiences don't live in the public domain.
Well, I hope that stays true for as long as possible as well. Emily and I will be out of a job when AGI comes to fruition, but some leaders, the CEO of Anthropic, have said AGI, which is, by the way, artificial general intelligence is something different than ChatGPT, right? It's massive in scale. It would be machine level intelligence on par with humans. Sam Altman of OpenAI has said that they'll know how to build it in just a few years from now. Obviously, Mark Zuckerberg at Meta is looking to hire the 50 smartest people in tech to do it sooner than later. Are you using technology, or are you focused on boosting the technological aspect of the services you provide as well, so that you can stay ahead of this wave?
Absolutely. In fact, all the technologies that you just referenced, we are using actively inside of GLG to deliver our services in an even faster and more accurate way. So, for example, the business we're in is speed to quality of matching an expert with a client need. And so AI is helping us understand, identify, and distill client needs at a much faster clip than historically has been done. That's making us more accurate at matching with the right expert and asking the expert the right questions to qualify them for a client project, for example. So we are using AI in all those ways. We're also using agentic AI capabilities in order to be able to extract human intelligence at greater speed and deliver it to our clients in all different mediums. So we too are doing all those things. What's fascinating about what we're seeing with OpenAI, and in fact many new entrants who are trying to think about different ways to disrupt all kinds of workflow in the information services world today, is that they keep coming back to us as the source of access to that human intelligence that they can't find anywhere else. And the reality is that if you want to get at trusted human expertise, then the business that we're in of vetting, screening, and making sure that our experts are truly compliant and that the right kinds of expertise is being shared in the most compliant way remains a significant barrier to entry, candidly, for many of these technology players.
Hey, Gemma, just 30 seconds left. I'm wondering if you could just give us maybe an example or two of some of the biggest asks clients are having right now. Are they asking for more geopolitical strategists, more AI expertise? Like, what are your business clients really looking for expertise in right now in 2025?
Yeah, great question. Well, as you can imagine, many of the topics that you've just touched on, geopolitics, tariffs, supply chain implications, all the things that are creating the uncertainty that everybody is navigating are extremely topical. But our clients are also trying to understand those in the context of, if you're in private equity, it might be in the context of an existing portfolio company that you're trying to help navigate through. And they're continuing to look for opportunity as to where to invest in this new world that we're operating in. AI remains a critical topic in that area of investment as well, as is still many innovations that are coming out of the healthcare sector and technology at large. But I would say AI remains topic number one, fastly followed by geopolitical and tariffs, etc.
Yep.
Just as you'd imagine in this.
Gemma, great to have you on the
moment.
program. Gemma Postlethwaite there, CEO of GLG.
Jeg tror ingenting får ned Nasdaq, ass. Ikke uroligheter med Iran, ikke nedgradering av USA, ikke profit-warninger, ikke en dritt. Den bare går. Hva faen, liksom? Det er det sjukeste jeg har sett. Jeg er drittlei hele Nasdaq. Faen, se Nasdaq piker da, tilbake på samme nivå hele tida. Han snur ut på 21,850, og så går han opp dit. 21,850, så går han opp dit. 21,850, så går han opp dit. Uansett hva som skjer. Det der er så rare bevegelser, det der er ikke menneskeskapt i det hele tatt. Hvem faen kjøper USA, eller Nasdaq da? Når det ble nedgradert av hele verdensbanken i dag, vekst på 1,5% fra 2,8. Halverer veksten i USA, og så skal Nasdaq gå opp på det. Det er det dummeste jeg har hørt. Det skal egentlig ikke være mulig da. Stolen knekker jo for faen. Helvete stol, ass.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
Nasdaq var helt nede her i dag på 21,720. Nå er han tilbake på 21,890. På drittnyheter.
When they travel, usually they like to take a couple days off. You know, so they
At det ble nedgradert.
to the time zone. And then they like to not do the first hour. Sometimes they don't do the last hour. You know, just to be a little bit more about the whole thing.
They take it easy.
Han bare synker hele tiden, sitter på en rampe.
One hour to be really
Carol does like to prepare a lot, and Tim he has this spa routine that he does.
Right.
Just
Deep
to get
breathing.
in great shape. I want to take a look at some of the stocks on the move today, and we are joined for that by one of our favorite reporters from the Cross Asset Desk on the BN side. Vildana Heinrich joins us. Vildana, what are the big movers you're watching in a market that really is kind of like a wait and see kind of mode right now?
Who are your other favorites if it's not me? Just me on the Cross Asset
I love
team, right?
Isabel Lee. I love Denisa
Sure.
Takova. My co-anchor Katie Greifeld sits with you on
And
your
you're forgetting about
desk.
Emily.
And of course,
here.
Emily
That's
Griffeo.
why I was pointing it out.
In fact, I'd like to do a show with all of you. Matt Miller and the Cross Assets team.
Let's
En Lidia som går, da.
I would love to do that.
So stocks.
Some stocks that we're looking at. We're looking at
Og
James
Meta.
Smucker.
Tesla opp 4,5% for han er kamerat med Trump
15%
igjen.
today. So a big drop. And the company said U.S.
Ja,
tariffs
da
are
må jo
increasing
selvfølgelig
costs
Tesla
in its
gå.
coffee business in particular, and that's weighing on its profit for the
Nå
fiscal
brøt
year.
Gul
James Smucker owns Folgers
nederste
and
støtta
Café
her.
Bustelo. Bustelo. I'm not actually sure how to pronounce it. I don't drink either one. I don't know if you do, Matt. But
Folgers is like an old
A classic.
classic, right? I think there's something about the morning is right when you get up with Folgers in your cup. I can't remember the tagline, but for me, Smucker's is all about Uncrustables. This is the like pre-prepared peanut butter and jelly sandwich that goes into your freezer. And I have bought a box to see if it's good because Katie tells me they're delicious. They look incredibly unhealthy. I haven't opened one yet, but apparently the NFL eats literally hundreds of thousands of Uncrustables.
I wouldn't doubt it because it
Every
has
year.
peanut butter in it too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Peanut
need the
butter and
protein.
jelly.
They need the protein and the sugar. But anyway, the company did generate about a third of its revenue from coffee last fiscal year and raised prices for the beverage in May. It expects to boost them again in August, and overall prices will be up about 20% this year, Smucker said. And so this is just an
Klokka
interesting
10
story
på
to me
10 så
because
spretter
obviously
Nasdaq
we're
opp døren hver dag.
watching how tariff policies are actually impacting companies on a company-by-company basis, and just being able to see it and actually hear from the companies on the impacts, I think, is important.
All right, I think you already said, but the ticker is SJM. We're super serious about the tickers because this gets turned into a 5-minute podcast, and investors need to know what to type on the Bloomberg terminal. Up next, we've got, there's an analyst out there who was asleep throughout 2023 and 2024 and finally woke up to the fact that there are GLP-1 drugs out there, and if you take them, you're less likely to need a Big Mac, right?
Er det noen som har noen nyheter på hvorfor Nasdaq gikk opp med 100 poeng her, eller? Nå skjer et eller annet her, liksom. Nå går gull rett opp. Hva er det som skjer nå? Er det nå Trump prater? Noen som vet hva faen som skjer? Er det noen som vet hva som skjer nå? Hører dere hva jeg sier? Ja. Jeg må kjøpe en squawk, for jeg har faen ikke nyheter her. Jeg har bare Bloomberg, og det er ikke bra nok. Jeg må ha en squawk. Er det noen som vet om en bra squawk? Hvis dere vet hva squawk er for noe. Squawk er en nyhetsabonnent som leser opp nyheter før nyhetsbyråene får dem. Altså, det er sånn instant news. Squawk heter det. Instant news, så du får med en gang. For den bevegelsen vi så her nå, et eller annet som skjedde nå. Det er ikke vanlig bevegelse, så det er et eller annet som skjedde her nå. Og jeg vet ikke hva det var for noe.
The stock market,
That's right.
but they have crushed it.
Until today. So it is a newly public company. Just as of last week, it had a blockbuster debut last week. Up some 270% from its IPO price through Monday, and then dropping today. But this one is super interesting because ETF issuers are already rushing to put out filings based on Circle. So we have at least 3 separate filings from 3 separate issuers: Bitwise, ProShares, TRX. Maybe we'll have more to come. We'll see about that. But those 3 have so far filed for Circle-based ETFs and it's one of the BI, the Bloomberg Intelligence analyst said, it's an alignment of stars because you have a crypto company that's in super high demand, it's leverage, and also the market is hungry for IPOs.
Yeah,
so
because Congress is passing stablecoin legislation. This is what they do. They kind of own the market now, and you could have bought the shares for $31 4 days ago, and they're trading for $107 right now. Vildana Heinrich, thank you very much for that. I will say that if you're watching us on YouTube or listening to us on Radio, Bloomberg's Business Week Daily continues with Carol and Tim. They're actually going to come to work next on location live at the Cisco conference in San Diego. From Emily and me, this is Bloomberg.
Financial Juice en squawk. Den her skal jeg abonnere på. Den her skal jeg abonnere på. Jeg skal ordne den morgen, så kan vi alle høre på. Alt bra med I dag. Det bare Nasdaq som går.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The White House in California continue their standoff over the deployment of military troops in the wake of protests there over immigration raids. Linda Kenyon has the latest from the White House.
President Trump has sent thousands of National Guard troops and 700 active duty Marines, saying it had to be done.
If we didn't get involved, right now, Los Angeles would be burning.
Speaking in the Oval Office while unveiling new plans to quell wildfires, the president added the protests in L.A. were akin to a different kind of wildfire.
Big problems were ensuing.
California's governor and the mayor of Los Angeles said the protests were under control, and the president's actions not only exceeded his authority, but inflamed the situation. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
CBS's Scott McFarlane reports from Washington. There are others who feel California is being unfairly targeted.
The visible presence of the deployment of the National Guard in Los Angeles is raising criticisms from survivors and victims of the U.S. Capitol siege in 2021. Critics say the National Guard was delayed that day. The president was slow to which contributed to the 100-plus police injuries and millions of dollars of damage at the Capitol.
Det var White House som kom ut med en melding. Praten går bra med Kina. Mulig at vi blir ferdige I morgen. Og så gikk det opp på det. Da gikk Nasdaq opp faen meg 70 poeng for at det kom. Vi har en bra dialog med Kina. Det skal ikke være mulig! Nå går gull opp da. Det skal faen ikke være mulig! At en indeks går opp med 70 poeng fordi de sender en melding vi prater bra med Kina. Hva faen har det med finans å gjøre? Faen og lattlass. Det jo komedie. Det skal jo faen ikke være mulig.
President Trump has said would total $1 trillion. New Jersey is holding its gubernatorial primaries today. They may be a referendum on Trump's first few months in office. Correspondent Michael Wallace has that.
6 Democrats and 5 Republicans are running to replace Democratic Governor Phil Murphy. President Trump has endorsed Republican Jack Ciattarelli and joined him in a recent tele-rally.
It's being watched actually all over the world because New Jersey's ready to pop out of that blue horror show.
Dr. Matthew Hall, chairman of the Political Science Department at Seton Hall University, is not surprised Trump is looming large in the race.
Hvorfor gull går opp? Gull skal opp. Den skal opp som av faen. Det Nasdaq har ingenting med noe å gjøre. Nasdaq går bare på piss og AI. Det ingen realitet der I det hele tatt. Max 7 nå mer som krypto. Det bare du får det du betaler. Det null virkelighets... Det ingenting som realitet der. Det bare håp og kjærlighet. Og så den så sværende at de drar med seg I indeksen. Gull skal opp det. Se på dollaren. Se på dollaren. Derfor går gull opp nå. Og så det uroligheter på bondsmarkedet. Derfor skal gull opp nå. Det har ingenting med Nasdaq å gjøre. Så selv om Nasdaq gikk opp nå, så gikk gull også opp. Det bare Nasdaq, folk som har litt peiling nå, de skjønner at dette nervøst, og da kjøper de gull. For det som kommer nå det bare piss. Det Kina-greiene. De har en bra samtale med Kina, og så går virkelig indeksen opp 70 poeng. Han sa det samme på fuckings fredag. Han sa akkurat det samme da. Nei, på mandag, mener jeg, i går. Så sa han, talks are going good. Og så sier han igjen, talks are going good, i dag også. Har jo ingenting med noe å gjøre i det hele tatt. Fortsatt så tok Verdensbanken i dag og nedgraderte hele USA. Hele skitten, vekst på 1,5%. Ned fra 2,8%. Det går shit der borte. Du skulle ikke tro det på grunn av indeksen da. Helt amatør.
There's a new push to hike the federal minimum wage, as Steve Kathan reports.
Missouri Republican Senator Josh Hawley is set to introduce a bill to raise the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour, a position that aligns one of the most conservative Republican lawmakers with some of the most liberal members of Congress. The measure would raise the federal standard starting next year and would also call for an increase in subsequent years to match inflation. Vermont Democrat Peter Welch is signed on as a co-sponsor. The federal minimum wage currently sits at $7.25 an hour and has not risen since 2009. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting the Departments of Homeland Security and Justice, among others, kept tabs on foreign visitors to Elon Musk's properties in 2022 and 23. The investigation predates the current Trump administration, and its current status is unknown. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. We are live in San Diego. We're still on the West Coast because, man, we are not finished.
We are not finished. We have a flight back tonight.
We do.
We've been here for about a week.
We have.
It's been great.
Yes.
I'm a little surprised at just how massive this Cisco Live event is. It's been going on for decades. I've never been here.
I know.
This is huge. I mean, this is like, I'm getting vibes of like CES in Vegas.
Yeah, it's totally that. It's just like hall after hall after hall. And it's folks that are talking about AI. They're talking about security. They're talking about infrastructure. They are talking about anything and everything when it comes to technology, what it needs for networking. So conversations all around us, a bunch of keynotes. What we're going to be doing really over the next 2 hours is a deep dive with the Cisco team who are dealing with all of this at different levels, what it means for AI in the workplace, what it means for the AI build-out, what it means for Cisco, which is a company that's been around for a long time, but we're in a different era. So what are they doing in terms of growth?
Yeah, and some of the executives who we're speaking to have been at Cisco for 2-3 decades. So they've seen a lot of different cycles, very interested in sort of the holistic view about where we are when it comes to AI. How does it compare to other revolutions?
AI. Hører dere at de snakker bare om AI hele tiden? Det AI.
Of course, paying attention to everything happening around just to the north of us in Los Angeles. Of course, we're going to get an update from there in just a few minutes. Also across the pond, over in London, where U.S. and Chinese officials are negotiating.
I've got my screens up on the Bloomberg, and we have seen equities take a leg up. We're pretty much at our highs of the session, folks. They're up almost 0.6% on the S&P.
Øyvind tror du snur på 33,25. Får vi se da.
A moment ago,
Jeg er penga, jeg tar ikke gevinst.
Chinese officials that are happening in London will continue into the night. So it sounds like
Vi sier 27.
Du sier 27?
As we know, this is not an easy process. So we're going to talk about that. In terms of some of the folks we're going to be highlighting from Cisco, DJ Sampath, he's VP of Product AI Software and Platform. We're going to talk about AI generally. And then on tech in the workplace, we've got Anurag Dhingra. He's Senior Vice President and General Manager at Enterprise Connectivity and Collaboration. So he's going to tie that
Ja, jeg kan liksom ikke si mot deg, for jeg ser det samme. Men jeg sier 34.
We're going to talk about Cisco's strategy and the challenges slowing AI innovation and adoption today. Jeetu Patel is President and Chief Product Officer. You might remember him. We spoke to him back in February. He was at Bloomberg HQ for the Bloomberg Intelligence AI event. He's back here in San Diego.
Can't wait to check in with him. Frank Katsuda is also very familiar to our Bloomberg audience. She's EVP and Chief People Policy and Purpose Officer on the all of them when it comes to AI and tech strategy. And then we're also going to check in with Mark Patterson. He's EVP and Chief Strategy Officer. He is the next CFO at Cisco. So we're going to talk a little bit about M&A. We're going to talk about emerging technologies, innovation, What are the things that are going to create growth at Cisco for years to come? But first up, let's talk about that trade. We've got a rally underway. At least we are pretty much at our best levels of the session. Back to New York we go, and to Charlie Pell.
Thank you very much indeed. 52 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. London to Los Angeles, we've got you covered. Do want to begin, though, with a headline out of D.C. President Trump poised to repeal Biden's curbs on power plant pollution. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ are all advancing right now, with the S&P up 34, 6,039. That is a gain of 0.6%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 120, higher by 0.3%. NASDAQ up 128 right now, up by about 0.7%. Our Mag 7 index up 1.2%, with the 10-year 4.47%, the 2-year 4.00%. Gold, little change, flat on the day right now, 33.24 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 64.71 a barrel. And Bitcoin now at 109,495 on a Bitcoin. Investors sending stocks higher as the U.S. and China resume trade talks. Again, repeating the headline from Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. He says he hopes China talks will end this evening. Those talks scheduled to resume minutes ago in London. As for the market backdrop, Seema Shah is Chief Global Strategist at Principal Asset Management.
Howard Lutnick har gått ut og sagt det med Kina nå, og derfor gikk opp.
I think there could be even more market complacency underway because the data hasn't yet weakened, and then when it finally does, as they said in late Q3, early Q4, that to me is a bit of a pothole potentially for markets.
Principal Seema Shah interviewed on Bloomberg Open Interest. Keeping an
eye on the
is now down 1.3% as the rest of the market moves higher. This after Redburn Atlantic downgraded the company to a sell rating, citing concerns over shifting consumer patterns due to weight loss drugs and inflation. McDonald's down now by 1.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, live here at Cisco Live 2025, and we're going to be kicking off our coverage from the event in just a moment, but we want to get to some of the day's headlines. We do know talks between the United States and China extending into a second day and extending later into the day over in London, into the evening, with financial markets continuing to really watch very closely, although I mentioned an uptick. Maybe there's some hopes, some expectations that we could see some details ironed out. Let's get an update. Let's head to Bloomberg News senior editor of Strategic Industries. He's our Mike Shepard. He's over at ABC. Hey, Mike. So what's your read on this? We talked about the Commerce Secretary about the talks going into the evening. Is that a good sign?
Well, you know, when you take it from Howard Lutnick, he is also saying that the talks went really well so far.
Nasdaq går, eller? Og du leker med livet når det handler så short Nasdaq.
Began at 10:40 a.m. local time.
Jeg bare driter
now 8 p.m. The two sides broke first for lunch, and then around 5:30 p.m. local in London for dinner, and they're heading back to the table right now. We saw the Commerce Secretary right before he went back into the room with his Chinese counterparts, indicating that talks had gone well, but offering very few specifics about what exactly made him draw that conclusion and what sorts of concessions and agreements might be on the table from either side. Remember, and this is interesting, that you are in San Diego with a lot of tech industry figures this week. Tech is really at center stage in the conversation there. China is very uptight and concerned about increasing export controls by the U.S. And conversely,
så skal Trump prate klokka 10. Da kan gull falle faktisk litt.
To U.S. customers, especially the auto industry, but also tech as well.
So, Mike, when we think about how this could end up, and look, you know, the devil's in the details. You mentioned a lot of the issues that are being haggled over as we speak. What's the ultimate end game look like here for these two countries? Is it a détente? Is it a trade deal? Is it more talks that are agreed to later? I'm just trying to get an understanding for investors about setting expectations here.
Well, Tim, you're asking the right question, and it certainly is the one on the mind of everybody on Wall Street and on Main Street, too, because for businesses, there is a lot riding on what comes out of these conversations. Now, let's turn the clock back a month. This is when the two sides first met in Geneva to try to cool some of the passions that had been kindled by the Trump tariffs back in April. that just escalated in this tit-for-tat battle and went as high as 145% on Chinese goods and something almost comparable on U.S. goods going into China. The two sides have set those high tariffs aside pending further talks, but after the discussions in Geneva, there was a bit of a breakdown. Accused China of slow-walking its promises to deliver those rare earths more quickly, and China was upset about a new round of export controls and restrictions that have been imposed following the meetings in Geneva, with both sides trading accusations of violating the spirit of that détente. So really, Tim, the starting point is to try to get back to square one from Geneva. Deal with a small d, and that really is more getting back to cooling tensions.
Du sa 27, Robert.
Eventually toward a deal with a capital D, something that will take
snart, skal vi se.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get into, Mike. I mean, I think we've had conversations with you and other members of our DC team and other folks. I mean, any kind of real lasting deal, trade deal between the United States and China, it's going to take years. Is that fair to say that that's still kind of what we're looking at here?
It would take a significant investment of time, Carolyn, and you hit the nail on the head there with the amount of investment from each side that would be required to the differences between the world's two largest economies on matters of trade and on global security are really stark. And it's a striking contrast with other U.S. trading partners like Japan and India and even the European Union that are much further along in their trade discussions for all the time that the U.S. has been spending with China over the past few years.
Men noen som husker hva jeg sa om offshore-aksjer I går?
With officials in Beijing. And the difference is when you start to really
De skulle til himmels I dag.
Det gjorde han. Tariffs and even export controls and rare earths. It also touches on sensitive areas like the South.
Shell fikk 9,5% og Borr gikk 7,7%, Transocean gikk 7,3%. Det greit, 3,7%.
Det dritbra. Ok.
Og Argeo 4,66 øre.
Det dritbra.
I'm wondering, we spent a lot of the last...
Okay, skal vi se hvor mye det her blir da, folkens. På det lille her nå, med dere her nå.
We talked about it with RJ Scaringe, the CEO of Rivian, last week at Bloomberg Technology. We talked about it with Gracelyn Basker and at CSIS yesterday. She joined us from Johannesburg. What is the US's...
Hvis jeg kan gjøre dette her som jeg vil,
in the sense of what is the powerful...
så har vi nå hentet en halve tape på den 1/3 der. Men jeg får ikke gjort det på koppekontoen. Bare så dere vet hva jeg kan da. Jeg får ikke gjort det.
This is a great question. It really is on the advanced tech side,
Jeg har ikke tatt den ennå.
semiconductor side, and it's on allowing China a little bit more access to some of the technology that it needs to be able to develop its...
Jeg tror vi alle vet hva du kan.
Nei, jeg føler at folk vet ikke hva jeg kan, for jeg sitter og gjør jo ingenting. Jeg må bare vise det. Jeg får ikke gjort en dritt av det jeg kan.
Ja, men vi vet.
28-33 nå. Du leder, Robert, enn så lenge.
Ja, det var jo nærmest. Neste tips var jo 60, så...
Jeg har sagt 34 nå da, på den runden opp her, så får vi se da.
Har du sagt 34? Det noe ombestemt da, altså?
Nei, jeg er 60 på dagen, men jeg visste ikke at Trump skulle prate, så jeg har lov til å ombestemme meg bitte litt. Så jeg satte pilen der nå. Det er pilen som jeg er target nå.
Ja, men han går ikke mye mer nå. Det tror jeg ikke. Da må han I så fall litt ned først.
På den ene treneren nå, så har jeg hentet inn hele tapet, nesten, så treffer jeg nå, hele tapet, ikke tapet da, men det var en minus da på koppetreningen. På den ene treneren.
Det bra.
Jo, men det sånn jeg har lyst til å trade, så jeg kan snitte meg og gjøre sånn, at jeg blir bare sikkert som en jævla apekatt. Og I stedet for noe så trader jeg på min egen konto. Det så jævla teit. Nå jeg opp enda mer. Se her nå.
Mike, one last quick question, just 30 seconds here. Is it safe to say that when it comes to the United States and China, we are getting ready for a very big, different chapter?
Ja, du har brukt jo noen motstandere.
As friendly foes as maybe they were, they're really, really sharp competitors. Just quickly.
Yes, the competition is stark, and it is very much part of the domestic agenda of President Xi Jinping, just as much as it is for President Donald Trump to assert national superiority globally in technology and certainly economically as well.
All right, good stuff. Mike, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Always great in tying together certainly U.S.-China relationships and then technology, which we are surrounded by here at Cisco Live 2025. We're going to get to our first interview in just a moment. Bloomberg's Mike Shepard joining us from D.C. That is the latest when it comes to U.S.-China relations.
Og ikke for å skryte, men husker at alle sa at det skal ned, 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 etter at det falt. Og så sier jeg kjøper før det går opp, bare for å poengtere det igjen.
Marines deployed by President Trump arrived in the Los Angeles area with orders to protect federal property and officers as the city is gripped by tensions over anti-deportation.
Snudde akkurat på 33-30 på den her. Ja. Akkurat snudde. Dere prøver å komme opp en gang til, så vi ser om man klarer det. Hvis ikke så tar jeg gevinsten.
Han går sikkert litt ned, og så prøver jeg igjen.
Ja. Så nå vil han prøve å banke gjennom, og hvis han ikke klarer å banke gjennom, så tar jeg gevinst, og så har jeg lovt, jeg skal gi bort den gevinsten her til dere i chatten. Siden dere gidder å følge med på meg og alt. Jeg bare gleder meg til at jeg kan gjøre det her på Kopperkonto.
But, you know, again, we woke up in the morning and the protesters or vandals had sort of dissipated. We did hear a figure that over 90 people have been arrested overnight, so there was some police action on that front. But again, the city's sort of calm as we wake up in the morning. And so it's definitely a contrast as we hear that the Marines have arrived. We don't know exactly where they're stationed yet. According to Karen Bass, the mayor, she also doesn't know. She's not in touch with the Trump administration, nor is the LAPD chief about where those Marines will be deployed. But you know, it's a bit of a
umulig at det ikke som skjer i natt.
Det går jo ikke, vet du, for han Trump prater jo hele tiden.
That's come down from the Trump administration with the Marines and the California National Guard on the streets.
So well said. Sarah was listening to some of your coverage earlier today, and you said, you know, in terms of the Bloomberg office in Los Angeles, it's not like there's anything happening necessarily around you, right? I mean, you would think if you hadn't read the news, watched the news, you'd think it was a normal day.
Absolutely, sort of across the city, I think, you know, there are large areas where this is not affecting people, but of course, we are still hearing reports. Just now, I was reading about one on social media that said at a food processing center in the state, there's apparently a raid going on.
Jeg tror det går inn.
People who wash cars have been arrested. So there's these raids going on that we're not getting that much information about who's being targeted, how many people are being detained by ICE. And again, these were the raids that happened on Friday that really sparked these protests to begin with. So it just feels like a very tenuous situation right now where these raids are ongoing. We do have troops on the ground. And, you know, we heard from Karen Bass that she is not coordinating with the Trump administration. So how much, you know, information is flowing between local law enforcement and, you know, the federal officials, and hopefully there isn't a breakdown of communication there that, you know, leads to a sticky situation either.
A lot of our conversation yesterday focused on Governor Gavin Newsom of the state of California and his relationship or lack thereof with the Trump administration. You mentioned we don't know the coordination that's happening between the mayor of Los Angeles and the Trump administration. What's the latest when it comes to Governor Newsom and the Trump administration?
We did see a bizarre sort of exchange today where Trump told reporters in the Oval Office that he had spoken to Newsom yesterday, and within minutes Newsom had tweeted that he hadn't spoken to Trump, nor had he even gotten as much as a voicemail. So, and Karen Bass, the mayor, has said she has not spoken directly to Trump. I don't think she's tried to reach out, but she hasn't spoken to them. So there's sort of this confusion, I think, even at the official level too, of I guess the politics behind it, and you know, I guess everyone hoping that cooler heads will prevail and that everyone will be able to come up with a solution.
Last thought, I don't know, you know, how are you guys thinking about kind of what happens next? Because it doesn't sound like there's a lot of communication between the government and certainly officials, the mayor, but who knows? I'm just curious, what insight are you getting between your sources or from your sources when it comes to the communication that you're seeing? What is, again, we keep reminding everybody, feels like a struggle between federal versus state.
Absolutely. This has been a really unpredictable situation. So I think what we do know is that the city has said, you know, if the unrest grows, and they didn't say whether it's as early as tonight or down the road, they'd be willing to put a curfew in or take more aggressive measures. So I think that's what we're watching out for right now, whether the troops get involved or it just remains LAPD, Sheriff's Office, local forces. You know, where does this end? Do protesters keep coming out? Do they grow in size? You know, does it get out of hand or feel out of control at any point? And I think everyone's sort of on the edge of their seat waiting to see what happens next. And a lot of this action has been happening at night. So I think as the sun falls, that's when we start to see, you know, people come out. More on the protest sort of vandal side of things. So we're sort of waiting to see tonight.
Ja, jeg hentet, nå jeg opp 4,000 på den treden.
As always, thanks again for the updates.
Enn så lenge.
National team managing editor for Bloomberg News. She is there in our bureau in Los Angeles. All right, folks, we do want to kick off our coverage here in San Diego. We are at Cisco Live 2025. They've been doing this for a long time, and it's kind of our first time, and it's just blown us away about how big it is. We've got a great guest because they are talking a lot about AI, and rightfully so.
Ja, nå så dere før jeg gjorde det, ikke sant? Nå så alle hva jeg gjorde for noe før jeg gjorde det. Det her, jeg holder igjen hver dag.
Any of the trade floors, and like this is the massive and dominant theme here. I want to talk a little bit about the news that we got earlier today that Cisco is updating its networking and security products to make AI networks speedier and more secure. It's part of this broader push to capitalize on the AI spending boom. Talk to us a little bit about what prompted this, and we're going to speak about it throughout the program because this is some big news to emerge. But what you're hearing from customers on the customer front, where we are in the AI moment, and really what prompted a move such as this.
Yeah, Tim, Carol, thanks so much for having me. You know, there's a huge tectonic change that's happening right now, right? If you think about the moment where ChatGPT came into our zeitgeist in November of 2022, we've now started understanding that AI is here. It's not a buzzword. We go to ChatGPT for a lot of questions, you know, existential ones, like, you know, should I take this job? Should I not take this job? A lot of interesting things that you start to see that are being broken down very systematically by AI as a thought partner, right? But what we're seeing now is that evolution from AI being an application or a chatbot to an agentic AI, right? So you've got agents that are autonomously going out and performing tasks for you. And as you start to think about that, what's going to happen is your workforce, which has now gotten, you know, 100% of humans, is going to be augmented with, you know, AI applications, AI agents, robots, and humanoids. You know, in fact, you know, you're going to start to see that happen, and these robots and humanoids are going to have AI models sitting inside of them. So what we're seeing is that you're going to start to see a lot of change in the way these networks work and how employees are going to work inside of these organizations. So we're just tremendously excited about that, and we're getting ready. As Cisco, we know it's coming. We've helped usher in the era of the internet, and we're now ready to usher in the era of AI, agentic AI, more specific.
What's surprising you about kind of the progression? You're right. It's like 2 years ago, right? It was like bam. But I think for us, like it was just over the last few months that we have increasingly been using like ChatGPT, right?
Yeah.
In a more aggressive way.
Claude, I use a lot.
I use Claude a lot. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Here's what I'll tell you. Like in the, you know, in the trenches right now, the speed with which AI has been moving has been absolutely mind-boggling. You know, the progress that we're starting to see. I'll give you an example. You mentioned Claude. Claude is an amazing, you know, piece of, you know, software from a model perspective that allows you to write code really well. Claude is one of the top ones that they use to do software engineering. A lot of people thought that, you know, AI is going to, you know, sort of come for our jobs, and, you know, software engineers are probably not the ones that it's going to come for. It's going to take a long time to get there. But guess what? You know, it's here and it's now, but it's not taking away the jobs. In fact, every single developer is becoming a lot more productive using AI. So essentially what's going to happen is it's not like you're going to have to worry about jobs.
Tok gevinst nå. Jeg tror det skal videre oppover, men jeg tok den nå så ikke jeg ble sittende balla her. Ble ikke så mye, det ble litt, ble 4.000 kroner.
You know, I want to go back to it,
Jeg har lyst inn til vi kan gjøre det her hver dag, egentlig. Vi kan kjøre sånn hver dag. Jeg vil gi til 2 personer. Det 2000 til hver av dere. 2000 som en jeg har fått press med han gjør det hver dag nå. 2 sekunder, kort tilbake.
You'll notice is that the rate at which things moved, like, you know, if you go back to just using the chatbot, the very first time you used ChatGPT, it had a knowledge cutoff, right? You could only get information from like 2021.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then they opened it up to be able to do live web searches, right? That is actually, you know, teaching a model how to use the tool. And then you saw that.
Nå går den videre opp her da, det får være. Jeg tenker at jeg gir 2000 til en ny på chatten, fordi hun tok tap på grunn av at jeg tradet med de små kontraktene. Vi kan gjøre dette her i morgen også. Så blir det 2000 til Luca, og så blir det 2000 til en som har 3 barn og fugler og bruker all sin tid på å hjelpe meg på Discorden, og så blir det 2000 til Prepina også. Så de 2 får 2000 kroner hver. Jeg har håpet at det skulle gå dit, så hadde det vært 6000 kroner, men jeg tok gevinst nå for å ikke drite meg ut, for Trump skal prate om en halvtime, og da vet jeg ikke hva som skjer. Men jeg tror gull skal gå videre. Jeg sitter fortsatt i gull, men det var 1 trade som vi gjorde nå. Så blir det 2000 til Prepina, 2000 til Luca, og så kan vi kjøre sånn i morgen også. Lena, jeg skulle egentlig gi til deg også, men du får i morgen. Nå går vi videre oppover. Så da fikser vi det. Så vi kan kjøre i en sånn der giveaway-trade hver dag da. Jeg gir faen, det går helt fint for meg. Skål. Nå blir det 4000 kroner på 2. Det ikke så mye, men det litt i hvert fall. Skål. Lena, du alltid så hyggelig og clean hakkesprø. Vi setter jo pris på sånn som deg. Så i morgen så skal jeg dedikere en trade til deg, så får det bare bli det det blir. Kanskje du taper penger i morgen.
Okay, so what about the type of attack where...
So,
this is a little scary, but I think this is what's happening, where we are mimicked, our voices are mimicked, and perhaps a loved one is called, and AI...
Nå går faen meg gullet videre.
Pretending we're in a situation that requires the help from a loved one. I mean, this could happen. This could happen now.
Skal til 60.
Like, you know,
Skal til 60.
Now, just to be very clear, because spam and phishing attacks with AI can become really, really gnarly. Like you're gonna.
Det stemmer, Timmy. Om jeg taper, så må de inn med penger.
You gotta use AI to be able to, you know, defend as well. It's not just about using AI for attack.
Ja, selvfølgelig. Vi kan kjøre sånn trade hver dag. Det bare hyggelig, det.
And you also want to make sure that you're using AI to make security better. And at Cisco, we're doing both simultaneously.
So, what's the thing that keeps you up at night? Like, I just do think about some of this is happening, and we move so quickly, it seems like all of a sudden, from generative to agentic.
Luca her fritt beskjed, Sahar?
What is this all about? So, what is it that kind of worries you as things move so
Account number. For da kan jeg føre over med en gang.
One of the biggest things is, you know, there's always this feeling like we're not moving fast enough.
Nå går det til targeten min. Nå hadde vi gjort 6000 kroner. Nå går jeg pisser. Sahar som sa, tag gevinst, tag gevinst. Kan dere faen meg skylde på Sahar? Tag gevinst. Pilen min står der. Jeg sa han skulle dit. Hit. Det er min pil. Ditt, sa jeg. Så har jeg bare tag gevinst, tag gevinst.
Consolidating all the features and the functions that are out there.
This is a top-of-mind issue for a lot of CISOs, Chief Information Security Officers, that are looking to consolidate a lot of the different point products that are there inside of their ecosystem. Cisco, as you know, with the acquisition of Splunk, is one of the largest security companies on the planet at this point. And we've taken a very intentional approach to consolidating a lot of these things into a single pane of glass. What we launched earlier this year was something called Security Cloud Control, and this is a consolidation effort. You don't have to worry about each and every single point product that's inside of your ecosystem, but you bring it all together and you use AI assistance to be able to manage all of these products. So, we're entering into that AI and agentic era. You've got to have those capabilities so that the defenders have the advantage over the attackers that are cloning your voice and doing this phishing attacks. You really need to give the defenders an advantage, and that's really what we're doing at Cisco.
One of the things, we look at kind of the universe, your competitors as well, and when investors think of network security, they often think of Palo Alto Networks and some other players that are out there, especially when it comes to the firewall space. I'm just curious, are there products, DJ, or software that can kind of change market perception
and
market share dynamics?
Absolutely. One of the key things about the way you're starting to see these, especially in the age of AI, you've got to realize that one of the core enforcement points for stopping all of these bad actors and bad attacks.
Nei, men vet du hva? Det var jævla morsomt. Vi kjører en sånn trade hver dag, så deler bort en gevinst hver dag. Legg meg til at jeg sier gevinst. Jeg sier ikke noe annet.
We've been doing networking for the past 30 years. Long time. We've been doing security for a pretty long time too. But when you start to combine those two things in a single place, man, like we're miles ahead of everybody else that's out there.
30 seconds. What's surprising you that you're hearing at this event? Like, we're just blown away, and the conversation just got about 30
seconds. Se å treffe target,
men what are you hearing as kind of a dynamic narrative?
One of the things that I'm seeing that's really surprising is the number of
Da tar jeg også Får du ID-nummeret til hun Luka og Luka, kan du gi ID-nummeret ditt til Sahar? Og du også, Prepina. Og så får jeg ført over med en gang.
So that means a lot of on-site, on-premise, right?
That's exactly right.
It's not all up in the cloud.
Not all up in the cloud, because they have lots and lots of this data that's
Jeg har ikke en shit der, Prepina. Jeg vet ikke hvor dassen er i huset. Jeg glemmer alt.
But like, it's happening. DJ, thank you so much. Great way to kick off our coverage here.
Thank you,
Carol. Thanks, Tim.
DJ Sampath, Senior Vice President of Cisco's
Elsker deg.
Software
Ja,
Platform.
jeg er så glad i deg.
Next, we talk tech in the
Elsker kråka mi.
workplace. Anurag Dhingra, Senior Vice President, General Manager of Enterprise Connectivity and Collaboration right here at Cisco. We continue.
Å, se gulla! Å, fy faen! Jeg hadde så mange kontrakter. Ja da, gutten. Ja, det var så godt. Ja, jeg er glad i deg. Veldig glad i deg. Men tenk dere om jeg kunne kjørt sånne posisjoner på koppetre da. Da hadde dere faen meg flaksa penger til dere, ass. Og meg. Ja. Ja, så fint. Tenk du hadde gjort 4 lapper på koppetreninga. Det var morsomt. Eflap, vente litt. Jeg må ut av de jeg har, så skal vi kjøre på. Og nå har jeg gjort sånn at de som følger meg har 5000 kroner, så kan jeg trede litt ordentlig. Ikke den ventinga jeg holdt på med nå. Ja da. Pripina, du kan spørre Sahar hva jeg tjente for noe i hele fjor. Hver dag. Så får du et annet syn. Nei? Jeg gjorde 30 til, jeg gjorde i snitt under 50, så ble jeg sur, liksom. Nei, ja. Lost in Heaven, ja. Bare komme ut av de posisjonene, så kan jeg nesten... Ellers hadde jeg ikke tørt å gjøre det live. Altså, jeg gjør det live. Jeg hadde ikke tørt å sitte live hvis ikke jeg hadde tjent penger på det her. Jeg hadde ikke tørt å sagt en dritt. Jeg er så påståelig når jeg tar feil. Så ja. Så nå er vi på targeten min her nesten nå. 33-34 nå. Da hadde vi gjort 6000. Ser dere det jeg ser, eller ser dere ikke det? Kan man se det jeg har laget her?
Jeg ser ikke hva du har.
Simen, ta det du er komfortabel med, men jo mer penger du har på copy, jo mer friere er jeg. Så derfor har vi sagt 5000 kroner nå. Ja. Og etter hvert når vi er ordentlig oppe og går, så kommer jeg til å skru den opp enda mer, sånn at jeg kan gjøre ordentlige trades, sånn ordentlig liksom. At jeg kan gå ut inn og hamre på flere nivåer og sånn, for da blir jeg alltid sittende støkk, for jeg får ikke snittet meg ned. Og jeg driter med å ta tap, liksom, har ingenting å si for meg det. Men når jeg ikke kan snitte meg ned, så jeg blir liksom låst. Du får liksom ikke gjort så mye, du blir bare sittende og vente. Sturla da. Nei, Sturla, sa jeg Sturla? Det er Gustav! Gustav? Dua heter Sturla. Ja, ja. Ja, nå er jeg snudd den. Gikk rett opp. Jeg vant! Jeg vant den, Robert.
Ja, men det er bra. Jeg rakk det akkurat det. Kom tilbake nå.
Ja, men jeg vant den, Robert.
Ja, jeg gjorde det.
Herfra opp dit. Og så faen man snur den der også. Helvete, ass. Fy faen, det. Jones. Doktor. Jeg tok en her nede, for det Sahar sa ta gevinst, det er skyld på Sahar. Så donerte jeg bort til Prepina og Luki.
Ja, men det var bra.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P 500 index less than 2% away from a record. Stocks are pushing higher. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Talks between the U.S. and China have been extended later into their second day in London. Financial markets keeping an eye on developments. Economies negotiate over key tech and industrial exports and de-escalating their trade war. So here's where we stand. The S&P 500 index up 25 now.
Jeg må ringe noen i frontbroker nå, så jeg får ført over. Jeg får ikke gjort noen ting. Jeg får bare sett min konto og styrt min konto. Så jeg må ringe noen som skal føre over penger, så skal dere få pengene med igjen, så kan dere trade med igjen.
10-year 4.46%, the 2-year 4.00%. Gold $7 the ounce, up 0.2%, 33.33 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, 64.73 for a barrel of WTI. So again, recapping the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing with the S&P 500 index up 0.4%. Business Week Daily continues right now. Once again, your hosts, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Charlie Pellet back there at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. We are across the country, on the West Coast, staying here. Some great conversations here at Cisco Live 2025. There's so much happening around Tim and me, and we've got a great guest to kind of get into some of the enterprise connectivity issues, collaboration, because that's what he oversees.
Anurag Dhingra is Senior Vice President and General Manager of the Enterprise Connectivity and Collaboration Group at Cisco. He's also founding executive sponsor of Cisco's Responsible AI Initiative, which means we're going to talk a little AI as well. I want to talk, you oversee this diverse portfolio of collaboration tools that are all under Cisco's umbrella. When you think about what collaboration in the workplace means right now with a distributed workforce, with some people working from home, some people at the office, all at the same time, what's the one solution?
Det var noen som skjorta lenger ned, men det var for det kanskje.
Thank you for having me, Tim, on the program. So when you think about collaboration, it's more than just the tools you use to meet with people or to call people. You know, obviously those are essential tools, but it starts with foundational technology, which is the network. You want to make sure that everyone can connect seamlessly and securely to the network first, no matter where they're working from. And, you know, our definition of the workplace is quite expansive. We talk about a regular office, we talk about a retail store, a factory floor, car, wherever you work from is a workplace. And so it starts with foundational elements of connectivity. And then once you're connected, then it's all about delivering the best possible experience. And so one of the things that Cisco's been innovating in is this concept of distance zero. And the idea is very simple. When you're meeting with other people who are not in the same room with you, it should feel like there's no distance between you. And so we've been working on technology, whether that is video conferencing technology, whether that is services that we deliver.
Jeg mener ikke bare å stenge meg ned for å snorke litt.
What's the biggest hiccup that prevents people from actually experiencing distance zero? Is it connectivity issues?
So I think it's a mix of things, right? So first, this connectivity has to be rock solid. And, you know, when you're thinking about the diversity of spaces that we're talking about, sometimes you don't have solid Wi-Fi. In a conference like this, it can be very tricky.
The hotel?
As an example.
I don't know, Carol, if you experienced this, I was like just getting dropped on my...
Right.
The computer was fine, the phone wasn't. And it was like, it was actually really hard to work.
Yeah, we take connectivity for granted, but it's actually still very complex, and especially for people who build and manage these networks, the complexity is only growing with emergence of AI, agents, and digital workers in the workplace. It's only going to get more complicated. So we're very focused on how do we deliver amazing experiences for people who are connecting, but how do you make it easier for IT to manage it all?
Anurag, are networks generally ready for AI, or would you say no?
I would say they're not ready right now. And here's why I say that. Look, everyone can feel that this is transformative technology. And we are at the beginning of a major technology shift. When you look back at other technology disruptions, you know, the beginning of the internet, mobile devices, cloud computing, it caused us to take a step back and reimagine how networks should be built and managed. And AI is much bigger than that. When you think about the proliferation of AI agents in the workforce, digital workers that are doing human-like work, you know, they're communicating and doing work like us, but at much bigger scale. So
prater litt med Sahar her. Vi kan gjøre en greie at jeg donerer bort en trade hver dag.
Well, we want to ask you. I know we're like dying to ask you a question.
Kan vi gjøre.
I am curious about because we keep thinking about the CapEx, right, and all that is AI. But I'm also thinking about. Are they not going to do the spend?
At vi må gjøre at man trekker sånn random, eller at det går på at man tar sånn på rekke og rad på medlemslista, at den dagen er den sin, er ikke? At det faen hvordan man skal gjøre det. At det er liksom sånn greie, da. Er det kult, er det ikke det?
So I think, first of all, I think this is going to be essential technology. This is almost like if you ask someone today, do you want connection to the internet? Of course the answer is yes.
Ja, hvis du kikker på for eksempel members, og så ser du når det var innlogget, for eksempel, at du tar på hvem som har vært med. Jeg vet ikke om det går an å sortere der.
Ja, bare må være fair, så man også, liksom alle føler at de kan være med på det. Men nå sier han der F-lap random pool er den eneste rettferdige. Ja, det er kanskje det.
But when you think about deploying AI applications in your office
environment,
you have to make sure
jeg tenker vi gjør det, for det er en greie som vi kan gjøre. Jeg setter bare pris på alle som har tålmodig og uten å klage på meg. Og så er det litt morsomt for meg å trede litt ordentlig ved siden av en copy-greie. Så kan det bli bra, det.
Because you oversee this portfolio of tools that are meant for helping collaboration across different areas, you must have some really cool...
Du kan ta sånn russisk rulett med fullt magasin.
Ja. Returning to the office. We talked a lot about this even 5 years since COVID.
Mange prosenter av det? 4.000 av 30.000 kroner, 10% er det?
Litt mer.
Ja. Så jeg gjør 12% avkastning i jorda nå.
Ja.
Helvetes ful.
Now it varies quite a bit across the globe, and it also depends on the organizational culture, but what we are seeing is most companies are back in the offices 2 to 3 days a week at least. In the United States, there is generally
vi kan kanskje kjøre en tidkonkurranse, at vi får være på flere mennesker rundt her, for jo flere vi er og med morsommere er jo litt sånn litt ålreit.
Har ikke gått åt der.
There are other people who are remote, and you might be working outside your organization, partners and customers.
Jobb, Sara.
Not in the same room as yourself. And this is why at Cisco we are very focused on how to build the right technology
Right.
so it feels like there's no distance between you.
So mobility within the enterprise, is it going to impact more the people who are working
Nå skal
from
Trump
home,
prate om
or is it going to be more influential on the people back
Ja
in the
da.
office?
I think it's both, right? I think it is really a hierarchy of needs for employees, right? It starts with if
Trump
I'm
skal
in the
prate
office,
om
in my home
10 minutter,
office,
så da kommer sikkert Nasdaq til å gå ny topp.
tools to get my job done. So that's number one, right?
Ja,
And that's
bare ta med Erik.
and meeting tools and things like that come up.
Jeg skal bare mate fuglen litt.
My team, how do I get more creative? How do I actually get creative work done when we may or may not be in the same room? And if I get to the office, I want to make sure it's worth my commute to the office, that I can find a desk to sit with my team, I can find a conference room when I need it. The environment has to be very supportive if I'm going to make the trip to the office.
I think about kind of the connectivity that we have as we go from office to office, right? Whether it's printers, I mean something basic, but we can.
But it works.
But exactly,
Yeah.
we pop into a system,
Despite
or
everything I try to do to make it not work, it's still.
or remotely at home,
It is
being able
actually
to
foolproof.
remote access, like it is pretty amazing,
There's a
right?
reason why they have us practice that stuff.
No,
Truly, it's like
seriously.
a requirement. Hey, we don't have a ton of time with you, but I want
Right.
to talk a little bit about AI
Right.
in a couple different contexts.
Sure.
One about AI embedded in WebEx and call center products and
Right.
sort of the progress that you're making there, if you're able to monetize it.
Right.
And then I want to get to Safe AI in just a second. But first, talk to
course.
WebEx and the collaboration tools.
Right. So WebEx really has kind of two parts of the portfolio. One is really focused on meetings and callings and things like that. And that's where AI is really an assistant for you. It can generate meeting summaries. It can take notes for you. It can do things for you. In the contact center space, in the customer experience space, we have now new AI-based agents. These agents are completely autonomous. They can talk to a human as a human.
It's pretty crazy.
So
I
they
love
are
it.
voice enabled. But if you want to chat with it, of course, chatbots have been around for a long time.
Right.
What's different about these agents now is they can actually take actions. So they'll understand your intent. And, if you say, look, hey, I want to reschedule my doctor's appointment, they'll go ahead and do that for you, send you a notification as a confirmation. And we're seeing tremendous demand for this technology. And this is starting to make a lot of difference in the customer service experience.
So I'm not going to get attitude when I call my doctor's office and like.
They have it's like the Seinfeld where like your folder has been flagged already, so you get directly.
I definitely have been
Yeah,
flagged.
you've been
Good,
flagged.
in a good way and in a bad way, probably. I want to ask you though, during COVID, you mentioned WebEx. I mean, why didn't you guys take better advantage or more advantage during COVID? Do you just talk to us a little bit about during the lockdowns? Just like Zoom did.
Yeah, so I think our focus has always been helping large enterprises connect their employees, and we were very successful in that space, and we continue to do that. Cisco never really took this COVID as an opportunity to go into consumers. We did make WebEx available for free to lots of governments, charitable organizations, educational institutes. So we did that, but our focus was very much around being an enterprise product. Now when you think about where we've come along with the advent of AI, with autonomous agents as part of the WebEx, and all of the stuff that I was talking about earlier about distance zero and conference room, I believe that the product has come a very long way, and it's amazing. And so you actually have to see it to believe it. A lot of people haven't experienced it in a while, so I would encourage anyone to take a look and see how far we've come.
I mentioned that you're founding executive sponsor of Cisco's Responsible AI initiative.
Right.
What is responsible AI, and what's irresponsible AI? And I want you to answer the irresponsible part first.
Yeah, so when we started this journey several years ago, generative AI is obviously the trend right now, but we started this even before people were talking about generative AI. The idea really was, how do you make sure that bias doesn't creep into AI systems? That if AI is starting to make autonomous decisions that are consequential, that those are done in a responsible way, and how do you put guardrails around those systems? When we are building technology, how do we make sure this technology is used more for good than for nefarious reasons? So that's really the genesis of that program, and then we came up with a few principles, and then that translated into development guidelines for our people.
When you look across the landscape, can you give us examples of AI that's not responsible, something that concerns you out there?
Well, I'll tell you, like these systems that are starting to show up in workplaces right now, they are not very deterministic. They're powered by language models that can hallucinate, so they can say bad things, they can make things up. So
you're talking about deployment of potentially tools that everybody knows about across enterprises,
right?
And not living up to the expectations that the customers have.
I'll give you, yes, and I'll give you a couple of examples. So imagine if there was an automated system that was approving your mortgage application, and that system just decided to decline your application for reasons that are not even explainable because this algorithm is a black box. Well, that is not very good. So you want to make sure that there's a way to protect against that. Or imagine hate speech creeping into this chatbot that you're interfacing with in a customer service scenario. How do you protect against those things? You can't do that if you haven't systematically thought about being responsible with these systems. And that is where that program comes in handy.
What? I don't know how you feel about this, but it seems like people accept answers from LLMs in a way they didn't accept answers
from Google
in the early part of search.
Yeah.
Do you feel that way?
I think yes, and I think there's also emerging research that people are nicer to AI than they are to people, which is interesting.
I think you're right. I think they feel like they have this relationship with this thing. I was talking to
constantly pushing back on ChatGPT.
Yeah, I'm often cross-referencing, like going somewhere else and checking out things.
But this is why it is really important that we build trustworthy systems, and then we go out of our way to make sure that you can trust the response that you're getting out of these systems, which is why these programs are critical.
And I think about so we Google.
Yeah.
And we do trust our responses.
Right.
And there are there's different ways of kind of checking on it. What will be the gut check on LLMs? Will there be rating systems? Will there be, how does that progress?
Right. So one of the things that we are doing here at Cisco, earlier in the year, we announced a product called AI Defense. And the idea is very simple. First, it starts with observing how people are using these applications. And then second, you can start to put some guardrails. So you can start to sanitize the inputs that people are getting to these large language models. You can also do the same thing in the other way around. So, for example, you wanted to protect people from hate speech, you can put those type of guardrails. You wanted to make sure that these models are not hallucinating and not giving you wrong answers.
Right.
You can start to put guardrails around that. And so you will see a lot of these tools emerge. And the models themselves are getting better with these type of protections. But I think there's always going to be a need to have tools that you can control as an organization that not only comply with the law of the land, but also with your values, with your policies. And so it's important to have those type of tools.
You know, it's interesting. So I spent a lot of time with ChatGPT, a lot of time with Anthropic's Claude. And, one thing that I've noticed about Claude, and this is Sonnet 4, is
You're
that
playing with it.
It says, I'm playing with it so I can pull this up. It says, Claude can make mistakes. Please double check responses.
Yes.
Whereas there's not necessarily that same that's after every answer with Claude.
Right.
You don't have that same answer with ChatGPT. With Claude, it won't generate images for you.
Right.
Do we have it with even Google?
With Google's AI feature
with normal search.
Well, normal, but I feel like that's just in our DNA as people who search for things.
I guess.
I feel like internet culture, we were taught to be skeptical of what you find on the internet.
Yeah.
We're not necessarily taught to be skeptical of the answers that these LLMs are giving us. Is that wrong?
Well, I think there are different companies who are taking different approaches to it. You just pointed out with what you saw on Claude. And so I think there is a need to drive more awareness that you should not blindly trust what you get out of these systems, and you should always have sort of a skeptical mindset for these type of things. But companies who are putting these disclaimers, I think they are doing the right thing by making the user aware of these challenges.
We're speaking with Anurag Dhingra, Senior Vice President and General Manager of the Enterprise Connectivity and Collaboration Group at Cisco.
So I'm just thinking, our audience, it's a smart one. It's an investor audience. I mean, when you think about when they're looking at companies who are embracing AI and building out their infrastructure, what do they want to see from their companies to make sure that they are doing that well? So, what's your thinking about what businesses should be doing to create safe, secure AI infrastructure?
Right. So the first thing I'll say is you want to make sure that your infrastructure is ready to deploy AI at scale. Because this is being the difference. Deploying AI could be the difference between you being a leader in your space and being irrelevant. And so it is very important to start with what do I need in terms of network connectivity? How do I have scalable networks that are not just ready for the traffic that you're running on them today, but the use cases that AI is going to unlock tomorrow? How do you secure it? This is why all the announcements that we made here at Cisco Live are really about AI-ready, secure networking products, scalable devices, security at the core of the network. So that's number one. Second, with applications like AI Defense that I was talking about earlier, those start to put guardrails around safe and secure use of AI. And then if you are in the business of building applications, building products, then I would encourage every company to think about how you're going to protect your systems, how you're going to make sure that your systems are used for good. This is where programs like the Responsible AI program come into play.
I feel like, especially with publicly held companies, there'll be a whole new section, like when they either report or something, right? Like that we will be dealing with to get an idea of how safe and secure their systems are.
Yeah, I think in some ways it's going to be like security.
Yeah.
And as these challenges become more well known, as companies become more aware, they'll start to demand systems that can provide the visibility on what's happening with the use of these tools.
It's definitely a new world order, but really fascinating. Anurag, thank you so much. Covered so much ground. Thank you.
Thank
good
you
luck.
for having me.
Good luck at the rest of the event.
Thank
Anurag Dhingra, Senior Vice President, General Manager, Enterprise Connectivity and Collaboration here at Cisco Live 2025.
We are just off our best levels of the day, but still up 0.5 percentage point on the S&P 500. The Dow up 0.3%. The NASDAQ up about 0.6%. All right, folks, you are listening and watching Cisco Live 2025. Let's head it back to New York and to Charlie Pellet as we get ready for the closing bell.
Thank you very much, Carol and Tim. Indeed, under 2 minutes to go until we wrap up trading on this Tuesday. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ holding on to gains. Right now, the S&P is at 6,039. That is an advance of 33 points, up 0.5%. Investors are closely monitoring those trade discussions in London between the U.S. and China. That's sending stocks higher. Equities did hit session highs after Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said negotiations went really, really well. We'll keep you posted. Any developments, we'll have them for you live on Bloomberg Radio as they happen. And of course, tonight we'll keep you posted right through the evening. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ gaining. S&P up 31, as I mentioned, up 0.5. The Dow up 103 now, up by 0.2%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 115. That is a gain of 0.6%. Your 10-year yield 4.46%, with a 2-year that's currently yielding 4.00%. Spot gold now higher by $2. Gold at $33.28 the ounce, up 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down right now, down 0.5%, $64.93 a barrel. Christina Hooper is Chief Market Strategist at Man Group. She sees just one Federal Reserve rate cut this year.
The Fed is in no rush, and they have a lot of good reasons not to do anything. And there are a lot of other central banks that are communicating the same thing. We just have no idea how tariffs play out. We don't know how long they're going to last, the impact they're going to have on the economy, so we can just sit on our hands and wait.
Christina Hooper, Chief Market Strategist.
Jeg bare satt en liten en nå for moro skyld.
Cheers, closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange. We've got the folks from the Jazz Foundation closing bell right now at the New York Stock Exchange.
Jeg rører ikke kopper før jeg legger opp.
105, gain there of 0.2%. S&P up 33, that is a gain of 0.5%. NASDAQ up 123, up by 0.6%. The 10-year at 4.46%. LIRR service in and out of Grand Central has now resumed after that electrical fire halted Long Island Railroad service, as about 100 firefighters had to work for several hours through thick smoke to put out the flames. The New York City Fire Department says the cause of the blaze under investigation, and there were no life-threatening injuries. Again, recapping, S&P up 32 at the close, up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stennebeck, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, everybody. Yes, indeed. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Carol Massar along with Tim Stennebeck. We're live here in San Diego at Cisco Live 2025. 22,000 people are around us. There's so much going on. And as you already heard from some of the conversations from the Cisco executive team, we're talking AI in a big way. What's needed to build it out? What's needed to build it out safely and securely? So we're talking about that. And over the next hour, we have some really great voices.
Yes, Cisco's incoming CFO is going to be joining us, Mark Patterson. He takes over finances next month. He's on site with us at Cisco Live. We're going to be speaking with him in just a few minutes. Also, everybody who listens to us and watches our show knows Fran Katsoudas.
Yep.
And I ran into her a little earlier today, too.
You did. She's joined us many, many times. And what she's going to really tie together is the workplace, the people, and then how do you do that in an AI environment. So looking forward to that, kind of looking at all the stakeholders. We want to get, though, to our first guest, who's very key in terms of strategy here at Cisco. We've got with us Jeetu Patel. He's President and Chief Product Officer. He's joining us here on site. Thank you for your patience. So much going on.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for being here. What do you think of this show?
It's pretty cool. It is way bigger than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
And we're just in one of the rooms here.
We're just in one of the rooms. It's hard to host 22,000 people in a single room, so we have to keep breaking it up.
Well,
Yeah, this is big.
When you bring these
Ja, han
people
går i
together,
skola.
what is top of mind for you in terms of what you want to hear from them and what they are hoping to get from you?
Look, these are our customers, they're our partners, and they're companies who are considering buying Cisco technology. And one of the things that we want to make sure that we're very clear with is what are the core problems we're solving, and what are the key innovations that we're making? And we want to make sure that we
Skal ikke Trump prate nå?
and have them talk to the technical experts so that they can actually learn about the products and
Får vi se da.
kind of pressure test them while they're here. We're in a
Om det blir noe mer gevinst å gi bort.
interesting place right now because we're in the next era of AI. So we've passed 2.5 years since ChatGPT came about. Carol, you and Tim know this. We had this kind of seismic shift that happened in the industry, and we had these chatbots that could intelligently answer questions that we had. And we're now going to this next era where there's going to be agents that can conduct tasks and jobs fully autonomously on our behalf. And they might work, initially they'll start working by themselves for a couple hours, and then over time there might be a couple of days, and then a couple of months, and a couple of quarters. And the possibility of the kinds of problems we can solve are so amazing. And we want to make sure that we provide the infrastructure to make that happen.
So are you talking about, with the agentic solutions that you're talking about, are you talking about inference specifically?
Correct. So we've been working on, working with people on making sure that we can provide the infrastructure for training for the past couple of years.
And that's where a lot of
Ballet da, bare vent til markedet er litt normalt, du, så skal du se hvor morsomt det er.
by shareholders of certain companies, no question.
Has been to date. But now what you're starting to see is the demand signal for inferencing is going up quite a bit. And if you think about what's happening in inferencing, when you just had an interactive mode where you would ask a chatbot a question, what would happen is you would have spikes of peaks that you would get on compute usage and on data center usage. When you have an agent, and that agent is fully autonomously and proactively working on something, and they're just kind of cranking away, and there's not just one agent, there's tens of agents working together, what you see is a sustained demand for inferencing capacity, and it's persistent inferencing that's needed. So your infrastructure kind of assumptions, the amount of network bandwidth you need, the amount of kind of safety and security that needs to be in play is very, very different. And so right now we're working with a lot of the governments who want to make sure that they have sovereign data centers all throughout the world.
Right.
We are also working with
That's a big demand push right now, isn't it?
huge demand push. So I was in the Middle East just a couple of weeks ago, and we announced partnerships with Humane and Saudi Arabia. We announced partnerships with G42, with Stargate UAE. And the reason for this is because there's an insatiable demand right now. If you think about what's the constraint in AI today, it's infrastructure, and it's safety and security, where people have to trust these systems, otherwise they're not going to use them. And so those are the two big constraints. And of course, the third one is a skills gap where you have to keep training people up. But the first two are pretty material. And imagine if we had a world where infrastructure was not a constraint. Imagine all the problems we could solve that we're currently not able to solve because of the constraint of infrastructure.
Well, but some of those constraints are serious, Jeetu. And I think about,
Absolutely.
as you guys are ramping up and building out and providing what customers need, though, whether it's enough power to do it all. We just did a big story at Bloomberg last week about not enough engineers, workers for power plants and so on and so forth. So how are you guys kind of balancing that? You're doing what you need to be doing, but making sure everything else is there to support it.
I mean, if you think about the large constraints, they're compute, they're power, because GPUs are power hungry, and then there's network bandwidth, and then there's safety and security. Those are the four kind of high-level buckets. If you think about power, what we are trying to do is make sure that we can have the lowest amount of latency, the highest performance, and the most power efficiency, because how long it takes for a packet to get to the GPU to get processed really matters. And if you have idle time on a GPU, that's actually not a good thing. You want to make sure that
Faen, kråka kommer etter bikkja, altså.
and so we need to make sure that
Mindy kommer inn, så kommer kråka etter.
kilowatt of power we save is a kilowatt of power you can give to the GPU, and that we need to make sure that the packets keep flowing.
Well, so forgive me. So capability and efficiency, you're constantly like balancing.
Constantly balancing it.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Because you've got to make sure it's efficient, otherwise it's not going to be financially going to make sense.
That's exactly right, because if you don't have the right level of power efficiency, firstly, all of the data centers that are getting built right now, we are running out of data centers to build in certain geographies because you don't have enough power. So you actually tend to go to where the power is, and data centers are getting built where the power is. So it's a very important commodity.
Is that true globally?
Yeah, it's absolutely.
Yeah.
You're
The
starting
data
to see.
set, like running out of places to run data centers because of lack of power?
Yeah, you just need you need to be not too far from the power so that the entropy is less, and how that whole thing works.
You're good, Carol.
I love the enthusiasm between the two of you.
I've got a whole list of questions that I want to make sure we get
We
to.
said we can go as long with G2 as you give us.
Yes, that is
Go as long as you want.
That is the answer. Can you talk a little bit about
Halla,
the
Gustav.
partnership that you have
Oi.
with NVIDIA?
Yes.
Because I
Varför
think
på huvudet?
investors are trying to understand from a
Men träffar några.
perspective, from just a relationship perspective. What can you tell us?
So we have enjoyed a very meaningful partnership with them for the past 6 years. 6 years ago we decided that we
Og bra trønderbataljon inni her nå.
devices, and that made those
Ja, da sliter jeg med å skjønne noe som helst.
AI ready. And now what you see is a lot of kind of sophisticated.
Tror du må søke opp, ta Google trønderbataljon.
Microsoft Teams, they can benefit from the innovations that we've made. So that's been a great partnership. What we did in the past few months, though, is we have doubled down on the partnership with data centers. And so we had announced that we have a AI factory and secure AI factory, which is basically what NVIDIA has as a reference architecture, which is a suggested model.
Det rakk dere ikke.
And for the very first time, they had a non-NVIDIA silicon provider that was actually part of that reference architecture, who was Cisco. And we were the first one of those that they actually incorporated into their architecture. Why is that important? Because customers look to NVIDIA to say, hey, what does your reference architecture look like? And now Cisco is part of that reference architecture. So that was the first thing. But what we've also done, and what we announced today, was our safety and security capabilities are pretty sophisticated. And we want to make sure that we actually tie that with NVIDIA's kind of efforts around. If you're building a open source model and an application with the NeMo framework, we can now validate that model with Cisco. And so we aren't just helping with NVIDIA on building a secure AI factory with the infrastructure and a full stack, but we're also helping with how do you keep it secure and how do you keep it safe? And so, because one of the challenges that you have is if people don't trust their AI systems, they're not going to use them. And so we want to make sure that people are trusting them.
We're talking with G2 Patel, President and Chief Product Officer at Cisco. We're here at Cisco Live 2025. What's the productive conversation around? So much focus is on, especially when it comes to NVIDIA and their demand for chips, the hyperscalers, how much they are doing to get an idea of where we are in the AI race. But I'm also, you talk to you folks, and it's a lot of on-premise build out. So what's the
Both, actually.
Yeah, or both. Okay, so what's the mix in terms of how we see
Der ser dere å falle nærme 61 overbevmaskin.
See this progress forward is there's 3 or 4 different models that'll be out there. Firstly, one of the very counterintuitive things is hyperscalers are going to grow. Private data centers are going to grow very rapidly, and neoclouds, which are actually AI specialists, are going to grow very rapidly, and so are service providers. So when there's, kind of a rising tide, all boats rise, and that's what's happening right now. Now, what is happening that's unique with, data sovereignty and with, kind of nationalistic behaviors that are kind of progressing from a geopolitical standpoint is there's more and more of an acceleration of demand of private data centers.
For den har en tendens til å snu på 61-80.
Specifically for inferencing. I think for training,
That's interesting.
You know, people might go to the cloud. But
Do you see that as being part of a government regulation, a sovereignty issue, or is it more an individual company basis?
It's actually a combination of issues. It's, you know, there's a sovereignty issue. There's also a data proximity issue. That might also have enough scale where the scale itself might give them an advantage.
Jo
like,
da.
hey, I don't need to go pay someone.
Kan
I
gjøre.
might want to
Men jeg må være forsiktig, for folk sitter og baller feil. Eller de som har små konto, tåler ikke at det går feil hver der, eller?
Upsurge of demand. Acceleration for us is we help the largest of hyperscalers with intra-cluster communication, you know, on the networking side. We are also working with neo cloud providers, and then we've had relationships with service providers for the past couple of decades. And now, what we start to see is a resurgence of demand on the enterprise that we know really, really well. We've actually been working with enterprise data centers for the past 40 years. And now we are actually starting to see a massive resurgence because of AI inferencing demand. And the agentic workflows, when every company is starting to rethink their workflows, whether it be a healthcare company or a insurance company, every workflow is getting reimagined. Infrastructure is going to be built out everywhere, and we want to make sure that we are the common networking substrate, and we are the common security and safety kind of provider across the board.
So G2, in an environment where we constantly are talking about an uncertain environment because there's stuff coming at us even today as we kind of continue to watch the negotiations between U.S. and Chinese officials over in London, how would you describe demand, the CapEx spend that you are seeing, whether it's the hyperscalers, whether it's those folks building their enterprise systems, like the different buckets that you play into?
The demand signal is stronger than ever. I've never seen anything stronger on the demand signal side, because you've got trillions of dollars that are going to be flowing in for these data center build-out capacities. So the demand signal is very strong. It's actually also happening globally, so it's not just
61,80 på Fibonacci jo en støtte I seg selv.
Europe, you're going to start to see it in Asia. And one of the things that's important for America is we want to make sure that American technologies are being utilized in all these data center build-outs, because that's good for America, and that's good for the world, frankly. And so, Cisco and NVIDIA and OpenAI and others and all of our partners, I think AMD, it's extremely important that we all work together to make sure that these kind of data center build-outs happen with our technology.
You know, you're showing me with the striking magnitude of these investments.
It's
what is not being, where is money not being spent as a result? As budgets get reallocated toward infrastructure, what's not?
80 på den her jo 33,5.
You actually have to take certain amount of dollars from existing projects and move them towards AI, and almost every company is doing that. They're saying, I'm going to take 20% out from my existing projects, move them towards AI. Over time, what you find is AI will get so much productivity that those 20% of the projects will get rehydrated. Because if you think about, like, for example, we're one of the first partners with OpenAI on their Codex project, which is the autonomous...
Du tenker på fargene I Fibonacci, for det ser ut som pride-flagg.
You have an autocomplete where you can have an individual developer that gets productive. You can actually now tell an agent or a group of agents, go solve a really hard problem for me and come back to me in a couple of weeks. And we'll be able to actually have a world that we're living in relatively short, kind of time horizons, where it'll be able to solve that problem and come back to you, and you'll still have the human in the loop that'll be able to observe and they'll be able to do things. But imagine what that does for the constraint. We have 27,000 engineers. I've never felt more constrained in my life about the ideas I have compared to the resources I have to prosecute those ideas, and we will actually get to a point where we can unlock those ideas in a very different way.
What?
I was just going to say, we could go on forever with G2, but apparently his team is telling us that you have to go speak. There's even a speaking engagement coming up. Oh. He doesn't want to do it. He wants to hang out with us instead.
You guys are too fun.
Hey, we're going to get in trouble if we do that.
Well, I mean, we're just kind of blown away today, like what we're learning about this and how it's impacting our world. I mean, I don't know, 6 months from now, a year from, like, how should we be thinking about how dramatically this will impact everything?
I think firstly, your imagination will be challenged quite a bit, because humans have a very hard time thinking exponentially for a sustained period of time. And this curve is exponential. And when it's exponential, it's not happening in a single dimension. It's happening across multiple dimensions all at once. And so if you think about it 6 months or 12 months or 18 months from now, no longer are you just going to be thinking about this as a more efficient way for getting an answer, but you will have companions and sidekicks and a staff of people that are digital workers that can get a job done that you would have otherwise not had a time to do. And one important area to talk about is a lot of people worry about, is AI going to take my job? I actually worry more about people that use AI really well. There's a higher risk of them taking a job than AI taking a job.
Noted.
You know, and the other piece that I also think about is, if you actually have, there's no one that I know that comes home every day and says, you know what, I've gotten everything done on my checklist, right? And so the reality is when there's 80% of the work that we do probably doesn't get checked off because we don't have time to do it. Now AI agents will start doing that. And then the final category that's the most exciting is AI will be able to do things that we were not able to do because it'll have original insights that don't exist in the human corpus of knowledge. And that's the area of AI that I think is the most underhyped.
G2, we got to leave it there. Your crew is about to come on set and pull you away to go.
Prater Trump nå, eller siden det går rett opp igjen?
Yes. But I'm ready for my AI companion and sidekick.
Thank you so much for both of you, Valerie.
President and
Thank
Chief
you.
Product Officer at
Good luck.
Cisco here at Cisco Live 2025. Let's get on over to Charlie Pellet for an update on everything happening after hours right now. Hey there, Charlie.
Much indeed, lots of earnings after the bell, but this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Among the names reporting after the close of trading today, we did hear from GameStop. Shares are lower after hours. GameStop reporting hardware and accessories net sales for the first quarter that did miss the average analyst estimate. Right now we got shares of GameStop GME on the ticker. They're down 4% after hours. GameStop also announcing that it did purchase 4,710 Bitcoin between May 3rd and June 10th for cash. Again, after hours, GameStop tumbling by 4%. Also reporting after the close of trading, GitLab. It's forecasting revenue for the second quarter. That guidance missed the average analyst estimate. After hours, GitLab right now down by 12.4%. And again, GameStop after hours down now by 3.9%. U.S. stocks higher today across the board. S&P 500 index finishing less than 2% away from its record as investors keep an eye on any and all trade developments out of London. Talks between China and the U.S., the world's two largest economies. The Dow up 105, up 0.2%. S&P up 32, up 0.5. Nasdaq up 123, a gain there of just about 0.6%. 10-year yield 4.47% with a 2-year yielding 4.01%. Gold just about flat on the day right now, $33.25 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%, $64.92. Bitcoin right now up 0.6%, 109,407.
Hva du tror etter 4 år med han der?
Det kan ikke være sånn at markedet skal reagere sånn som det her hver dag. Det kan ikke.
Bare slapp av, han kommer til å bli skutt lenge før.
0.6% during the Tuesday session. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton.
Det snart borgerkrig nede der.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master, Tim Stanovic, live at Cisco Live 2025. We're going to get back to our interviews in just a moment.
We're in San Diego.
Did I say Los Angeles?
No, I don't know what she said. I was just focused on the fact that we're in San Diego.
Well, we do want to mention that.
Etter at han sa buy stocks, så har indeksen gått opp med over 25% cirka, tror jeg. Etter han sa kjøp aksjer.
Ja, men han har rett.
Ja, Han sa først noe faenskap, så det ramlet til helvete. Og så sier han, nå må dere kjøpe. Og så snur han på flisa.
Det kaller jeg makt.
Ja, det helt sjukt.
And Mexican economy minister Marcelo Ebrard, waiting for a response from U.S. officials, expecting it this week. So again, we've been focused on U.S.-China,
Men vi får en reaksjon på det etter hvert.
When it comes to U.S. and Mexico as well.
Yeah, we're going to bring you all the updates as soon as we get them. Once again, though, the headline worth repeating: the U.S. and Mexico are near a deal to cut steel duties and cap imports.
All right, so let's get to one of our favorite guests. I got to say, when it comes to Cisco, she's come on Bloomberg many times. She's definitely familiar to our regular viewers and listeners. She's often traveling. She comes to New York, as we said. She stops by, but she's got this great vantage point on people and technology.
Det utsatt nå, eller? At han pratet? Så ikke han prate når klokka 10?
Executive Vice President and Chief People Policy and Purpose Officer at Cisco. She's also on the board of ADP, and she joins us here in San Diego. How are you?
Good. How are you? It's great to see you here.
It's great to be here. I mean, we're just kind of blown away.
Da var vi på 1,68.
You know, we're talking so much about AI, as you would imagine.
Det rom for meg der
Tell us a
nå.
bit more about what the conversations you are having around work. We just talked to G2 and just, you know, there's concerns that AI is going to replace all the jobs. But as he made this point, it's those people who know how to use AI. Those are the people you're going to have to be worried about because they're going to be a lot more productive and have bigger roles in the workforce.
So it's really interesting. From a broader work perspective, there are stats right now that are being released that tell us we have a lot of work to do, but similar to G2, I see a tremendous amount of upside. So Gallup actually put out a survey recently, and they said that 70% of U.S. workers are not using AI on their jobs today. And they said that 50% do not feel prepared whatsoever for what is coming. And what I think that means from a company perspective is that we have to create these bottoms-up and these top-down motions to really ensure that people can start to experiment. Because what we've seen at Cisco is when people start to play with the technology, they create the use cases. They see some of the opportunities that are there. The other thing that's interesting is that I do believe we'll start to see more and more roles consolidate. And you'll see that the technology will support a lot of the work, but people will have a broader vantage point or a broader remit. Generally speaking, that's good for employees. And so I think from an employer perspective, we have an accountability to ensure that our people are ready and that they're experimenting today.
You know, I want to talk a little bit about where we are in the history of this technology.
Yeah.
Because you've been at Cisco for around 3 decades at this point. So if we think about where things were in 1995, it was like the dawn of the World Wide Web. A lot of people had dial-up. That was the access that they had. Cisco was a completely different business. You've consistently been at the company since then. Contextualize for us how big of a deal the AI era is.
It's so huge. So listen to this. So I started at Cisco in the contact center. I was answering first-line questions for our customers that called in. That role doesn't exist anymore. That role has been replaced by AI. And what we know today is about 1.6 million of Cisco customer cases are now solved leveraging AI. And the satisfaction scores are incredibly high. What that means is that those people that were doing those frontline calls are now at the next level. They're handling the more complicated issues. What that also means is that if you're someone coming out of college like I was, that entry-level role doesn't exist. What that means is that we as companies have to create more of a bridge now from someone coming into the workforce to whatever that new entry-level role is. And I think there will always be entry-level roles. The other thing that I would say is the contact center in particular is one of your best examples of a use case that is just prevalent across industries. And the reason for that, knowledge management system, clarity around how calls are answered. It's something that is measured in every single way. And so our challenge now is how do you get unstructured work to behave like a contact center, if you will.
So I understand the difference between, and sort of the example that you gave about jobs and how that's evolved. But if you think about this in the context of outside of Cisco and the idea that the internet opened up these opportunities for so many businesses to be built, is the promise of AI, in your view, bigger than anything you've seen in your career, or is it kind of the same as what you saw with fast browsing and connectivity in the 90s?
I think it's bigger because of the pace. And I think what we're going to see is we're going to see an intersection of the technology and all of the roles. And what's unique now is that you actually have roles coming together in meaningful ways. You have the ability for us to scale even beyond what we did as we step into the internet era. And so I think it's much, much bigger.
I'm curious about the macro issues. You're always so gracious in kind of talking about the macro environment, and I'm just thinking about the U.S.-China talks that are going on right now, Fran, and obviously it involves things like rare earth minerals, technology. These are things that certainly play into your world. You know, how are you guys thinking about that? How to make sure that Cisco, whether it's their supply chains and so on and so forth, are where they need to be?
I think for all companies, but from a Cisco perspective, what we're always thinking about is what are the scenarios that we have to be thinking about in how our customers consume, how our employees work. To your point, some of the geopolitical issues that we are not in control of whatsoever. And I think for us, having good people on the ground that understand, running those scenarios so that we know how we're going to respond as a
Har en av
company.
bikkjene driti inne nå, for det lukter møkk helt inni.
I think one of the best things that we can do
Ja,
is
kanskje det er
provide
meg.
stability to our customer base. And so what that means is in an area like supply chain, we
Ser
have
du
to
bort
have
på,
that redundancy
på
so
den
that we
padden
can
her da?
pivot left or
Kladden.
right as we need to. And we've done a lot of that over the last couple of
Lukt,
decades.
er det der? Ja, så jeg sitter på et annet rom og lukter dritt. Og du sitter på rommet hvor det er dritt, og det lukter ikke noe. Ja, fytte Jeg sitter på et helt annet rom og bare stinker ræv her. Og så sier Sahar som sitter på rommet hvor det lukter bæsj. Jeg lukter ingenting. Fy faen, du har operert nese i feil, ass.
And so when we look at AI, what we're looking at is how does it intersect our portfolio? How does it intersect the way in which we work? And then how does it intersect the way in which people are working? And so together. And something that I believe very strongly, and this is different from 3 decades ago, is that you don't have an outside of the company and inside the company. Everything is blurred and you have to respond.
You know, we haven't spoken to you in a few months, and I wanted to get an update from you on the way that you think about DEI, the way you think about ESG. This is all under your purview at Cisco. DEI has, I think it's fair to say, for this administration, it's turned into essentially a swear word. And it's something that they're rooting out of the federal government and trying to root out of private companies as well. Has your approach at Cisco changed at all?
So at Cisco, our purpose is to power an inclusive future for all. And that has really shaped us, it's guided us. It helps us to understand the way in which we show up to external communities, which is this element of how do we use our technology to how do we ensure that we can drive a level of accessibility and connection. That part of our purpose absolutely stays true.
Nothing changes despite everything going on.
From a purpose perspective and how we show up to communities, we're showing up in the same way. And I think everyone understands that the more that you can help people connect via technology, they get access to education, healthcare. I think, Carol, that part of it is well understood. I think as a company and as we look at our internal practices, the first thing that I would say is you have to comply, of course.
Hvorfor er det så mye reklamedrit på Snapchat?
Within the U.S. and outside of the U.S. as well. And so that's something that we're accustomed to doing.
Ja.
What I would say that's different, Tim, is that we take
Allstan, egentlig.
at one point we're a little bit more accustomed to a particular group, and we've opened them up to the entire company. And what we realize is there's a lot of goodness in those programs, and we want everyone to have opportunity and to be successful. And so that's the approach that we've taken.
That's really interesting. So, you know, potentially, so it sounds like the things that you've done, you've actually made it more inclusive.
Yeah, we have, and I think it's a good moment to really assess what's working, what isn't working, and we've done that. And some of these programs are amazing, and so why not make them more available?
Is it fair to say that employees, your employee base, you guys are massive, like that they want some of these DEI initiatives, that they do, and they're,
I think there's two things going on. Our employees and candidates that are looking at Cisco want to believe that we have a set of values that are aligned to theirs. And we see that all the time in the interview process. People have read our purpose report. They know what we stand for. I would say from an employee perspective, they want to know that we still care and that we're still driving a level of inclusion and belonging, and I think we absolutely are.
One last question. I've met some of the senior executive women at Cisco, and it seems like you guys really prioritize that. I look at yourself and others. but we continue to have, I think we've had this conversation with you, why aren't there still more senior women in C-suite positions or C-level positions more broadly? Why is it still such a struggle?
You know, I think that for many companies, I think we do a really good job of bringing people in from university. And then I think there's a point where we lose women. At Cisco, we see great representation at the executive level and at the incoming levels. And so we have to continue to push through every element. But what we see and what the research tells us is that people want to see role models. And they want to be able to look and see someone that tells them, hey, if you're in this role, that means that I can be too. And so I think we have to continue to work on things like role modeling. I think we have to work on all employees, sponsorship, all of these things, I think, create a better environment and provide career goals and pathways as well.
You got to be active about it, right?
That's right.
No doubt about it. Well, you are definitely a role model.
Thank you.
Great to check in with you again. Fran Kasudas, Executive Vice President and Chief People, Policy and Purpose Officer at Cisco, joining us here at Cisco Live 2025. Hey, let's get back to some of the news after the closing bell. Let's head back to Charlie Pelley.
All right, I thank you very much. Earnings news, specifically GameStop. After hours, the stock now tumbling by 4.4%. It reported net sales for the first quarter that did miss the average analyst estimate. GameStop, by the way, also saying it did purchase 4,710 Bitcoin between May 3rd and June 10th for cash. Bitcoin today trading higher by 0.7%, 109,535. Also reporting after the close of trading, we heard from GitLab, shares down 12% after the application software company's second quarter revenue forecast missed estimates. So to be clear, we do have shares of GameStop down 4.4%, GitLab sliding by about 12% after hours. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing today. Investors driving stocks higher after Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said U.S.-China trade negotiations in London went really, really well. Stay with Bloomberg for any developments on trade this evening. S&P up 32, gain there of 0.5%. The Dow up 105, up 0.2%. NASDAQ up 123. For NASDAQ, a gain of 0.6%. 10-year 4.47% with a 2-year 4.01%. Gold flat right now at $33.26 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.7%, 64.82 a barrel. And Bitcoin, repeating one more time, above 109,000 now, 109,563. Bitcoin up by 0.7%.
Det blir ikke heller rødvin så ut av de posisjonene som vi har nå, så blir det sett større posisjoner.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec. We are live from Cisco Live 2025 in San Diego. Highlights on AI, security, tech infrastructure.
Men forholdet blir vel, så lenge han har 200 000 konto, så vil jo forholdet bli såpass stort at det blir 0,01 på, skal du si, 20-30 000 kroners konto av inntil at han kommer ned.
Ja, men det går fint, for jeg kommer til å trede masse, og ofte når jeg slipper å ta hensyn til de små kontoene, så jeg kan trede masse på det, ut i den hele tiden, kjøpe masse nivåer, trede, shorte, gå låg om hverandre. Jobbe ordentlig.
Du mister mer når du kommer nærmere. Det borte noen ting?
Nei, sånn. Det bedre sånn.
Ja, akkurat nå i hvert fall.
At Cisco Live, just the payload of announcements and the kind of innovation that we announced today. I don't know when we've announced that much and seen that much innovation that we're driving as a company. Certainly in the years that I've been with Cisco, so we're pretty excited about it. There's a lot going on.
So Mark, is this a time where, as incoming CFO, that you're going to say, go and spend, go experiment, do what you need to do, or are you going to be like, all right, guys, like how?
You said spend. CFOs don't like hearing
just
that.
Handing out money. Yeah.
But I mean, how do you? It's going to be a competitive landscape. You know it. So like, how do you figure out where do you spend, where you don't, as things are evolving so fast?
No, that's exactly right. We have more opportunities.
Skulle ikke Trump prate likevel da?
At my time at Cisco. So what it really means is we have to prioritize. We have to really focus on what matters most.
That's sikkert gjort.
And make sure that we're investing in
future. Det var jo planlagt, så det stiller han vel ikke.
That doesn't mean necessarily that we're going to be looking to spend a whole lot more overall.
So you will say no occasionally.
There's already been a lot of no's. But there, more importantly, I think it's yes, but here's what we need to see.
Hvor faen ser det der nå?
Yes, but this is.
Der ser du på innstillingene hvis du klikker på nederst til høyre på her selv.
The opportunities are there. We just have to execute.
You know, one thing that we found is that customers are spending money.
Og så får du more options nede her.
If you're hearing from any of your teams about geographic
Nei,
differences when it comes to the way customers in different parts of the world are spending money, is there any pulling back? We've got
voice and video.
Everything happening outside.
Ja, nei, du må klikke først nederst til høyre, og så må du på voice og video settings. Helt nederst.
Some of the folks involved in those a little
bit,
who knows,
Chris.
but I'm just curious your view on the macro environment.
Kan du den?
Ja, og jeg skal trykke på, var det echo cancellation? Den er på.
Top of mind for us. We just closed a great quarter, and we saw.
Ja, også standard på den voice processing.
Okay, den er på crisp, skal være på standard.
Standard, ja. Og skal du se, jeg har nå I hvert fall rest på unntatt den nederste.
I also think it shows that, while we're certainly in a time of uncertainty,
prøv med det.
CEOs and CFOs and CIOs, they're sort of used to operating in a time of uncertainty at this point. We've seen geopolitical tensions, we've seen supply chain crisis, on and on. There's always been something. And so I think that what we're seeing is the technology that matters and what will make them move faster, smarter, and work better for their customers.
What do you see as you are taking over that? Your predecessor really involved in the transition of making.
Det var en bra reversal, men det faktisk rom for mange litt.
And that's a big deal, and that's a big shift. And I'm just curious how you see it as the incoming CFO. Like, what do you see in terms of your shaping of Cisco? Is it an AI company? Is it a platform company? Like, how do you think about it?
Yeah, and
Noen som setter shorten inn, eller?
I think as you heard today, we're delivering the critical infrastructure for the AI era and the agentic AI era. And so that's going to be a big pivot for the company. I think that we did have a big move to software and subscriptions. You'll see us continue to push that as we move forward, but there's so many opportunities just for growth overall. When you think about AI and how far we've come over the last year. I mean, it was just a year ago, I think, that a lot of folks were just, they were asking themselves...
Dårlig timing at den kommer ned 10 år, halv 11 på kvelden også.
I think it's fair to say that we too, as we've seen things move really quickly over the last year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah, and so you fast forward just from a year ago, and the success that we're seeing in the hyperscale space, already beating our $1 billion target that we threw out there a quarter early. You're seeing, the announcements that we made in the Middle East, the sovereign AI build-outs, neo-cloud opportunities. Now you're beginning to see the enterprise AI opportunity, which we think is in order of magnitude larger, but is very nascent still.
Talk a little bit about your philosophy on capital structure. Because after the Splunk deal, Cisco took on leverage for the first time.
Gull,
Are you going to take on more debt to fund deals or to fund
Gull stuper jo hver natt. Klokka 3 jo en merkelig grunn. Ramler sånn $20 hver natt.
Tja, kanskje du setter en limit på det.
Hva sa du, Sar? Ja, de har fått hjelp av det, jo.
I don't know how many years. You've seen us oftentimes sort of fall behind in some places and make an acquisition to catch up. And I think G2 is while he'll always look at acquisitions that are needed and be opportunistic about it, he's got we're going to build first mentality, and wants his team, really driving his team to drive disruptive innovation. So what you're seeing us do with Hypershield, what you're seeing us do with AI Defense, all the announcements that came out today around agentic AI and the campus refresh that we've got out there. I think there's more of a mentality today of, hey, we can innovate faster and
Du slo av ekko, gjorde du ikke?
our teams to really think disruptively and not play catch up, but actually.
Du slo av ekko, gjorde du ikke?
Ja, det er ikke ekko med det.
So far away, and I remember
Nei.
doing something with J&J in there.
Nei, men du datt litt inn og ut.
Bringing people in to just experiment, support them with hardware. They could either share what they find with J&J, or they can go off on their own. How do you guys embrace kind of that philosophy so that you can be at the forefront of emerging technologies?
Yeah, I guess first and foremost, I think, innovation's happening all over the company for sure, and at a much different pace than it has been happening. We've got a group, though, that in my chief strategy officer role, we've funded a group a couple of years ago now that really focus on sort of next horizon technologies. Agentic AI was one of them, and they're really working closely with the more traditional.
Det en ting som plager meg, og det det at jeg ser Nasdaq går opp hver eneste dag, men jeg tør ikke kjøpe den. Men jeg vet at den går opp, men jeg tør faen ikke kjøpe den. Det plager meg litt.
Men det greit å konsentrere seg om gullet.
Hadde jeg kjøpt Nasdaq hver dag og bare gitt faen om å komme litt ned, så hadde jeg tjent penger hver eneste dag, uansett hvilket nivå.
Do you feel like you're getting, recognition of it?
I think there's always work to do.
Det så jævla skummelt når hele fuckings USA nedgradert, for når det først faller da, så faller det så fort.
Ingen hører det.
Ingen som hører meg nå, eller?
Nå, ja.
Jeg tror også det ødelagt bikken.
Det plutselig bare ut, så blir borte studio.
And I think that the investment community is really beginning to rally and get around. So you've seen the performance in the stock over the last year. I just met with investors for a couple of days in San Francisco at the Bank of America Tech Conference, and I would say that the meetings today are an order of magnitude better than they were a year ago, certainly. And I think there's a gaining confidence in sort of the opportunities that we have ahead.
What else do you attribute that to specifically? Why is what you're hearing, in your view, better than what we heard last year? The stock price notwithstanding, that's certainly obviously a part of it, but what does it feel like?
So there's two things I would say. One is just the basic mechanics of we've had a number.
Jeg tror vi må få noen på se på det, kanskje.
But really, I think that as you look at it, people are beginning to understand that they used to think that growth, kind of GDP-driven business, and I think
det kan være det,
the opportunities around AI, again, in the hyperscale space, in the neo cloud and sovereign AI build-outs, and then this enterprise build-out. They know that the campus opportunity for us is, while there's been so much focus and the spend in data centers has been crazy, it's actually a multiple higher in terms of the size of the business when you look at all the facets of campus for us. So they're recognizing, I think, the opportunities that we have, and they're really right in our wheelhouse.
20 seconds, Mark. So AI, kind of an evolutionary chapter for Cisco, do you think, in your view?
I do. I think that it's one, though, when you really think about, the determinant for success in AI,
right?
Again, it's right in our wheelhouse. Networking is such a key part. That's the biggest thing we're hearing from our customers. Are their networks ready? Security and trust. If we can't trust the AI, we won't use the AI. And so, again, I think that's another big differentiator for us. And I think the breadth of our portfolio and our customer base, the trust we have with customers, and the geographic reach is going to be a big thing for us.
Great stuff. Really fun. Good luck.
Thanks
and good luck as you transition.
I appreciate that.
Although it sounds like you got it already.
Thanks for having me, and look forward to many conversations.
You got about 5 or 6 weeks.
Yeah. I got plenty of time to go golf.
Exactly.
Mark Patterson, he's Executive Vice President, Chief Strategy Officer, incoming CFO. He takes that spot July 27th. Mark, thank you so much. Here at Cisco.
As I mentioned, we're watching everything happening in London as well. We are hearing from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He spoke to reporters, but didn't say much. He said that Greer and Lutnick will continue as needed. That's Jameson Greer, the USTR, and Howard Lutnick, of course, the Commerce Secretary. This in regard to the negotiations between the U.S. and China.
That's a good guy. And we know these negotiations, as we said, especially when it comes to U.S.-China, the two biggest economies in the world, complicated relationships.
Men den driter jo bak PC-en da.
So we're going to watch for some headlines. In the
Hvis den
meantime,
skal få
we've
behov.
also been focusing on another trade relationship, and that has to do with U.S. and Mexico. We did moments ago get headlines. The U.S. and Mexico are close to a deal that would remove President Trump's 50% tariffs on steel imports up to a certain volume. That's similar to a deal during the president's first term. So kind of sounds like going full circle there. So let's see what our own Joe Doe has to say about this. Understands the steel industry like no other. He is Bloomberg News economic statecraft reporter. He is in Washington. Joe, so good to be checking in with you. I don't know. Tim and I have been talking about a lot of context
Yeah.
here with the Cisco team, especially those who've been around for a long time. Give us some context on this deal against, what we have seen in the first Trump administration and what we've seen between this relationship generally when it comes to steel.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the context is what we're getting here is very similar to something we saw in the first term. During the first term, there were 25% tariffs on steel imports coming from everywhere in the world, but Mexico and Canada in particular were upset by it.
Må ta på fredagen i hvert fall.
Remember in 2019, they were trying to create a new NAFTA. And as a part of getting the new NAFTA agreed, the United States agreed with Mexico that they would lift the 25% tariffs in exchange for an agreement that Mexico would stop imports of exceeding a certain level, like a historical level. Well, that's what we're seeing again here. They're getting close to finalizing terms between Mexico and the United States right now to lift that 50% tariff in exchange for Mexico agreeing that they won't import more than a certain level. One of the things we're hearing, though, is that level that they're not supposed to exceed is actually going to be higher than what the 2019 number was. So that's a real key point here.
What is the U.S. Do we know what the U.S. is doing in response, or how the U.S. is getting Mexico to agree to a deal such as this?
I mean, one of the things that they're putting out there is just listen, okay, we're going to take this off, but we're going to have you agree essentially to a quota, right? And that essentially puts the level of imports that can come into the United States. And I think that's really the trade-off here. So yes, we'll lift the tariff, but hey, you can't go above historical numbers that we've been seeing out of Mexico into the United States over a certain period.
We saw investor response to this, Joe, in late trading after your reporting. Cleveland-Cliffs dropped more than 7%. Nucor fell more than 4%. U.S. steel stocks overall declined. The peso trimmed losses after you and the team were the first to report on the advanced deal talks. What are the implications for American steel companies?
Yeah, I think the American steel companies wouldn't be too happy about this one. I mean, obviously lifting of the tariff is one thing, but increasing that import level, that so-called quota, if you will, it's not actually a quota, it's just an agreed upon level. That I think is going to be something that's very striking to executives across the various steelmaker companies right now, because if you were expecting at some point maybe the tariff will be lifted, you might have been expecting that the quota, the threshold, would still be at that 2019 level. That's something you've seen over the past 6 years. So that idea that might come up, I think that's a bit of what we're seeing in the reaction of Cleveland-Cliffs and Nucor Corporation and after-hours trading today.
All right, so Joe, I feel like my head is spinning with tariffs.
Imagine how Joe feels.
Well, this is why we lean on you. So, step forward. This is good. Like, I don't know. It's obviously not for some of the U.S. steel players as we're seeing their share price go lower. But I'm trying to kind of, I don't know. Resolution is always good, but it depends on what the what you
listen.
kind of get resolved.
Here's how I'd break it down. Seemingly a net positive for Mexico. And listen, Howard Lutnick, who is leading the negotiations on this deal, could end up having a deal that he can take back to the President of the United States, right? I mean, one of the things is the President wants deals, and this is one he'd be able to take back to him. Sure, maybe the steelmakers won't be too happy about this, but there's another way of looking at it. Listen, Mexico hasn't had tariffs for a number of years. They got slapped back on when the President said he'd be putting tariffs back on Canada and Mexico back in February. So in a way, we're kind of reverting back to the way things have gone, basically for the past 4 to 6 years.
Do we call that a 180? Do we call that a 360? What do we call that?
I think people in the market who actually trade these things would say, oh, cool, so we're going back to the status quo. But again, we have to wait and see. The terms are still being finalized. I think that is a very important to be sure. The President of the United States has not been negotiating this directly, and he is ultimately the last person who has to sign off on it. So we do have to wait and see.
Joe Doe, Bloomberg News economic statecraft reporter, joining us from Washington once again. Joe and Eric Martin were first to report on the advanced deal talks as U.S. and Mexico are nearing a deal to cut steel duties and cap imports. We did see U.S. steel stocks decline and the peso trim losses after Joe and Eric's reporting.
I just want to point out, though, I'm looking at S&P 500 E-mini futures in the aftermarket, and we've seen them move up to about 0.5% here. So maybe, yes, indeed, like we heard from Joe, that, you know, we're getting some resolution. We're kind of maybe going back to where we were, so it's not as onerous, whether it's U.S. Mexico, U.S. China, that is continuing, right? So we're waiting to see kind of where that lands ultimately. Yeah. We'll wait to see if we get, I think there are some expectations of maybe some further comments, but we're kind of monitoring that situation.
We'll see. I mean, it's close to 10 p.m. in London right now. We did hear from the Treasury Secretary earlier, who said that Jameson Greer and Howard Lutnick will continue as needed. That's the U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer and the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. He did make some brief comments to reporters just a little earlier.
Yeah, so I guess, you know, again, I think it's always good if things are at least continuing, right, rather than being called off. I can only imagine what those negotiations are like. We know, we say it a million times, right, the two largest economies, a lot at stake. There's a tech race certainly going on. Here we have spent the whole day at Cisco Live 2025, where this has been traditionally a networking, router infrastructure company. AI, though, really sounds like it has juiced a whole new chapter for this company, and it sounds like they've been pretty aggressive in the last year, you know, prioritizing it and figuring out what customers need, whether it's on security issues, making things, you know, interact well with one another. And that has certainly been their initiatives, and it does feel like the investor community is really starting to take notice.
Yeah, and I think one big takeaway that I have from this is speaking to people who've been at Cisco for decades
I
at this
love
point.
that you kind of went through that path.
I just want to
really
understand where we are in technology right now, because on the one hand, you have a group of people who are totally embracing this technology, and I'm talking about AI.
Right.
You have a group that's very excited about it. I would say there's a large portion of people who are not the early adopters. And still, I think a lot of people out of Silicon Valley are saying, you got to take this seriously because this is the biggest thing we've ever seen in our careers.
And this idea of a gentle
Jeg må stikke til butikken og kjøpe noe mat. Det stenger om 5 minutter, så jeg må kjøpe noe grøt.
Give us these heads up on, like, here's where we are. It's gone pretty.
Da snakkes vi etterpå.
You think it's been 2.5
Ha det.
years. Generative AI, chatbots, and now we're talking about everybody essentially, or, you know, whether it's at work, at play.